belong in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets. Evil at your front door, creeping while you sleep. It's time to raise up, show that evil we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek, I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. We go through bad days, hard times, low pay, high crime, pathways to a life without sunshine. I'm the lifeline. With this life, I'm gonna be the pipeline, shining in the nighttime. Bet on me to swoop down. I'ma go toe to toe. Already know that I'm never gonna back down. Bet on me to stand tall. I take on anything for my crew. Bet I risk it all. Wicked, wicked people in the streets. Corruption in the politics and the police. It's time to raise up. Take a stand against the seat. We won't take a back seat. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. 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 If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. Yeah, no more running from that bad guy. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's up? I know that journey been hard for you. Okay, I ain't giving up. We ain't giving up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Yeah, I'm a dead man walking by day, wondering if there's medicine I can take. Wait until the sun goes down, that's when I can let it out. You can call me crazy, I call it fate. Transformation taking over me. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way up the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. I can feel the ice run through my blood, surges through my body all at once. My heart pumps in the dead of night. My feet run into the fire, right into the fire of my soul. Let the transformation take control. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way up the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn.
Can't wait for the weekend. Gonna dive off the deep end. No, I don't need a reason, lose control. Pour me a glass, I toss it back. Forget responsibility. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Plus it's better that wheels will do anything I feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Plus it's better that wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Wake up, it's a Monday morning. Life really shouldn't be so boring. Nothing is really that important, just let go. Pour me a glass, I toss it back, forgetting my reality. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Plus it's better Like I'm not growing up, sleep is for the dead. Not looking for comfort, rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning the wheels. Will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up.
too long in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear, I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets.
Here on Lag News, where we're bringing the action here to your screens. I am Chelsea Bites, and this is my co-host, Initialize Cass. Hi guys, welcome back to Lag News. How are you feeling? How are you? Are you doing all right? Is everything looking? Yes, in this very hour, we've got the news coming straight to you. I have, exactly, no, my nose, if y'all know, I got hit by all the flus. You hear it, and I was like, this is the perfect news voice today.
Yeah.
But welcome in, guys. It's Sunday, and what the heck are we doing here? A best of three that you are about to sit down and watch because you don't even know what it took to get us in these seats today. You don't even
Welcome.
know.
That is exactly what it is at the top of the
Welcome.
hour, guys. Welcome. Thank you very much, production. As ever, rapid on the draw. We have got the best crew here in esports. I tell you, we're ready to go. And again, just a heads up about how this is going to work today. It's a best of three. If we lose, it's not over. We still get a second at life. We managed to get that by winning yesterday. Thank God for that. And obviously, as a result, what happens is, if we lose, we play tomorrow. Don't worry about it too much. We still get that extra life. If we win, we play another series at 8 p.m. tonight, and then we would also play tomorrow, but we remain in that upper bracket. So just keep that in mind. If we win, we're playing some more. If we lose, then we get a little bit of an early night. So win-win, really, as far as I'm concerned.
Honestly, truly, yeah. I'm so glad you said it out loud because I do feel that. But I will be devil's advocate, y'all.
Go on.
The best thing that could happen today is that we get to spend more time with you and we play 2 best of 3s, no matter how exhausted we are. Thank you. So, to give you the rundown, we are going up against Universidad for our first best of 3. If we win, we'll see some familiar territory, which we have played against Universidad before, but I'm sure you all remember the Kauai Kiwis. So we have a chance to go up against them today as well. So I'm going to say a lot of so's. Just want to make sure y'all are following along here. We've got 2 enemy teams we've gone up against before. If I'm painting the picture correctly, this looks like success for us. We've seen these problems before.
I think
right?
it does.
And we have solutions. Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be wonderful.
Yeah, I might pull up. Let me see. Where are their standings right now? How are they doing? Huh? Who do they think they are? I'll look it up. But how was yesterday's game initialized? I didn't get to catch
so
it.
we had,
I know you were self chat.
Okay, so it wasn't just the one game, Chelsea. We had the round robin. So we played 3 different teams yesterday, multiple times.
Yeah.
Because of various reasons, we were going up against Nocturne Gale, who, because of seeding and points, came in the play-in stage with the rest of the group stage with the rest of us. But they are arguably the best damn team in the tournament. They are really, really good. And they were there with us. We're good, but maybe not at that level. And so we've got this absolute behemoth in the group. And then, what happens is, in their second game, they have their support have a power out cut. That means he can't play and they have to forfeit the match. And so the other team gets an auto win. And because of that, every team goes 2-1. And so we have to play tiebreakers late on into the night. And we just about won against Monte Club a second time, despite this Jace getting crazy heavy. Zenith got solo killed 3 times in 7 minutes. It was looking really dicey, but Rim and Caltis were off for the races, and they managed to help turn it around, and Zenith got out of the lane, became really useful on the Shen anyway. So it all came out good in the end. And then I don't know what happened in the last game, because we didn't broadcast. It was giga late. And so that was just for seeding. In fact, production, if you could tell us what happened in the last game. Do we know? What happened in the Nocturne Gale game? Did we win? Did we lose? Who knows? Anyone?
Who knows, babes?
Either way, we're
production,
here. We've got into playoffs, so that's the important thing.
Production, we're live on Lag News. I need a prompter stat. Thank you
This
very
just
much.
in.
Text in the chat, please. This just in the chat, please. What the heck happened yesterday? Well, I'm glad y'all stuck around for the round robins. I feel just whiplash. There's so much happening literally at every minute of the day. Y'all are troopers for making that happen. I think y'all had a big break between one of those games too. My heart goes out to that poor player who lost power. Was it it was just a single player who lost power?
Yeah, basically, because obviously they had to forfeit. So it was a really rough one, because they were supposed to go 3-0, and it would have been really easy then, because then we would have had the head-to-head against Mont, and now what we would have, we've had the game wins, Mont would have lost another game. Things would have been simple. They were decidedly not because of that. And so we ended this very tricky scenario where Core 128 were dropped out because of game time and various other reasons, the head-to-heads they had. But we got the win then against Monta, which because Monta had already lost then in their first game against Nocturne Gale, they were 0-2, they were immediately knocked out, and so really what it was down to that last game for seeding. When we know a little bit more about that, we will tell you, but as it stands, the long and short of it is, we made it to playoffs, and that's great news.
Period. Absolutely. I see you, chat. You are not ignored. I see you. Hello, Mio. It's always great to see you all. Hey, Oxpar. Hey, Butter. How you doing, Foskey? Hey, SOC. Wow, we're in. We're in there. I just heard a noise, and it's so animated today. Oh, God, I'm awake. I don't even need coffee. All right, Université. We're banning. Get Misfortune out of there, you know? I don't want her strutting all over me. Not at all.
And the other thing
wait!
Because
Yeah,
Caltis had some really good Misfortune games yesterday. Was smashing lanes, getting solo kills, beating up Varus's. It was very, very dominant. It's being got rid of, so the double rim band, plus that ban away from the side of Caltis. What it does leave up, though, is Sheena's Pantheon. If you're looking for the champion, I think she's probably been most consistently dangerous on this split. I think it's the Pantheon. She still looked really good on things like the Viego, which again is a bit of a pocket pick for her, but that's not really quite in meta in the way that the Pantheon really, really is. We've seen her pull out 50 CS leads, three level leads on a champion that is also a very formidable skirmisher, a very formidable ganker. Got the global as well, which really helps us make plays aggressively and not overextend to do them, not take too long to secure the kills, which haunted us a little bit yesterday where we'd go for what looked like cool picks and then the Shinzao would press R, they'd survive, then we go, oh dear, we're quite deep, and then we're losing people. And so some of those mid games got a little dicey, we were giving up a bit more than we'd want. This, I think, helps deal with that a little bit. Response though, it's going to be that Wukong, going to be that Ezreal, big team fight options. The Ezreal's a really strong laner, quite safe as well. And I think on the other side, Caltis is going to lock up with Varus. Guys, I hate to do this, but Varus is so strong. What an insanely busted champion.
Yes.
Really, really strong. Immediate lock-in on the Nico as well. For my money, the strongest support in the game right now. Colum did horrible, horrible things to our opponents yesterday on it. It was beautiful. Especially after we experienced the Nico on the other side and had to defeat or find some victory against a Nico that's making our lives hell. So there we go. So it'll be Varus.
I love that.
Varus Nico versus the Ezreal Karma. Shove v shove. Ironically, actually, I think the Ezreal Karma might beat us there, despite the dangerous all-in we've got on our bot lane. I've spoken for about 2 minutes flat there. Chelsea, what are you thinking about the draft so far?
Thank you for laying it down so nicely, Initialize. Just bringing it back to, our chat here. You see our lineups halfway so far. It's so nice to see my first Nico Cologne game, in a while. And I'm very excited to see that.
So, I think anyone who's here yesterday will be
jealous.
Very excited. She had some game-winning pot blossoms. It was really cool to watch.
It looks so good. I think I also, just weighing in, just giving y'all the tea from Twitter. I think Caltis was talking about learning Azir. Don't know why, but she tweeted that. And I wanted to see some of that sometime soon.
Azir
for no reason
lane
whatsoever.
has never been a thing. Right back when it was first released, we did see it top lane. We did see it top lane for a bit because it could shove really hard, and because you had your soldiers, you could actually dash back to safety quite easily. It never really caught on. It's got a very long cooldown. It's still quite risky into some matchups up top, and you end up shoving quite deep, and it's still a very long lane early on where you can get punished. And if you're ever sliding your soldiers forward to poke, it's quite difficult to escape. So either way, basically what I'm saying is in long lanes, he doesn't get that. He actually wants a lot of levels and gold, so seeding levels.
Thank you, Nutter Butter, for calling in. Yes, she has been playing a lot of mid lane. And yes, she said, and I quote Initialize, she said, maybe if I just watch people play Azir, it can just absorb into my brain. Because I think she's been working at it really hard. I mean, Azir
is a notoriously hard champion, right? Like, it plays like nothing else. He's a very distinctive champion, and it's one of the reasons why he's one of those kind of mark of mastery champions. If you're a mid laner at a top level, Azir is one of those ones you want to say, yes, I can play this. It's so often a meta pick. It's so often one of those ones you can take over games with. Either way, though, what we actually got on our screen. The Ambassador got locked in, and they got Wukong Ambassador go diving on in. Ezreal come with some shove bot side. Renekton can fight that Ambassador early, should get some priority. The Lux, I think, is quite good fun here. We've got a lot of really nasty pick now. Every single champion can start a fight by basically hitting their one bit of pick CC.
Yes.
Everyone else can then follow up and blow them up, and they will not survive it. You've got a fair amount of mobility and slipperiness on your side of Universi. I mean, like, literally.
Yeah, I was going to say.
A speed up or a dash or a dodge, or turn into a fake clone version of themselves, which can make that a little hard. But the moment they are hit, it's a bad time.
A lot of deception and a lot of movement. Oh, with Ryze? Okay, yeah. Okay, this is the slippery fish here. I feel like this team is going to be able to be... They're going to be annoying with how they're just out of reach, or we just quite might not have been able to kill them. That's my spider senses going off right here with this team. So let's see. I mean, we've got the Lux. We can lock a few down. Same with the Nico. I feel like we can still control a bit of this team as long as we catch them off guard or we have really good team fights. So I'm excited to see that. I mean, Varus too. So maybe we'll catch some fish today. Let's see how that goes.
So,
all right, chat.
Yeah.
We going fishing?
I think you've got a really good read on that one there, Chelsea. Because basically, look, the slipperiness is going to be a bit problematic. Because if we get to the point where things like... People underestimate how slippery Ryze is, for example, right? Because his passive and phase rush means he just turns into an F1 car. And as long as you've got a good mouse clicker, you just use your right hand or your left. If you're left-handed, if you're Knight, you can just right-click your way around. Left-click, that's him. That's what I was trying to say. He's left-handed. Either way, the point being that you
got it.
have got the ability to just dodge things by virtue of having a lot of movement speed rather than needing a dash button, which is still really, really strong. And that can be a bit problematic, especially if you let them get to 2+ items. Ambessa, Wukong, Ezreal, Ryze. That's a lot of characters that love to scale, do really well at that kind of mid-game plus mark. We're a bit better at 1 to 2, whereas they kind of then take over at the 2+ mark. That said, their mobility will mean... pick a word of your choice to go in there that will be descriptive enough. But the point would stand that effectively, if you get hit by that first bit of CC, it's lights out. Because you are going to have then the Lux binding follow-up, and the Renekton pressing W, and the Pantheon pressing W, and the list goes on. There will always be, as long as there is someone else on the same screen as you, someone who can follow up. And that can be quite scary, assuming cooldowns and stuff are there. So... Universi, yes, they've got tools to dodge things, but they do actually need to dodge, or it's going to get very hard in the early skirmish in that 1 to 2 item mark at the beginning of the game.
Exactly. Such a beautiful breakdown. Everybody, give it up for Initialized Cast. That was beautiful. I just really, you really broke that down in beautiful terms.
It's why I'm high on to the hard hitting. It's why I'm on the hard hitting broadcast. You know, lag news is that you've got to have this here. You know, it's incredible. Between the two of us, there is no esports newsworthy thing that we can't talk about in explicit detail. Like we have everything down to the granular level.
You'll find all of your league news right here on Lag. Don't go anywhere because you might miss out on something important. Thanks very much. Oh God, I gotta get.
Can I have that on a stinger? Someone like production. If you get a chance, can we get a stinger with that little thing over the top of
We
it?
need a stinger.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. However,
I gotta pay somebody to make some stingers. And Prod, if you could just put it whenever we're on, you just have to change the whole flow of this stream. All right, just
everything here,
24/7. Everything
said, what
here,
is
right now.
G2esports.com/slot. Production guy needs a raise. Yes, this is good. For the record, guys, this is one Raphael in the background sorting us out. Exceptional stuff as we head on to the Rift. He really does need a raise,
Thank you,
guys.
Rafi.
What work?
Truly.
We all need a raise at this point. Have you seen how good we are?
take-
Come on now. Pay us more. Pay us
We're
more,
way
G2.
too
Come on.
good.
Have you seen this?
Chad, I gotta give you more points. You're right. I gotta pay you more too. All right, y'all, we're hopping into that first game of the day. You saw our lineups. Make sure you get your channel point votes here. All right, go ahead. The top of the chat. Predict who's gonna win game 1. All right. That
What's it
trade,
looking like?
bot and top. Yep, back and forth, back and forth. We're seeing all the action here. I was getting a little whiplash.
I was getting a little whiplash as well. I was getting worried there. I really was. It's not turned into anything
Bear's
too
putting
scary
down the
right
damage.
now. Yeah, should be all
Yeah,
right.
nothing crazy. We're doing all right. Hold on, let me see. Hey, Oxpart, you said Hugh. Yeah. We gotta. We did miss first blood. Yeah, we gotta
Oh, no.
catch up. What happened?
Where
We
did
got
that
first
happen?
blood on Renekton. Exactly.
Wild stuff. That's good
I
stuff.
believe-
Was there an assist? There was from the Nico. Colum did something crazy at level 1 by the looks of it. No flashes blown. So it looks like basically you managed to find a level 1 play onto the Karma, and that's great news. Worth noting as well, Zenith here into the Ambessa. Gone for Ghost, not Flash, which is a little unusual. The bot side though, Sheena at the level 3, gonna get a nice kill on the Sweet Milk. Gets to get out as well. Really, really good start from G2 HEL here. Off to the races before we've even gotten 3 minutes into the game. In fact, we might be close to another kill there. My days, Zenith. Really feeding it right now into power.
Right?
Won't necessarily get the kill this time.
Oh, goodness. And I appreciate that, Met. Here on Lag News, yes, there may be a little lag, but you won't miss this action. We just got another kill on our side, and we might be going in on another, just like Sam said. If they keep toying with Zenith up here, I'd be a little afraid right now.
No one coming, actually, at this point in terms of the jungle support from Universe. So could definitely have kept looking. The wave not in a very good spot for Ambessa. And look, on your minimap, Sheena is around. If you overplay that, that could get very dicey indeed. Of course, Pantheon delayed the clear quite heavily in order to make that gank bot right. Did the red side quadrant, immediately went bot, made the gank happen. Wukong went to go look and see if there are any camps up there or not. But it's still going to put Sheena behind just a little bit in terms of the clear. It's not going to make that much meaningful difference because Wukong didn't cross him up on the right side. Didn't necessarily pick all that much. I think Sheena is going to do a fine job here of walking straight over to the Scuttle Crab. And the blue buff does go down. I got nervous there. I've done that enough as a jungler where you think you've secured it, thrown down the smite, and it's like surviving on 2 HP because your pet's wandered off to another camp now, and you go, well, that's silly.
Yeah, junglers are made of steel. You just be knowing. Because I definitely would have dropped a few camps myself. Okay, I love to see this for Zenith. Making sure that we've applied pressure, using those waves as we should. All right. I think Ambessa is as afraid as they should be, still not trying to waste any of the waves given to them. Trying to gather as much as possible, but let's see how long that lasts.
Right? They had to teleport really early. So they've gotten that reset, they've got that refillable potion, but Zenith hasn't had to back yet. In fact, we'll get a really, really good back here with the teleport pretty shortly, which I think is really important for the side of Zenith. In fact, there's a world where she just holds the teleport and looks to use it around a dragon or something. But either way, Zenith with that TP will be able to come back at some point with a much better back for all the CS and stuff is even. There is a point coming here where Zenith, assuming she doesn't take too much damage on the wave here, will get a really, really good reset that will put this Ambessa into a tricky position for the next few minutes while the teleport discrepancy comes back to bite him.
Jeez, yeah. It's basically chess out here. If you're new to League of Legends, you want to time all your spells
boxing, though.
appropriately.
Yeah, it's chess until you start having to press the keys in the right order.
That part. Oh, okay. Like you said, we got Sheena in the bush. We are pressing on bot lane. Ezreal doing their best to use all of those. Ooh.
Goodbye,
Got themselves
Caltis.
a
That's
Caltis.
unfortunate. Trying to get something back here. Can't quite do it. Caltis oversteps. Had the barrier there as well. Was just disrespectful. A bit of an overstep there. Giving a kill back. It's onto the Karma. Not the end of the world. That one with the realm. What now? Bot. Sheena. No flash. Is probably going to go down here as the renewal's coming on down. That means it'll be an extra kill going over towards the side of Search. 2 kills back, and suddenly, I don't know where Universi have got themselves a gold lead. That was not fantastic.
No, it was not. And, it happens. It happens. But, at least we're still keeping, well, what do you mean keep, Chelsea? We are starting to slowly lose that gold advantage that we had. That's all it takes. Just one bad play. If you haven't already shoved your gold advantage, they can take the lead in just a second. This is still anyone's game. Now, I'll be looking over the lanes at about 7 minutes. Let's see how this goes down. Top.
Okay, in comes the
And
side
we got
of Ivana,
Shane in the
but
bush again.
Lum's been waiting in the angle there, roamed up on the Nico, going to get a decent chunk onto that Wukong. He's not got the level 6 yet, so kind of swift enough on the retreat. Lum around to defend. Going to see the side of Sweet Milk. Looking to see whether they can match the rim. A little bit late on that one, but does make sure that there's no additional look into the jungle from G2 HEL made too freely.
There we go. Okay. I did my job. I am a good
Congratulations.
moderator.
What did you do?
Thank you.
Did you
I
predict
want when
this?
people come in, they can see, that we're playing a best of 3 against
good.
Universi.
Fabulous.
so people don't have to
That
ask.
is really important.
Yeah, thank you.
That's
Thank you so
important.
much.
Yeah, you're so good at your job, right?
Congrats on that watch streak. Oh, what'd you say?
I just say congratulations. You're so good at your job.
Oh my God, thank you. You
Ooh.
too. Oh,
And I've actually,
Oh my
as we say
God.
that, we need to praise each other more because that's a nice kill for the record. Rim avoids the overload, gets
Beautiful.
the fuck away. Karma's now 1 and 3. That's good news.
that was fabulous. Fabulous for Rim. We're seeing more kills get spread across G2. Poor Karma's not having a great time over on Universi's side. But you got to do what you got to do as a support. Now, looking up, Zenith has a lead on our Mbessa, just a slight one. But as we get into this fight, bot,
Just dead. Yeah, that's just going to be her.
Oh.
The dragon, the flash engage from the Wukong with the Nimbus Strike and the Warrior Trickster. It's a very, very, very long range that Wukong can close down with all of those abilities. Uses it to get Sheena down for the count. But hey, we got the dragon, so 1 for dragon. Fine. We also got the 3 kills first, so we've got that mark towards the feats of strength. We're okay here. Again, though, we are the team that spikes earlier, and we do need to make sure that we do start snowballing at some point soon. Nice auto there onto the side of that Ezreal.
Nice.
We need to be really aware of a potential flash Q from Caltis, actually. I'm trying to catch them out here. I think they did have their own barrier and, of course, the Arcane Shift available, so probably would have been safe. But, has to be wary sticking around there into a lethality Varus, who can be really, really obnoxious.
exactly. You might have abilities, but you're only as good as you are. You don't want to die in lane not having spent any of your spells, but I've seen it happen. It's all about catching an Ez, by surprise. Just one bad play. All right. Zenith showing
Yeah.
how choose boss.
Doing a pretty good job of that. I think it's power, by the way. It's an E, not a C.
Oh,
Though Pouch would
power.
be funny. So I think it's power. Pouch would be a great name, though.
Power. It
yeah.
would be adorable. But no, excuse my bit rate.
Yeah,
it was my pixels, y'all.
that's excuse my bit rate is a wonderful, wonderful streamer phrase. Chat, is Chelsea cooked? Yeah, bit rate.
A little bit. Just a little. Let's get it back up to 6K, please, right now. Stats.
I learned how to say it in German.
What'd you learn? Oh, are you cooked in German?
Chat, are we cooked? Yeah.
The only word I know is muskelprotz because it's beefcake. That's all I
Why
got.
do you know that? Well, for what reason? Hang on, Countess is...
Don't ask.
She's fine.
Don't ask. But I see them down bot. You're right. Yep. The actions.
Moving swiftly on from White Chelsea just knows the way. It's the opposite of Countess. That's not a twink. That's a...
You're right.
Colum is
Different
not
flavors.
a great spot here.
Colum!
Colum, no, it's oh dear.
Colum!
a little bit alone there in the river and gets brought down. It's a little bit awkward. Kill over towards the Ezreal.
You know, we're having too much fun. Not just us as casters, but I think G2 as well. I think they're playing too much. You know, we've seen Sheena, you know, just having fun, grabbing Drake, and then dying, and then Cologne dying.
Calton needs to be a bit
What's the
wary there.
vision
Hang on.
here, y'all?
Comes the Grand Starfall.
Oh.
Slashing away for the damage onto that. Wukong is good. Cyclone part 2. The light binding, though, onto the Karma. Sweet Milk is eaten alive. Rim now trying to turn around on the arm. She's trying to get some space away. Flash on forward from Sheena. Barrier comes on down. She would get the auto. Does get the double. Will get one back. The heal not quite in time for Colum to keep the jungler alive. Ends up being effectively a 2 for 2 if you count Colum's death in the early parts of that as well. But you also get the ults out of the likes of the Wukong and the Rise. So it ends up being a pretty okay trade there in terms of defending the lanes. Of course, it's also worth noting that Rise got another kill, and the Rise could be really scary this game.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. That was almost a Captain America play. Sheena coming down, trying to help out the team. The Avengers literally assembling. But it was doomsday indeed. It always hurts losing our Sheena. Renekton still with a healthy lead above that Mbessa. But Wukong not going down easily this game. Staying well ahead of Sheena. This is rare for me.
Yeah, I've been doing.
And then
Again,
if you look
Sheena's
at all the
died a
other
few
lanes,
times
pretty
early,
even.
which has really hurt. 'Cause she'd made that play bot, remember, very early on. Of course, it's a lot of our deaths.
Yes, she
This
did.
game has been the one caught out, got caught by the dragon on the retreat, those kind of things. Some of those deaths have been kind of fine. So, and again, that last one, she went 1 for 2. She went from 0 and 3 to 2 and 3, or rather from 0 and 2 to 2 and 3. So they got the 2 kills. So it's kind of fine. But again, has kind of traded a little bit of her own personal power to make plays around the map, get some objectives around the map. And again, sometimes we've just been a bit disrespectful of the collapses that can come on through. The search on that Rise has made some really good plays. We've not necessarily tracked the Wukong as well as we should have done. It's meaning that Colum, that Sheena have sometimes been the price of us not tracking where people can be on the map and getting caught out looking for our own plays, shall we say. Either way, it's not the end of the world. We're still well within touching distance, but again, we want to be spiking at this point. This is our one item spot. We've got Ghostblade on the Varus, we've got Malignance on the Lux, Thunderscar on the Pantheon. This is our point to shine. If we let them get too much stronger, like this Rise getting stronger than he already is, and we could be in a really scary spot. Colum chunked out to nearly dead. Means we're not going to be able to play for that dragon, I don't think. But it does mean Zenith going to get some time to shove up.
Precisely. Just like we said earlier, everybody, it's anyone's game, and we never want to let go of our leads. We had such a sweet lead that we missed in the first minute of the game, and we were shoving it just a little bit. But Universe has just gotten their first Drake. We got our third one coming up. I believe it's a Water Drake. We'll see who contests that. Rise has a bounty now. Oh, wow. Yep, that bounty just disappeared. I swear I saw it. Saw it? Yep, chat. I know you saw it too. I'm not just seeing things. But okay. Let's make some next 5-minute predictions.
So,
So,
what's going to happen is,
please.
I think what
Yes.
we're going to see...
Take it
is-
over.
I think what we're going to see is, realistically, a lot of these global ults coming on through. Check the Rise, check the Pantheon. When are they using Grand Starfall? When are they using the Realm Wall? Those will be big, big plays, especially around the next couple dragons. We are coming into the point of the game where we want to be accelerating. So we're going to be playing aggressively around the Herald, aggressively around those dragons and trying to snowball from there. On the other hand, Universite, if they can win out those fights, it's an Ezreal, it's a Rise, it's a Wukong Ambassador. We've already had that conversation about the fact that, you guys get stronger later on, and they're already actually ahead in gold, which is not what we want to see. Again, we've got slightly in the objectives. It's not like we haven't found plays of our own, but it's not been without a counterpunch coming on through. And it means these next 5 minutes, for G2 HEL side, we want to see be proactive and be kind of clean with it. I don't want to see them giving up free kills. Nice light finding there into the final spark. Colum can't quite find the blooming burst because the flash comes on through from the armor, but nice pick away there. Colum should got to back out to safety. Topside Zenith burns the ultimate, but so is Power, getting a bit of a chunk down with the Dominus. She's got to back out alive. Ult for ult there in the top side.
Ult for ult. All right, chat. We're pretty even in kills so far. We've been slowly pushing
Whoa.
on lanes, but no turret.
Zenith,
Ooh.
I think is just going to die. His slice dies, flash, and they're going to keep Draco stepping. Just about heals, and they can't get the kill. Zenith with the ghost gets away with it. Apologies, I thought Power Burn the
Plot
ultimate really
twist.
had it. Woo!
We're the fish. Yeah. They're fishing for us. I'm so glad to see her make it out. That made me sweat a little bit. Oh my gosh.
No one's
But
here on this bot
back
lane
to it,
wave,
chat.
though, and that's just going to be a full turret down bot side now.
Right?
They're going to get that one just for free, and that's going to accelerate their goal pretty heavily here, and realistically going to get them a mark towards the feet.
That Rise is annoying.
Zenith really wasn't sure what she was doing there. Started walking mid, then walked back into base and walked bot. Lane assignments were slow. Did get away from that topside play, and of course, Kaltis and
We gotta
Colum were there
teleport.
already, but Zenith doesn't have a TP. Well, Rim does actually have a TP. What really should have happened there is Rim should have TP'd down towards that bot.
Yeah.
Zenith should have gone mid. But that didn't happen. The lane assignments came back to bite us. That's a wave and a half loss. That turret's really low. The best moment there for all. A really cool moment from Zenith to us.
All right, y'all. We got 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes on that next Drake. They just got Herald. Zenith doing their best to swap lanes and start putting pressure
Okay.
on a turret, which we have been needing.
Well, because remember, Search used that TP bots. I didn't get the turret quite. And Zenith now on this reset has actually managed to get the full turret regardless of that with the extra grub. So in some ways, actually that extra wave loss has been even out, and we still get the first turret. So I perhaps have to take back
Nice.
a little of my strong statement there. Still ends up working out, even if it was perhaps some resource we could have played around. But they got the Herald. That said, we got the first 3 kills. We've now got that first turret. That is the feat of strength marker. Pretty good news again, especially as
Love it.
boots and the value of them with the change that came through a few patches ago is actually really good. The things like the Salt Pen boots upgrade is really nice. The Ionian boots upgrade is really nice. Those are solid upgrade abilities to get coming on through here, even at just the base level before you pay the extra 500 gold to get the tier 3s.
I love that. We love mini games, and we are literally winning this mini game for those upgraded boots. They make a difference, y'all. Your shoes do matter. Sorry to tell you, they do matter in League of Legends. Now, we saw Zenith secure that for the team. Let's see what else we can secure. We got 30 seconds on the next Ocean Drake. We do have 2 grub camps, which is nice. And we got our
Indeed.
first turret.
Yeah, that's a big one.
So-
We can. I mean, the thing is, we've got the dragon coming in 20 seconds, and that's the one I really want to keep in mind. So Zenith's got TP.
Yeah.
Howard doesn't. There is a public execution which could theoretically interrupt Zenith looking for that. But interestingly, we don't want to play for the dragon. We're looking to go for this dive onto this turret that's already low. Power needs to start backing away here, or it's going to have this happen on a regular basis. Gets hit by that ruthless predator, slice, dice, shield vault comes on through the public execution, means nothing. We get the turret and the kill. Mid lane, they're going to try and turn this around to their own way. Realm Warp behind. Calton needs to walk in Colum. Has got the Pop Blossom, throws down on top of themselves, gets the knock up there onto Surge, back away, damage onto the clone, the Grand Starfall in the back line as the Wukong's really deep. Equalizer comes on, not Equalizer, the Exhaust comes on through, and that's really good value as we bring down that Wukong. And I take it back, it wasn't an Exhaust, I'm looking on a smaller screen, it's the Lux binding that looks weirdly like exhaust particles on this screen. It's what I get for casting off a different screen, guys. Like, wow, that's exhaust.
It's
Who's putting
those- I'm
exhaust?
telling
And I was
you,
like,
it's
wait,
the
there was an
pixels.
exhaust this game?
Yeah, it's those pixels. They'll trick you. You know what I think Universe was trying to do? They were trying to push them back so they could create a screen to take Ocean Drake. But that did not work out. It was very risky play. D2 ends up getting that Ocean Drake. That didn't. Maybe next time, Universe. Maybe next time. So we are going to be getting Ocean Drakes for the rest of our Drakes now, since we're around that 20-minute mark.
Yeah,
believe that's our next
with the Infernal
one.
Dragon and the Mountain Dragon were the first 2, so, you know, at this point it is just Ocean Dragons coming up until someone gets to that soul point, or that soul rather. Soul point, you have to get that one beyond
Exactly.
that, but they still get to play towards that. That's good news. Keep an eye on the inventory on Rim there. That Dark Seal is being stacked very happily, an extra 6 stacks on there. When you get a fully stacked Dark Seal, by the way, that is an extra 700 gold's worth of AP. It's a lot of value.
Oh,
Basically,
fabulous.
It's basically just over half a needlessly large rod's worth of AP, which basically means, you know, like, it's for 350 gold you are getting a massive amount of value. It basically becomes a 1,000 gold item that you paid very little for there. So again, it's one of the reasons why champions like Lux, it can get involved in kills but being quite safe. Champions like Evelyn, like Ari, really love those items. Ari in particular, actually, for more of a pro appropriate one who can play with the mobility, play with her passive to heal up using the passive as well. Can often play around things like the Medjai's really well. You see a lot of our better Aries in the world, Kof Knight out in the LPL, often relying on that option. Either way, keep an eye on that one before the side of Rim is the long and short of it. We are also hitting our 2-item spikes here. This is about as strong as we get in the game, guys.
Yes.
We've gotten the early lead. We want to keep accelerating. It's only 1,000 gold, and it can be more than that as yet, even if the last few minutes have looked really good from us. We've gotten the gold lead back. We've played really well. We punished the attempted play on the mid lane. There's a lot of ticks going in our boxes right now.
Exactly, and we just need to keep that going. No more mistakes. Making sure we're actually responding properly to those plays that Universe is making. I mean, it was very encouraging to see how we responded to mid with that Herald offensive. I just want to see more of that. Otacon is up. Power out here, bot, you know, just matching up with Zenith. But I really liked how you talked about how that item, that Dark Seal, is so economical. I need to dive into the economics of League of Legends. I need to watch a whole series about that. All right.
It's a big deal.
That's about to
Colum
go
is a
down.
minion. Turns it around with that attempted tangle barb. Big knock up onto the backlines. Colum gets the rocket belt away, stays alive. They don't get the kill even with the flash and the Nimbus strike. In comes the side of power, but we've already tried to get the drive back. Colum steps too far forward. Gets done in by the Nimbus strike, but should still go down as we get the kill on the top laner. A 1 for 2 is still a worthy trade, including their jungler. They have no smite. Atakan is up. Ryze has no teleport. He's teleported topside. This is the free objective.
Absolutely, and that's how you do it. Sacrifice Colomb, sometimes it works. I hate to see it, but it pays off. Colomb is officially worth an Atacon now. All right. So now we have four champions on G2 HEL with bounties, and that is always nice to see. This is the lead I want to keep shoving. We're still not as far ahead as I'd want. Just 1K. I want to start seeing like 3K, 5K. It has been 22 minutes, so we still have time for that. But once we start hitting like 30 minutes, we really got to start showing our dominance. We should have already put in the homework. That was excellent. All right. Chat, we got our Ocean Drake coming up in a minute, in 15. We also have our next Baron Pit action coming up in the next 2 minutes as well. And we're going to see how that shapes up. But we got it. Somebody trying to pick out a fight here in the jungle. How well is that going to work out for us as putting down the damage here? Oof.
Decent amount of work. Zenith.
Oh,
well,
and Bessa picking out Zenith.
Neptune Dangerous there is the Roomp as well. Decent healing back. I think Zenith is just going to die. Gets a bit of Mac there.
Yeah.
Again, split off. That's going to be an inability to play around that dragon. Try to jump onto it there, but of course has still got that arcane shift, and Colum down the pot blossom as well. I think this is going to be a dragon over to Universe, and that's unfortunate. The gold lead's only a couple hundred at this point. It's scary. I think they can even look for this tier 2.
The fish are fishing, Initialize. The fish are fishing, and they caught one. I did not want to see that happen to us. Those bounties.
Ahead of us.
Ugh.
This is a big deal. Realm Warp behind her, try and jump onto that one. Goes golden, means that Rim misses the ult. Search needs to be a bit wary. True Shot Barrage goes wide. She throws out the Aegis Assault. Where is Kaltis? She's mid lane. Light binding on 2. Shield bolt down. Flash for Flash. As they go out both mid and jungle. But that's the Realm Warp down. That's a couple important flashes down. We can still look to keep on trading here. The dragon hasn't been taken yet, interestingly. We really want to get this tier 2, or maybe this player mid lane as Alshit actually also got taken very, very low. The Ryze is trying to make his way towards mid lane, but it's been quite tricky. There goes the tier 1 mid. Tier 2 top side has gotten the side of power up and available. Dragon down to half HP, but Zenith's in the back of this. And Ivama and Alshit need to be very wary at the back end of this. Grand Star falls in. Gonna get that secure on the dragon is the side of Ivama. But where on earth do they need to run to? Kaltis in danger, but not for very much longer. They get that kill onto the Wukong. There's 3 seconds, by the way, on Baron. And I wonder whether G2 HEL are going to go, well, I think we can rush this on spawn. They're heading over there now. Here we go.
That was literally a full minute and 30 seconds of just straight action that Initialize broke down for you. Ultimately, Universe tried to push for that Drake. It did not work out completely in their favor, giving us the op to fight for Baron. Let's see if we can put up a good screen. I mean, the Wukong is out, so it should feel like it's in our favor. Nico setting up for the Lux.
But
Beautiful.
doesn't have the flash. The Rise is dead. Important shutdown on that one.
So important shutdown.
Watch the Ezreal, though, could be
Beautiful
really
to see.
problematic. We can't get the Baron, but we did force the fight. We get
Yeah.
that kill. We get the Zhonya's, the Seraphs, all those things are quite nice to have on cooldown. And we do get a little bit of extra value there, despite the fact, of course, we did lose that Dragon. On that Ezreal, just fast enough away to get away from that light binding. Rim needs to be a bit careful walking through that pathway. There's a public execution available. Light binding lands, but final spark's only up now for the Lux, so didn't have that ability to immediately throw the ult onto the Ezreal.
I am getting whiplash from all the swaps in gold advantage. We just got our lead back, and it's bigger than ever. I'm really glad to see it. Now we got our bounties as well. We're starting to put those back. Oh, Ez just bought a Triforce. We're about to see this team. Universe, I feel, just only gets more and more dangerous. So now it feels like a race against the clock.
I mean, look at this Rise, right? Rise has got 3 items. He's got the 3 items for Rise. Well, it's a fully stacked Rowan. It's a fully stacked Seraphs. It's the completed Zhonyas. Those items don't just take gold, they take time to come online. You need to fully stack the tier, you need to wait for the numbers to tick up on the rower. They are there. It's a level 16 Rise. Very, very strong. Again, picking them off at the start of that fight there was very, very valuable. They are the core threat in this game. And they're probably the one with the most gold here in general for their squad. They get picked off like they did, though. They are still very vulnerable because, again, if they get hit by that first bit of CC, the phase rush, the passive mean nothing if you can't move in the first place. The key with the Rise is to get enough of your damage down that things can happen. Going to try and jump onto the Ezreal, who flashes away, stays alive. The flow goes down into the back line. There's Zenith going to get rooted up. The public execution comes on down. They're trying to turn around Sheena, who doesn't get the shield vault. Turnaround does go on through onto the Wukong, though, making it the 1-for-1. Smite down in trade for the top lane, and damage on the power, who goes down. A double for Kaltis. Search now trying to speed their way for his Rim flashes away to stay alive, but Column is also very low. Kaltis trying to trade without the Grand Starfall, puts Sheena on the other side of the play. Universe trying to run away. Their poke is not matching ours right now as the damage comes on through. Shield from the Karma is potent indeed, but it is not really blocking the skill shots. Hop away from the Ezreal, down on next to no HP. Kaltis with a flash. Can look for the auto. Rim gets it with the ult. Now search the data. Chelsea cackles, the Wicked Witch of the cast, having a great amount of fun. Gonna get some damage back. It was a Rise. Does a lot of work. Can maybe get some more. Can't convert it. It's in the end an ace for us. But they do bring 3 of our members down.
It was messy, but it still felt so surgical. If they moved as one, if you really watch G2 fight that fight, because Universe is not taking this line down, y'all. This is a hard team to dismantle. Even though they came in, I didn't get to catch, was that the Rise that came from the river? Whoever came from river tried to break apart our formation. It did not work. Sheena readjusted, literally reformed the fight, and they just picked them apart one by one. That's being cool under pressure. That is what makes pro teams. That was 10 out of 10. 3 for 5, you know, high prices, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Now, where we're sitting at our next big map objectives is what's going to say if that's worth. I mean, we got Baron Pit up. Ocean's coming up in 40 seconds. We got a lot to still play around, and it seems like everybody's wanting to party at Baron Pit. The party at Baron Pit is going online, everybody. We're clearing out our camps. We're throwing down our ults. See how this goes. Oh, but we're not sure if we want to party. Okay, fine. We'll just put some vision down. We're going to make a screen for Drake. We're going to see who's trying to go check for Ocean Drake. There's not a lot of vision down there. Maybe Karma will catch.
Oh, Rim!
Oh.
Rim went looking for the poke, wasn't tracking the jungler, and will get punished for it. Does get to back away, though, there. Doesn't have to burn any summoners. It's the heal on Column. They went looking for that. That's the ult down now on the Ezreal, on the Wukong, and they didn't get the pick onto Rim, who I thought was dead to rights there, but they can't quite secure it.
Right.
G2 swift enough to come and defend. Rise did get the tier 2 and the shove into the tier 3 bot side, but we are now heading towards this dragon.
All right, y'all. We didn't let them bully us off of Drake, but they are going to start cycling near the Baron Pit. So it's a game of who's going where. Who's who? Are we going to go for Baron? Are we going to fight for Drake? what I think G2 is going to try to shape up is another team fight. Yep. And whoever wins, they get all the spoils. Chasing them through their jungle. And y'all know that G2 is really good at baiting fights at big objectives because Universe cannot afford them to take this Baron.
They really can't. Rim keeps throwing out the ult. At this point, it's a level 16 Lux. Your ult is on next to no cooldown. With the Malignance as well, Lux sniffs and the ult is back up. Search looking for a potential angle. The pop blossom comes on down there. So Zhonya's to buy some time power into the backline. That means Columbus will die. And this is looking like a potentially dangerous move, but they do manage to kill off that Rise. Flash away from the Ambassador. Runs out of cooldown for a second and then looks for a bit more damage. Has got the Stride Breaker slow. Gets it onto the Ezreal, who's then hit by that final spark. And it'll be a final light that he sees at the end of the tunnel. The laser beam heading his way. Get a hold of the mid and the bot lane in trade for just Colum.
Can I just say, Zenith and Sheena look so good in that the front line was front lining. It was so beautiful, and the back line was doing their job. We may have lost one, Colombe. I'm so sorry that, man, it hurt to watch. But you did what you had to do. And now we can keep pushing them on this Baron. They do have 2. 1 for 2 is still nice prices. Let's see if they're bold enough to still try to take this Baron. All right,
Baron
they couldn't get it.
Secured. Nice attempt there. Well, they couldn't get it, make it happen. Again, the Wukong was around, but only one close. They want to take that risk. So we get the Baron. We've got Soul Point. We've got the fight. Good moment from us. There is that Medjay's I was talking about for the side of Rim. It's a lot more AP on top of everything else. If she hits someone who doesn't have magic resist, they're going to cry. It's partly why Surge has gone for the extra defensive
There it is.
between the Banshee's Veil as well. Gold is actually really in this Rise's favor, who has picked up the majority of the kills here for Universite, but is struggling in these team fights to stay alive before he has to force to get hit by the Zhonyas. And when the Zhonyas times out, you just have to be ready and waiting with your CC. The Mikhails isn't enough to keep himself safe so far.
We'll hit on that gold difference between each player in just a second, but I want to point out exactly what Mick said. We are still on a timer. We have shoved that gold difference even further than just 2K at this point. But what we did with that Baron is buy ourselves more time because we need it. And what's also going to play in our favor is you saw that Rise had a lot of that gold on that team. It depends on how you play. If you're going to make Rise the win con, then Rise has to win in team fights. But that has not been consistent for Universe. Now we have even gold distribution across G2 HEL, and it is showing in this fight as we speak. So, man.
Oh, my days.
It's all about how you play it. Look at it, man. Oh!
Serious damage. Zenith's actually now going to be a bit dangerous because she comes on full. Machine is also now here trying to turn from that power. Tries to get some repudiation damage. Those lockup comes on through with the cycle will mean that Zenith dies. But turning around with that shield fall. Hot Blossom timed out by Search, who does get to flash away, but can they keep running? Throwing out the glow. Grand Starfall trying to sidestep away. We've gone the wrong direction as we can't get on top of Search, who now is going to surely survive. The light binding just tags him, and Rim finishes off the kill. Power will be able to reset, but it ends up being effectively a 1-for-1 Zenith for Search. And again, at this point, I will trade the Rise for the Renekton any day of the week.
And we got a tier 2 turret off of that from Varus, so I love to see it. We made a nice screen to distract while we pushed further into their base. This is shaping up nicely. We are now about 6K ahead. We're about to, 5K ahead. We are at 5K ahead. We're about to go in for our next Drake in about a minute. It's looking good. Knock on wood, but it is looking good. The fish weren't slippery enough, chat. And yes, I'm so glad you put that together. When you take out the Rise, you take down Universe. I mean, look at this. Sheena, a demon in the jungle. Oh, and Lux coming through with that ult. My God. That's nightmares.
I
would wake up screaming in my sleep. Yeah. And we got Rise going bot, still trying to be useful. But they are the damage. They are the fight. And they're trying to catch Zenith off guard. But is that worth? I don't think so. They're running straight into the team.
She's buying so much time in the panorama with the final spark. Comes on through. That's the Ambassador down. And they are out of safety in the jungle. We're still fighting out here. Colum gets to run away with the heal flash. Yavanna not quite in range for the Nimbus strike. They lose their jungler as well. As we
3
come
for none.
careening through everyone, we get exactly that 3 for none. They've got their bot lane, and that's it. Waiting to look to break onto the inhibitor. Exposed it already with that Baron shove. Looking on this wave, I wonder whether we think we can end here.
We really, hey. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we can't. Our waves aren't coming in fast enough. But we can at least do some damage while we're here. Oh, wait, we are hovering. We got the
Here we go.
Death's Dance. Thanks
10
for showing us
seconds
Death's
on power.
Dance.
15 seconds on the Wukong and on the
Oh,
rise.
we
That would be a
could.
big
Okay.
one. So
Nope,
we're
we
going to try
pushed
throwing
that.
that Grand Starfall. In they come onto the Nexus turrets. No wave clear quite yet. Oh my god, Karma just got obliterated.
That's
You may fire when ready. That Death Star laser from Rim. A nice fireworks
was
display to end out game 1. Good work there from G2 HEL. We win game 1 of this best of 3. One more to make sure we stay in the upper bracket.
Universe just was not slippery enough. You know, they had the movement. They really did. It was back and forth for like 22 minutes of that game, but they just started making bad decisions at the end, like them trying to surprise attack Zenith down bot did not play out like it should have. They abandoned their team for mid, had that opened up. They both died down bot, and they just swept in. Man, how did you feel about that initially?
Like, I feel really good. You know what I always feel like? A break, guys. We're going to go and make sure we rest after that great Game 1 victory. G2 HEL lead the series 1-0. One more to secure that win. See you in about 5 minutes or so for that game 2.
can take. Wait until the sun goes down, that's when I can let it out. You can call me crazy, I call it fate. Transformation taking over me. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way up the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. I can feel the ice run through my blood, surges through my body all at once. My heart pumps in the dead of night. My feet run into the fire, right into the fire of my soul. Let the transformation take control. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way up the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn.
Welcome back to Lag News, where you are getting the hot scoops here on G2 Hell. We just got off of Game 1. Absolutely. Thank you for those onomatopoeias, all the sounds. And we are fresh off of our Game 1 win. How are you feeling over there, Initialize?
I'm feeling pretty
Who's on the
good.
ground?
There was some really solid laning. We got some good shoves up. Rim felt very comfortable on the Lux. Couple bits where we weren't respectful of the roams and the plays that our enemies can make. And again, we saw a little bit of the early game. The Rise got some kills that shouldn't have happened. We gave up some goldie we maybe didn't need to. Even if our own plays were good, I think sometimes our respect of our enemies' plays was not quite as good as it needed to be. That said, it still felt like on the whole, we had the better macro vibes. We were certainly finding our picks a lot more cleanly. We had a lot of tools to do it. And that Rise, despite getting so fed, never really got a great team fight after the lead in the early game. And I'm hoping in the next game we can look to continue that value here as we continue on and prepare ourselves for Game 2, which, as far as I understand, will only be a minute or two away as well. So we won't have to wait too long to see that draft coming into play.
Not long at all. If you watched the last game, ultimately it was the fish versus the fisherman. The fish tried to be slippy, but they weren't slippery enough. Okay, we caught them in the end, and it was a sight to see. Now, this is Fearless Draft, so thank you for correcting me in the chat. I feel like every time chat comes through, they're like, is it Fearless? Is it I'm like, no, it's not. But today, it is. So now that we're past Game 1, we're going to see something new, something spicy, and I think we're going to see it really soon.
Yeah, within the next minute or so. And again, like, basically what it means is all those picks we saw in Game 1, things like the Nikos, the Varus, very strong picks, no longer on the table. And that can be a big deal. Again, we went for a lot of those power picks. They worked out very well, and that's great news. On the other side, you've lost the Rise, you've lost the Ambessa, that's pretty big. The Wukong's pretty high priority too right now. The Ezreal, very important safety pick in that bot side that can really carry those late game team fights with the good positioning and just the range advantage you often provide. Either way, it didn't work out, and that's a pretty big deal. G2 Hell back on the blue side. Interesting. We saw them be on blue side the entirety of yesterday as well, pretty much, which is kind of wild. But there we go. Valuing the blue side, where it feels like a few other teams are really valuing the red. And part of it as well is G2 Hell are the masters of the Force, Chelsea. They have got the Luke Skywalker pick with them. Red 5 is always standing by. And when you've got someone like Zenith who can pull out that vein, it can play the X-Wing role just fine and blow up the Death Star team comps on the other side. There's always that extra little bit of way to find the spot to break apart a draft with that option. And it is not being allowed to us in general right now. Still, the bans remain the same. They don't want to give up those 3 picks we were talking about. We've pretty much kept them the same on our side as well. First pick choice now, begin to wonder what it will be. Tristana's always been historically big pick for us, but I think the Neferi is a very, very, very strong jungle pick right now. It gives Sheena that ability to hard carry. Won us the game against Monta yesterday in some ways when Sheena started getting rolling in the mid stage of the game, able to shut down things like the really, really, really fed Jace. It was like 3,000-4,000 gold ahead individually, but combos with that Neferi proved the undoing of it. So happy to see Sheena back on the dogger.
I love that. So wait, does that mean can we fill the R2D2 role? Are we just the messengers? Oh my God, it's Mundo.
So which one of us is R2 and which one of us is C3PO? I know I've got the British accent, but you know,
that's so good.
Don't make me C3PO.
I'm sorry, I have a taser.
Yeah, you didn't recognize me on behalf of my not red arm, but there we go.
We've got the bot rolls, everybody, but that's a Mundo up there. Now, there are answers to Mundo, but Mundo, to me personally, is still very scary. That's just if you...
He has been seriously rising in priority of late. We've seen a few people at top levels play it in Europe who try to make it work. Seen a couple people bring it out. Basically, Alois, if you've been following his kind of journey ever since he's gone to Korea, all the push memes, all the silliness around Warmox and Heartsteel, he's been prioritizing that. And basically, it just hits a point where Mundo gets to his item breakpoints and gets to actually auto-attack you, there's very little you get to do about it as certain classes of champion. Grievous Wounds helps. The ability to CC him, have enough CC to knock off his passive, keep him locked down, and cut through that healing can be really, really good for that. Honestly, Ashe is one of the better champions into Mundo because she can slow him down. As long as you got a few other people there to add a little bit of extra CC, can be very, very good there. We need to make sure that Mundo suffers here. Neferi also not that bad either, especially if he gets a couple of those stacks on the Dark and Daggers. Bleed into Mundo often quite well.
Would you consider Neyfiri? I haven't gotten to see a lot of Neyfiri gameplay. Would you consider her a minion mancer with her pups? Does she really heavily lean on them?
Yes,
or...
she kind of is, but it's a bit weird because basically what you have to understand, the dogs are they kind of do two things. One, they body block skill shots, and if you've got a lot of those dogs around you, things like RE charms do not land on you because you've got all of these dogs around you, and when you can press W and just dodge any skill shots that might otherwise hit you, you're very hard to lock down. You've got a lot of mobility, the ability to read some of those dogs, and the other thing the dogs are is they are basically additional missiles to throw at people. When you hit that Q, you send the dogs at those people, and that can be a really good way to add in a lot of extra damage, a little extra bit of DPS. The dogs themselves are kind of that's kind of their two roles really. They kind of help body block things, and they kind of go down on top of that. But the big thing with Neyfiri is she snowballs so scarily. If you get a lead on the Neyfiri, there are very few other champions that can force a fight as easily. You have so much ability to chase, to outplay, to get into the backline, and just run at people once you hit 2 items. Hell, 1 item if you're far enough ahead of the curve, where once you're on someone, it's very difficult to peel you off them, even if you don't bring a lot of CC yourself. You've got an Orianna, you've got Nash, they can help do that for you.
That's beautiful. Y'all hear it here. Offensive and defensive. That's all Neyfiri.
She's basically got like the fizz pole, right? She can do the trickster's pole, but just with press the W, and it resummons all your dogs. So you get the body blocking dogs as well. So it's just like very annoying. Gonna lock in the Ari here, so looking for a bit of pick themselves or Universi. Locked in alongside the Leona. You've got very good pick there to help set up the Lucian. Mundo can still go jungle, can still go top, can be a flex around there. Yeah. Again, with the fact that they're on the red side, they won't have to reveal where that goes until the final pick. So Zenith is now going to have to pick with the potential of it being a Mundo without knowing if it actually is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying for Exiled. Was there a Vayne angle yet? They did not use Vayne in the last game, so we could see that.
Okay.
But we got
Zenith is feeling it. So I had actually a really good game on the Renekton, at least in the lane as well. Got some good value early on. Got a little caught out once or twice later on, trying to play the weak side, shoving up lanes. And that happened a little bit yesterday too, but it feels like G2 HEL in general have had 1 or 2 issues there. That said, Camille has always been a really good answer into Mundo. Your Q2 alone is so nasty into anyone that stacks HP, and Mundo doesn't really build resists, so your Q on the Camille just eviscerates the health bar on the Mundo. The Hextech ultimatum was also, once that goes down, you're just stuck in the cage, and Mundo goes, I kind of hate this. You are a scaling champion. It can still be a flex into the jungle. You can lock in the Jax, and Jax into Camille has generally been a skill matchup that favors the Jax but is still playable. We've seen a lot of tech around what you run. Camille's often had to do things like run Ignite into this matchup and drop the flash, try and make it playable. Will be an interesting one to track that top side because that is a very volatile lane. If one of those laners gets very ahead here, that's a win condition in and of itself.
I totally see, but I feel like our comp as well, we have a lot of lockdown potential. I'm scared of us, actually, just a little bit.
If we can get to kind of like 2 items here or 1 item and then make really good proactive moves onto people where like you have a headbutt pulverize into a key target locked into a Hextech ultimatum with the Ash Arrow coming on top. You have that ability to jump onto a target, isolate them, and try and blow them up. And then, obviously, the way that Neyfiri ult works, right? You will be able to follow the Camille dive. You will be able to follow that Ambassador dive pretty cleanly, bluntly. And once you get that first kill, you get the reset on the Neyfiri ult. You can then go jumping at someone else, which is a big deal. You get that shield when you do that as well. And that can be a big deal. We'll want to see that happen on a regular basis. We scale pretty well there as well. On the other side, though, you've got a Lucian, you've got an Ahri, your skirmishing is always going to be good. You've got good scaling there with the Jax, with the Mundo, actually, who can be a bit of a menace this game, even if, of course, I feel like we've got 1 or 2 tools to manage him. But they've got some answers there as well, and I think in some ways
they do.
The ceiling to our comp is quite high. If we land a lot of the good picks, if the Camille does well in the Jax matchup, if the Neyfiri gets rolling, you're like, I'm throwing a lot of things out there, but if those things do come together, the ceiling's quite high. The floor, though, is also quite high. The level at which we need to play to get a good result out of this comp is not necessarily that low. You can't just sort of like...
Chad agrees.
Do it that simply, right? I feel like any Camille comp, that's often the truth. But when you're adding in things like the Neferi and the Ashe as well, you need to hit your skill shots. You need to pick your targets well. You need to pick your moments well. If you do, wonderful. If you don't, well, then Mundo just presses Ghost and runs at you, and that gets quite scary. And then, and then suddenly the Ari gets to bounce around, and you got this Jax. He's got quite a good matchup potentially into the Camille. Can come and clean things up. You know, there are ways to make this quite tricky for us on the other side. I think Universe have got a bit more of a mixed identity as a comp. The Jax is a good individual matchup, but they've got really good one-item spikes, basically, with the Mundo being a bit of a spanner in the work.
This is a Rugrats episode. I'm sorry if you haven't seen Rugrats, but it's
I
all
love Rugrats,
about...
but I was not expecting this one. Go on.
Perfect. So, all
Tell
the
me,
babies are out of the crib. That's Universe, okay? They're just running around everywhere. You got a Mundo. You got an Ari who's just running around. Same with the Lucian. And we are the crib. We are literally trying to shove these babies back into their cribs. I mean, you got the Alistair. You got Camille. And you literally... Oh, man. I can see the potential here. So we're going to try to cage them down as best as we can. But we are, just like you said,
I feel like if Camille was in
surgical.
Rugrats, it would be not a kid's show anymore. Like, that would be
we're done.
very dark,
It's over.
dark movie.
No Rugrats.
This horrific
wouldn't have even started.
Hextech-infused enforcer of Piltover, going about and basically being the most evil babysitter of all time. It is bedtime, Spawn.
Did you move? Lay down. Immediately. Oh, we're not missing anything this time. Right at the start of the match. Thank you so much, Pride, for not letting us... That was my fault last game. We missed the first minute because I was just yapping. But now we're going to catch all of the action. Let's see if the babysitters can put the babies down for bedtime. Neferi's going to hunt them down. Oriana's going to gather them all up, put them all together. Camille's going to put them in their cribs. Ashe is going to freeze them in place. Okay, Ashe, please don't hurt the babies. See, look, they're already where they're not supposed to be. Making calls. That's my favorite Mundo skin.
It's so good. The corporate Mundo. So again, if you've not watched Alois, Chelsea, go watch. He basically just after his big career, his career streaming session, he ended up just coming back to EU and has basically been dressed up as corporate Mundo ever since. And taking Phantom Mentos and just putting on the push song, push, and running at people with heart steel and
love
warm
that on TikTok.
He's single-handedly brought Mundo's win rate and pick rate up a ridiculous amount, and I hate him for what he has done to the community as a result. Mundo can be a bit of an abomination at times. Alois, a lovely bloke. That what he has brought about, I can't be having it.
No, we can't, Alois, but shout out to you anyway. There's a Reddit post from 3 months ago that says Alois Mundo build is the best build. I immediately looked them up.
It is.
Let me see, actually. Hold on. They got an OPGG on this? When I find it, I'm going to be a menace. Just got a trade happening mid. Everybody's dancing bot. Nothing wild. If it sounds funky to you, it's us too, okay? You're not alone. I promise. Just give it a sec. It just needs to bake, y'all. It's only been 2 minutes.
It'll be fine.
Computers lag too.
Yeah, look, we are called Lag News for a reason, guys. I hope you know that. Also, I am
literally
feeling very smart right now, Chelsea. Remember when I said, oh, yeah, Camille often runs the Ignite into the Jax matchup? Look outside. There it is. I'm just good. Sometimes. And Lag News is everywhere, portaling in on the sides. Very good production. You know exactly what is required. Between all our powers combined, this broadcast is hitting new heights, folks. New heights.
Yes, we are. We're seeing higher altitudes, bigger brains. As we watch top lane, we're going to see how Zenith answers this Jax. We got bot. You know, everybody's doing this little Twitch dance. Everybody is twitching from Universe. Must have had a really good pep talk, but yeah, Search not having a good time.
Yeah,
Sarah,
so
see, it's the pixels. it is
part of the
Search!
thing is that, yeah, so Search does a lot of work with, again, Orianna to Ahri is a bit of a weird matchup. You can start threatening later on with the charms. Basically, because Orianna can just constantly hit you with the ball and through the wave and with the clockwork windups. Yes, your W can help, but as long as Ahri's sitting in the wave, you can hit the Ahri a lot more freely than she can early. And as you can see, that shove really obnoxious right now. Mundo has her own block side. In they go. Headbutt for the side of the Zenith blade on the other side. Colum just dies though. That's way too deep.
First blood.
Tries to make that play and ends up giving the kill over towards the Leona. A little bit far there from our Alistair. Colum back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah, first blood goes to Universe, but at least I guess we get a little more information on the jungle where Sheena was about to come in for a gank, but Mundo was there. Mundo was there to stop it. Now, Mundo is moving quickly, already up mid, heading towards top, bullying Rim. All right,
Okay.
yep.
What this basically means
Just
is
doing
that
business.
Sheena's likely going to lose both Scuttle Crabs here. There's not a lot that can be done about it. Never can find it shortly. Gets the passive off the Mundo. Did get a hold of that Skull Crab, but is now being stunned up. And it's pretty deep here. Has got flash. Doesn't get the opportunity to use it, though. Rim gets the kill. Nice work there, punishing the greedy Scuttle. Take power now. Topside God's ignited. Has no mana, and that got to be very scary, but we'll be able to back away there. And Zenev happy enough with that.
I thought we were going to
trade.
get another one there.
Yeah, I think she just ran out of cooldowns. It doesn't have quite enough mana. Again, hook shot early on. It's a long cooldown, 15, 16 seconds, so you're not getting two of them off in a fight too freely. Sweet Milk looking to potentially make a roam there on the Leona. Not going to find too much. Good charm, though.
With the charm.
Flash.
Yep, I had to spend that flash to not push their lead any further. It is still anyone's game at 5 minutes. First dragon is up. We've got ourselves a fire dragon.
Ooh, that back discrepancy. Ahri's got an Amp Tone and a Sapphire Crystal. On the other side, the full Lost Chapter is very nice for Rim on the other side. Burning the flash there kind of sucks, and that could be a bit scary with level 6s coming up.
Yeah.
Ahri could look to punish that. You've got the Jax, you've got the Leona, hell, the Mundo coming at you and hitting some cleavers can be pretty nasty. They're infected bone saws now is what they are, but there you go. They're still cleavers in my heart. And that could be a little bit challenging.
Yeah,
to work with.
I'm still gonna call them pinks. I still miss my old items. Oh, all right, Jax, yep. Just fighting off that Zenith offensive. Jax
Big
is
wave
still
coming
scary.
across.
Okay, but we're gonna fight.
Well, Zenith is good. Colum's in a lot of danger. How's the aftershock run out? Sweet Milk got a really good value out of that Eclipse there, so the trade back just is nowhere near the same. See how well Zenith does it clearing out that wave under the turret. I think with that last trade, part of the reason Zenith was doing that was to try and force an opportunity to shove that wave in and didn't succeed quite as cleanly as she wanted to. So was able to deny a few minions with the slow step back. And depending on how much of this wave is secured, will likely end up being like a 5-6 CS lead for the Jax. So nothing super meaningful, but a good start there from the Jax. Also gets a really nice first back, gets the Sheen plus the longsword where it is just the Sheen for Zenith.
And Leona and Lucian were helping the Mundo set up for that Drake. So now we've got Mundo whittling away at it and now forcing Sheena to go in. Oh, but they got it. And now we've left Sheena out in the river. But are we going to force a fight?
Pack the shockwave back. Search can't flash out. Nice pickup there as the Spirit Rush gets you nowhere. Sweet Milk has the Eclipse timeout. Can maybe look for a bit more, but won't hunt too much more. Nice kill there. And a second one for Rim. Really good stuff there from our mid laner, who's having a great series so far.
Absolutely divine. I mean, we always want a Drake, but it's nice to get, you know, some of the enemy too on the side. Let's see how top is about to lay it down. We put the cage down. We're putting the baby back in the crib. But does the baby put us in the crib?
Oh, there goes the damage. Flash was burned. No ignite quite up for Zenith yet until in a second or two. So kill going the way of the Jax in that matchup. Again, the wave was in a really tricky position. Realistically, Colum or Sheena had to be there. They won't. Zenith dies for it. She didn't want to give up that wave or it would have been another 10 CS and the 15 CS being in a discrepancy there. So had to kind of look to fight it. I feel and gets punished for it in the 1v1 and just about didn't have the ignite up to help trade back.
Right. Yeah, top lane a bit behind, 20 CS. We're about to hit 8 minutes in just a second. Might need some assistance up there. But Orianna having a great game, 2-0 and ahead of the Ahri as far as we've seen. might be, you know, our early win con until we shape up some other options with the rest of the lane. Now we have 3 minutes on that next Drake. We still got quite a bit of time until we see any action up here at the top side of river. But it looks like we're just itching for a fight. Every chance we get, someone's poking in some bush. Ooh, Oriana!
Edge into the shockwave. Gets some damage back. Oh, Rim's in danger. Oh dear, way too deep. That's problematic. And the kill comes down onto Rim. They get themselves that mark strength. Alanshut gets the
Big
kill
setback.
there on the Lucian.
Big
Big
setback.
stuff. Yeah, that's really problematic.
That hurt to watch, you know, but let's hope to see more body blocking from
But turn
Alistar
top
next
side,
time.
that's a
Ooh.
bit better. There's the adaptive defenses. Oh, Zenith not quite able to get away in time, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, but unfortunately
not as
Power does
clean.
get a kill on the way out. Well, that's a bit problematic. They've now got themselves a okay lead here, about 800 odd gold, 600 odd gold, depending on how I'm doing my math, which is not very well currently. Either way,
You're mathing.
the point being there's a minor lead towards the side of Universi, and that's a good thing for them right now, as Rem needs to be really wary here. Throwing down some orders of armor. Hits that infected cleaver, Bonesaw. It's a lot of damage, going to throw the ultimate out to make sure they're not too low, as Caltis gets some autos down, a volley as well. Has got the Command Protect on top of them. Sweet Milk misses that Zenith Blade. Backs away.
Backing off. Just tried to put a little damage down, just thwart some of their plans as they, I mean, no big objectives up for the next minute and 30, so we're just trying to poke at their defenses, pick off as many champs as possible. While they have evened up the score a bit, we have a much harder comp to pull off, so we don't want them to really get any stronger. Not as much as we can help it. Now, Zenith has a lot of ground to make up. And yes, Mundo is also keeping ahead as well. I mean, we got the kill on our side, on our Sheena, but they are slowly getting... Oh, well, no, hey, let me not speak too soon. Sheena's doing what they got to do. The lead isn't too definitive yet, but we'll see how these jungles match up as Zenith and Power go hand to hand. Top is always just so sweaty. Looking at the map, we got stuff happening mid as well. We got an Ari with the Leona. Looking at that Alistair and that Oriana. Oriana is still scary. We saw them with the bounty earlier and the damage they put down. All right.
Definitely a little bit scary to keep your eyes on that one, I agree. Got ourselves
All right,
dragon
so
in
we-
20
yeah, they-
seconds. I think I'm trying to figure out what the second dragon is. It's going to be either Chem Dragon or Hextech Dragon, the Spectator. It's still bugged with those
Yeah.
symbols all these months later. Too many years of it only being full
Yeah.
dragons. It's messed with the system a little bit much. Power gets a good chunk down there. The issue this game is it feels like our laning has not been anywhere near as good. Power can't quite get that full kill, but Zenith I think is going to have to reset on this one. But look, bot lane, that is a 10-15 CS lead there against Caltis. Mid lane is the only place with a CS lead on the map. Everywhere else I'm looking at 10
Yep.
to 20 CS leads plus. It's a 30 CS lead top lane. And Zenith does use that hook shot defensively. Going to get some damage back. Lands a tactical sweep, looking to maybe burn the adaptive defense. Has an ignite coming up shortly. The Hextech ultimatum also there if it can be timed okay. So just going to be the plates going across now. Columbia needs to be aware. Throws down the ult, but it's a little bit early and ends up still tanking the
little
majority
shy.
of the culling because she doesn't cleanse the CC.
Zenith going back. Jax bearing down on that top turret as we have action down here by our Drake. Universe did snatch up that first fire Drake. Got a TP in from Zenith.
Receding that first turret.
we're claiming
So
in for our
that's gonna
second
be
one.
that's going to be their turret, and that'll be, I think, their feats of strength now as well. To get that dragon, which is something, but again, Zenith has just decided that turret's going down anyway. Give that one up. Good stuff there from Universi. The Jax matchup, which, as we said, is Jax favored on the whole, even with things like the Ignite to try and manage it. Going very well for them right now.
And yes, that Jax is building up some strength, but when Zenith's down, she's always up. We're going to see her buff from all of these deaths. No worries here. but they do have a bit of a lead here on Universe. We'll see if that flips in the next, let's see, 3 minutes. All right. Now, marked difference. Universe does have 3 grub camps. Oh my goodness. Don't like to see that. I need to see some answers from Sheena. And from mid.
Yeah, that
Thanks
one's
for
gonna
throwing
be...
the love in chat. I see you, King. That one's gonna be?
Yeah, I don't know anymore. It was an empty thought, Chelsea. I opened it up and went up. Actually, there was nothing in there. What do you know?
It's all good. It's all good.
But we are now in a position.
There's a lot
where
of just nothing happening right now.
We need to stabilize here a little bit. Like this one item, like basically what I'm gonna, I think probably where I want to go with this, because I'm looking at this and like, look, we are down a significant amount of gold. Our combo is good. We need to not bleed out anymore. Honestly, we need to stabilize a little bit and start potentially making some of our own plays, because I think we're in danger of having this game snowball way out of control. They are actually now at a pretty significant gold lead at this point in the game. Plates have only just fallen, and they are up probably 3,000+ gold, which is a big lead. Well, maybe 2.5. You know what I mean. Still very, very scary. Nice interrupt there on Surge, who's still going to have some of the trample into the shockwave. Every single ult charge was wasted and screwed by Colum. Wonderful Alistair play.
And that's what I call a true babysitter. That's how you put the baby back in the crib. That's what I want to see. I think that's going to be the true strength of G2's comp. They just need the right combination of champions to put each baby back into their appropriate spots, because us in a team fight at this point, I don't know. But if we can just pick them out bit by bit and thwart their plans, take out the key players, it should make a difference in the next 5 minutes. We are 2K behind. Let's see if we're able to lock down our key players. Mundo coming in from the top. All of our attention has turned there. At the Lucian throwing down the damage on Colombe. And now they are shaping up, still throwing down damage on Ibama.
Is the Mundo. Does get to be able to press that ult and put down the maximum dose. She's got to buy some time. The turnaround, though, as Zenith gets popped before she can press the ult when looking in, and the solar flare was perfectly timed by Sweet Milk.
Sweet Milk coming through. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't handle all of these players.
Houndshot with not a lot of HP to work with. Sheena now in danger. Flash away. Power tries to get the kill. We'll get that Grandmaster's Might. We lose another member. Rim on the side, looking for potential angle. Doesn't have the shockwave. The problem is the reset's been able to come on through largely from the side of Universi. Rim can do her best to clear up the wave and will do so. Gets a bit of damage. She's the only member here with a positive KDA, aside from Sheena, who's done a little bit of work, but I'm looking towards that top side, towards Colum as well, who's having a bit of an interesting moment here or two. And we need to sort of stabilize again, because these fights are tricky. Zenith again, denied there on the Camille. Feels kind of rough. Have got to pause. Once we know a little bit more, we'll let you know. Hopefully it won't be for too long. It should be a short one according to production, so that's good news.
Now, yeah, we got lead babysitter Oriana here. Able to at least bring the enemy team, you know, clump them up, but we need the follow-up. And Sheena was trying so hard to surgically take out some of the champions in the back, but they just do so much damage now. They can't do this on their own. Team fight-wise, it's just not matching up in G2's favor, which we said at the start of this match. So, because of the comp they have, they're going to have to keep picking them apart and making them fall to their level, or just putting them on the same playing field when it comes to these team fights, at least for the next 5 minutes, or we can at least get back to even ground. We are literally at a 3K gold difference. Let's see if we can even it up. Hope we're somewhere good at the 20-minute mark.
Here's hoping.
Best of threes can never just be sweeps.
Never can be.
Gotta do the full 3. Yeah, full 3. All right, the Mundo and a Fury, opposite ends of the map. Everybody spread in between them. Looks like we're shaping up for that Drake. Need to sweep down towards the bottom of the map. Zenith and Power again. Just here. Trying to say, you know, hey, I'm here. Doing my thing. When I'm down, I'm up. Let's see what happens mid. Mundo coming in from the wing. Do they see it?
That's a lot of damage, and Caltus is just dead. Oh my days, the Heartsteel proc. Push, they say. And if Armor gets the value, the Culling comes on down for him, tries to get a little bit of something back, but that is just an immediate pick-off onto Caltus, who did not get to spot out that Mundo. The Shockwave goes wide there, looking for a pullback onto Surge, who does ult, but that's about it. Nice pick-up again from Universi, who are now continuing to shove ahead into the bot side we go. Gets the counter-strike timed up with the hook shot. Zenith walks back into the counter-strike there, which is a little bit awkward, I'm not going to lie. But either way, it's the end of that one. That top lane lead continues to expand right now. 3-1, a lot of CS. This Camille struggling to get value as there goes the Herald. Not quite gravity as yet, but it is feeling like our feet are struggling to stay grounded this game.
Absolutely. Now, Universi is moving pretty strategically. They are rotating, they're sending other champs. Oh, but yeah, just unfortunate for the Camille.
Yeah, there's not really.
Are we going to be able to get out of this?
I think in the mid lane, the Mundo is going to get knocked out of this. Oh no, Colum dies trying to stop the Herald and gives over an additional kill over to this Lucian. This game, I think, is a little over, and we will likely be going to a game 3 soon.
Yes, we are. Look at those 4 bounties over at Universi. A 3-0-2 Lucian, a 4-1 Jax. Phew. Leona's feeling pretty good as well, I'm sure.
I mean, like the Mundo already with the Heartsteel, quite a few stacks is, you know, up in CS versus this Theory as well. We've already chatted a lot about that topside matchups. Everywhere but mid right now is feeling a little bit worrying, bluntly. Atakan spawning in a couple minutes. I think unless we find a really good team fight soon, pick off a key member like this Lucian for free or like this Jax, then we're going to be in a really challenging position. We don't win any 5v5 right now, like at all.
Exactly. University's been pretty spread out, so I'm hoping that we come together maybe in a moment like this and start taking some people out. We've got 3 people on team.
Camille into the solar flare, Zenith blade trying to turn this around, but overcomes with armor. They're trying to collapse.
The team is here.
Sweet Milk might die, but a massive stun on Camille with the charm. A 1-for-1, but again, Zenith cannot get value on the Camille. Denied on the engage. We lose Colum again, who has not been tanky at all on this Alistair. And it just keeps falling apart. Still not completed. A first item has Colum. Really tricky. Caltus misses the arrow. It's a panic ult. She's in danger as well. Doesn't have the flash available. Does get out to safety, but it is looking increasingly ugly here in this game. That is a 6,000 plus gold lead to Universi.
And Mick, absolutely. That's what we were hoping to see shape up at the start of this game. The Ori Nefiri Wombo combo. I feel like it could have been so good, but they just have not had the leverage to really successfully do that. Ori has been getting snatched up, you know, a few times, or just one time, or denied that opportunity to collaborate with Sheena. And here they go on the Otacon.
Both of our divers in the Alistair and the Camille are quite anemic, and they're going in and having a bad time. Sheena's just going to come up to the front and smite and steal this away. Does it straightforward, flashed on in, it's too late. Sheena now in a tricky position. The shockwave is solid, but there just isn't any damage here. Trying to trade out of here. They did kill the Ari in the pit. If Armor trying to get close, but there's the Heifer pulverized. He's gone too deep and dies. Flashes for it too. So can we get anything more? Rim's going to keep looking. It's unlikely, unfortunate for us to get any more, but the flash, a couple kills. We take what we can get here. Denying and delaying some resets here is pretty significant, actually. Can you stop the Jax here as well? Can't decide to walk on forwards. Colum's now coming on over on the other side, and that means now this poor Leona is split apart from the squad. Trying to get a bit more damage down. Should just go down. Gets the flash on down. Rim can't quite get in range, but it does delay another reset. Can't get the turret in mid though. Caltus just doesn't have the damage yet. Still stuck at 1 item.
I have to say, Leona, Sweet Milk, doing a great job.
Really good.
Really being the annoying support you're supposed to be. Because Leona is annoying. I mean, you're playing it right. Super aggressive. Always in the way. And I just got to shout that out. It's nice to see. Now, I hate it. But, you know, real recognize real. All right. We're at 21 minutes. The gold difference is over 5K. Got a Drake in less than 2. Baron Pit action in 3 minutes. And they are knocking on our tier 2 turret. Top and bot. Jack's mid. Everybody's collapsing down to bot. Unfortunately, our comp and the way we've been playing forces us to be surgical. We have to catch them off guard. We have to break them apart.
Yeah, finally pops the ult, but it's very late. It's got the flash, but doesn't burn it. Yep, really struggled on the Alistair this game. There's been one or two cool plays individually, like that interrupted a load of the Auri ults up top side. That was cool, but a lot of time has just been wandering too close to vision traps, getting picked off. We see this a little bit from it, even in games where we're winning. Not respectful where the enemy can be, how we can get picked, especially on weak side plays, unless we're being proactive. Avama here, gonna try and run away. The Dark and Daggers land into the Hound. She's gonna try and force an ult or two here. Sheena eats a lot of damage from that Heartsteel proc, and Mundo just keeps walking. The Shockwave at the backside, flash away from the Lucian, but they get the Hextech ultimatum. Ari caught in the pit, do get the kill from Rim, but now Zenith caught in the pit, looking to get the precision protocol rolling. Lost Kaltis all the while though, as Power just leap strikes onto them. That's a 5-1 Jax.
Yeah, Jack's scary, truly. And that's the one thing, I don't want to leave our Orianna needs as much defense as possible, because truly they are putting down the damages. Camille's cage does help a bit, but Ori is our, I feel like they're our win con.
Oh, Zenith, gonna try and get over the wall, can't do it. Again, never managed to find a way out of the CC. Has gone forwards the Ignite, we'd kind of be wishing she had the flash, and has just struggled to find windows of safety and hasn't navigated the tricky game very well. Now 1-6, yet to really find anything in this game.
6-0 Lucian, 6-1 Jax. It hurts. It just hurts. All right. We're at 24 minutes. 24 minutes. Honestly, we need to be playing as safely as possible. When we can grab a fish, we do need to snap it up as quickly as possible. Time is not on our side.
Cloud Soul this game would be a little bit disgusting on things like Mundo, Jax, Lucian, Ari. Yeah, they sound awful with extra move speed. We're already struggling to keep our space well this game. I think that just gets harder and harder and harder. Bot lane, again, look at this difference. We just have to stop off. The Executioner's calling on the Ashe, that's fine. But there's 3 items done on this Lucian. It's still only 1 for Kaltis.
Oh, poor Kaltis. Oh, I'm sorry. I know Kaltis is feeling it.
Really struggled to land some arrows as well. Because again, like, part of the issue is like, look, Kaltis has been in this game, but has yet to really land an impactful arrow. 1, 2, and 3, not really involved as yet. That's been a bit problematic. The Baron you called out has spawned. They're on it right now. Universo trying to force us to come and fight.
There we go. Just a little lag there on the audio. Just a little.
I think Colomb is dead again.
Colomb trying to distract a little bit. I mean, but that's...
Is there an arrow? I
mean, we're not even really there.
Oh, I got in the pit there. I tried to make that happen. Can't quite make it work.
They tried.
Flashed away Power. Going to keep ordering out. Can actually turn potentially onto this Jax. Does get the opportunity to leap strike. Can wait for the kill here. Potentially Shockwave.
Oh, okay, nice.
Now can look
Good
for some more of those autos. Kaltis needs to be really afraid though. So Mundo's going to walk at them. There's nothing you can do about it. Just gets to keep doing this.
Can't do it.
Mundo goes where he pleases. And he keeps pushing the buttons. That's another couple kills going on down. Camille at least gets a turret in the bot side, but that is about the best you can get. And exactly, Chelsea. Exactly. Knows exactly what they want to.
I hate that I hear it in my head right now.
Every time.
Eloise, this is all your fault.
Exactly. You're so welcome, by the way.
Oh, man. 26 minutes, and they are here in our base. Everybody 9-19. Almost 10K gold difference. It is what it is. I feel like we're just waiting for the inevitable. Camille trying their best to split. Oh, okay.
I want to jump on that specifically because Zenith just got 2 bounties there. Got the turret bounty, but tier 1, turret bounty tier 2. That's really big, actually. The gold is still way behind. But those kind of moments, getting that kind of thing, can be really, really big. And if you can do something like pick up the shutdown on this Lucian, on like the Neferi, the Ashe, someone like that, or the Camille, God forsake, that would be fantastic. If you can get that 700 extra gold, pick off those key members. We haven't still got really good pick, and you can't cleanse out of a Hextech Ultimatum. So you have potentially got that option. The problem is getting to that point without getting run around like this, because we can't see the map, and Rim is going to die.
Dang, I mean, don't waste the work that Zenith just put in. I totally agree, because you saw the difference it made on the gold up there. We went from almost 10 to like 6 in a second.
Oh.
Camille putting work on Search.
Ari, gonna take the turret shot, dies! Gets that kill. The problem is all the while on the base, the Nexus turret under siege. We don't have anyone here to come and defend. Zenith gets that one, but it means she's not in the base to stop. The Nexus going down. Caltis is dead, and they just stroll through mid and push their way to a win.
1-1, everybody. 1-1. All I have to say is the draft was there, but we just couldn't quite execute. The babies got out of the Rugrats win.
They got out of there.
Rugrats
Exactly. And again, like we did say that the floor was going to be higher this time, and I think for all we've seen some really good stuff from G2 HEL over the last week or two, a lot of that good stuff has also come with some mistakes. We haven't seen the cleanest gameplay. We haven't seen the best respect for how weak side should be played properly. We haven't seen the best timers to come and support weak side. Colum and Sheena often looking for their own advantages in those moments and getting a little bit late on those plays. Rim sticking in the mid lane, not following the rise, those kinds of things. And yes, sometimes that's the correct decision, but a lot of times it's coming out with things like this. Jax getting solo kills and getting out of the matchup. Oh, hang on, what's happened in this river? Oh, we've given over a load more gold. That's a bit problematic, and we end up just a bit too far behind. Chelsea, last thoughts before we go to break?
Last thoughts, exactly. I mean, honestly, not much to add other than exactly that. We had this comp, and I just want to see more of that collaboration. When we build up a lane, we need them to collab and kind of sweep the rest of the map. That's what I want to see more of. That decision making that you described, make the right decision. Use those leaps and bounds, all that work that we put in, make it worth more. So we'll see if they do that in the next game.
In that case, we'll cut to a quick break, and when we come back, Game 3, decider about whether we stay in the upper bracket, coming up in a minute or two.
Can take. Wait until the sun goes down, that's when I can let it out. You can call me crazy, I call it fade. Transformation taking over me. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way up the grave. From dusk till dawn, I seal in my fears and I breathe. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. I can feel the ice run through my blood, surges through my body all at once. My heart pumps in the dead of night. My feet run into the fight, right into the fire of my soul. Let the transformation take control. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way up the grave. From dusk till dawn, I seal in my fears and I breathe. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I seal in my fears and I breathe. From dusk till dawn, I got to hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn.
Welcome back to Lag News, where we are bringing play-by-play casting with Initialize for G2 HEL and our opponent's Universe. Forecast, a little cloudy, maybe some storms in the distance, but we'll see if G2 HEL can dispel the bad weather. To you, Sam.
Indeed, thank you for that one, Chelsea. Here, live on the ground in Summoner's Rift. We just come away from an unfortunate comeback there in the second half. We are now going into extra time here. Effectively, that is Game 3 in gamer parlance, so I'm told, as we are looking to avoid penalty shootouts and make sure we do go through into the upper bracket of this tournament. Again, Sam on the Rift. Hello, that's right. Weather out here looking pretty murky right now. Very cloudy out here after that last game. Unfortunate stuff coming on through. Mondo, I heard, was yelling a new chant. Something about push, push, push. Not all that inventive, but it seemed to get the crowd rolling. Back to you in the studio.
Don't worry, Sam. We'll be sure to bring you that umbrella. Sam on the Rift. Really looking a little rocky out there. But chat, make sure to call in to this number right here. Imagine it. And leave your thoughts.
Raphael will have
may
it.
call them out
Raph's
live.
got it. I know. It'll
Lag.
be L-A.
Thank you so much, Sam,
000
for your
L-A-G.
sacrifice. I love it. I love it. Well, it's getting rocky here for. Thank you so much. 000. Call in now, everyone. I see. Oh, our first caller. Yep, we see you. Is that Wello? How's it going for the girls today? Well, let us tell you. We're about to hop into our draft very soon. And it is a fearless draft, everyone. We are on game 3 because what's a best of 3 without 3 games? I mean, for me, I call it
Chelsea,
a sweep, but whatever.
Look, all I'm saying is it is time
It's time.
to spill the
I
tea.
love your mug.
And we need to make
Spill
sure
it.
that we are exactly.
Real fast.
You get it. Hey, wait.
Real fast.
Imagine the
1,
way-
2, 3.
There we go. Beautiful.
Yeah! So cute. So cute.
Elegant, smooth, very easily done. And again, nice little cheers to you as well out there, chat. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us here on this fine night of Liga Circuito Tormenta here in the Spanish URL scene. Last game was a bit unfortunate. We drafted quite hard to execute comp. It didn't work out. We got snowballed on. Bad things happened. Zenith on the Camille didn't win out the 1v1. We saw the issue where she went for that ignite play early on, had the wave kind of gapped against her. There wasn't anyone else who had to sort it out. Ends up dropping over to CS, dies. It's all a bad time. And that puts us here into game 3. First pick Maokai was not what I was expecting, but it does allow you to play really aggressively around objectives, ward out flanks with the sapling mines, and be very frustrating to manage. I think we haven't necessarily been the best with our due diligence on vision setup, particularly on weak side of the map, particularly when we fall behind. So that could be a bit problematic. Thinking about dealing with that by locking in one of our comfort options in the Tristana. We are also on red side, and that means Zenith's power has just been unleashed here. Can look to go towards so many cool things. Kindred Hover is great fun. I'm going to wait to see whether that gets locked in. I feel like the Viego might be the better option into the Maokai. You can punish him for overdiving. You can deal with his ultimate by pressing your own ultimate to kind of buffer through the CC. It's also a Sheena special, but instead goes towards the Sejuani. We've seen this tank matchup a lot, guys.
Now, love seeing a Sejuani. I just love her. My goodness. Close to my heart. But let me review everything that you just said as we're hovering over certain champs. Maokai is annoying, y'all. Maokai is just annoying. If you let them get any leverage, those minions are going to just bother the heck out of you. But Azaya, okay.
I think if you do this and like
Also,
even just plus the Rakan here, honestly, you've now got a very frustrating front pack between the feathers and Rakan's ability to just jump around and try and save people, and the Maokai everything. Getting to the backline, following up on that Sejuani engage could get quite tricky here. So I would imagine if I had to have any guess, this will be the Rakan lock-in for Universe. They are out of time, so it does need to be locked shortly. And there is indeed the Rakan. Pretty straightforward here, seeing what the drafts are. That's a fun hover. I doubt we see the Katarina in a draft like this because the Maokai and the Xayah and the Rakan all have really easy ways to invalidate your Death Lotus. And Katarina is a challenging champion to find an angle for at the best of times. I think I've only ever cast like one pro Katarina game, and I've been casting a little while now, guys.
But we got the Hue.
Okay.
All right.
We've got the gym protein.
So
Whey
we
protein?
got it.
Yeah.
We got
That's
the
it.
protein.
He's
We're bulking.
Yeah, exactly. This is the idea. And in fairness, this is actually quite sensible, I think, because you can follow up on the Sejuani engage really easily. Also, you outrange the Maokai, the Xayah, even the Rakan, to an extent that you've got to be very wary of things like the flash engage from Rakan, very notorious for those. But it means you can continue to poke and force things like the Xayah ult for free, or if she comes down from it, you've got very good angles then for things like the Severing Bolt, which can execute, which get that missing HP damage, is very significant on that. And I think that does give you a way to play into this team comp, because they're really, really good if you come into their active range, like if you're in the Maokai out range, or the feathers and that kind of thing. They're really scary. If you're beyond that range, you can hurt them from beyond that. They don't really have a very fun time. One of the ways you used to deal with Xayah with things like Varus back in the day, things like Caitlyn, because you just outranged her autos, and so the feathers never got to be useful. She just had to sit there and deal with the pain in lane, and that stands true for things like the team fights too. See what we're going to go into the second phase, because obviously we've locked in that way. We know that's going in mid lane. It means we know that Tristana is going down towards Kaltis. He's very comfortable on that. So banning away mid lane comfort picks now on the other side. Things that can manage the way a little bit. So that Syndra makes some sense. I think the Mel as well does make some sense. 2 picks we've seen quite a lot in this tournament already.
So far, I feel from our side, we are a little more fluid. Rakan's going to depend on being able to jump on either their base champs, you know, like the Xayah, the Maokai, or leaping on someone else. And we got Tristana able to hop out there. Hue already poking you down with that range. Sejuani, yeah, Sejuani would be a target as far as, you know, we built these teams up. So we'll see what else we pick in the second half of this draft.
So
Okay.
In alongside the Tristana, the Lulu would be
not mad
an
at it.
interesting one. You can buy Mikhail's that way, which can be quite nice. You've got the hyper carry in the Tristana. It's lane dominance potentially into the Xayah Rakan. You can polymorph the Rakan as he goes in, and then he goes, oh
Exactly.
no. And that can be really miserable. You do have a lot of ability to deal with the feathers. You help outrange. So I think there's a lot of value here already. You probably do want a little bit more engaged from somewhere. That probably means Zenith needs to look at something with a little bit of engage. We'll see what gets locked in. You could potentially just play for the poke and the mobility plays that way, but I think you are then making the comp again a little harder to execute. They've gone towards the Victor. Another piece that's really good about having people come back into you, put down the gravity fields, run away with your Siphon Bow, throw down the Arcane Storm and all the divers and pull back away. Another really good bit of zone control. At the minute, we aren't obligated to go forwards. I mean, the Tristana, the Sejuani can do that. The Jace would be a bit of a change, but it is very lane dominant. What does Zenith have to go into this?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just right there with Butter. Victor dies of cringe. Yep, that's me. That's how
We've got the
J-Vic.
We've got J-Vic, exactly. They've got some lore accurate stuff.
Duos. Yeah.
Oh, all right, Zenith.
I really am.
Okay, this can be a really miserable matchup for Jace. You
It sure could.
need to be you don't win the melee very well into the Aurelia. We've seen a little bit of this specifically in LPL 1v1s. It's where we have seen this matchup. So to explain, over in the LPL, one of the things they were doing was they were deciding side select by doing a 1v1 before the games. Or when it came, or in playoffs, it was if you got to game 5, there was a 1v1 before game 5 to decide game 5 side select to make it even. Because obviously there's been a lot of discussion around, well, is blue side stronger or red side stronger? And people are going, look, blue side feels pretty overpowered for good teams right now. So you know, actually getting that side selection for game 5 is really, really important. And a lot of our players have done things like pick Jason, have realized, oh, poo, there's been an Aurelia picked into me, and it's a really tough matchup. Someone like Shanks did a lot of that actually out there. So if you want to watch some of those 1v1s, you can see how that works.
Shanks.
But the key kind of basically is if you can get your passive stacked up, you can use the minions to basically invalidate that Jace's range quite well. You can ignore the shot blast with your W. As if you land the flawless duet, you can basically get on the Jason. Yes, he can thundering blow you away, But if you've got him marked with that velocity or with the ult, you can just dash back again. He can't knock you back away. And if you've got your passive auto stack, you just get to keep autoing him. And it's a pretty difficult time. And if you overshove the wave into an Aurelia, which is very easy to do, she gets to run you down. It's the reason why when she first got reworked, there was this whole thing about the mid lane ward. If you look at if you look at the mid lane, I'll put my hands up. You got the bush and there's a little wall at either side. Aurelia would love to freeze the wave at the wall nearest her tower. Because you have to walk up there and try and break the wall, the freeze, and she just flash ult you. And then you've got to run down your lane for miles, and Aurelia just goes, oh, no, you don't. And just runs at you with the stuns, with the resets on the Qs, with her passive going, and you just died. It was a whole thing. There was guaranteed, it felt like, a level 6 Aurelia kill. But nearly every game, if you were good at that champion. We're a little ways past that. Aurelia's a lot harder to execute, but Zenith is a specialist on it. It can be a pretty good matchup into the Jace. It's still skill reliant, obviously. But Zenith feeling it. It's the red 5. It's the Luke Skywalker pick. There's my breakdown. See how she does.
No, that was a beautiful breakdown. Let's see how she does. And we see you, M-Test, in the chat. Starting off fresh with the pause. You know how it goes. But top lane, Jace is not... We are not trapped with Jace. Jace is trapped with us. Up there with Zenith as the Irelia. Do you think we're going to see a top prio game? I'm going to, give yourself some love to top lane.
We are going to want to have that. I think we should get Shove, or at least be able to fight for it in every lane. We've got double range bot side. Yes, you've got Zyra, which is normally quite lane dominant, but Enchanter plus AD carry, and it's a Tristana. If she goes for the explosive charge, you just get shoved really easily there. So that's likely going to happen. You've got melee synergy top side. We didn't talk about this, but Sejuani plus melee is a really nasty combo because you stack the permafrost, that Sejuani passive, so much faster. It's why... For a little while, we used to see Sejuani as almost an early game champion, a level 3 champion in certain matchups, in certain drafts, because it's like if you were with an Akali, if you were with a Renekton or a Yone, you could just at level 3 turn up and stack that passive in the blink of an eye, and someone is just CC'd and stuck there forever, and you take so much damage early off the base damage from that, it can really, really be nasty. So I think Sheena has got a lot of potential to look topside and get some value into that Jace, get Zenith rolling, and potentially have Prio in a lot of lanes here. G2 HEL with Prio is a much better team than G2 HEL without Prio, where we start to roam into areas of the map we perhaps shouldn't.
Let's go. Thanks, Lulu. That's what I like to see. This is the power of pairs. I think this game is very much going to show which pair is strongest. We got the Rakan and Xayah bot, but we also have our Yordle pair down bot too with the Tristana and the Lulu. I'm excited to see who wins out down there. And then, of course, when it comes to this top lane, I'm super psyched. We're going to see if the jungle and the top lanes can really work this out. So, chat, hope you voted. Hope you got your channel points in.
Yeah, well, you got that vote going. I do want to kind of break something down really quickly here, because it's going to be really important to track. The more you look at Universe Club and what runes and stuff they're rolling, you're noting the Scorch Claw in the inventory on the Maokai. It is becoming more common again. It's the phase rush. This likely means we're going to get an AP Maokai. So those saplings are going to be really, really heavy damage. A lot of burn out of that. And that means now between Victor, Xayah, and the saplings, that our Rim eats a lot of damage early because there was an extra play from the Maokai in the mid lane. That's a flash blown very early from Rim. That's a bit frustrating to see. We are in a position where if they are in the jungle around objectives early, can be a bad time. She's going to try and play against that. Does not get as much of that campus hoping. Does get the permafrost down, but again, can't find too much value. Hanging around this bush to see where the Maokai oversteps. Has got Crowd to work with. Zenith misses the flawless duet. Also delays Sheena from potentially looking towards a topside play should she so wish, but hey, that's life. But basically, the long and short of it, as we kind of got distracted by plays around Raptors and stuff, if Universi are in the river first, if they are the ones in control of the river, and we have to walk into saplings and gravity fields and feathers and Jace poke from our vision, it is going to be unplayable. It will be absolutely miserable, even with a Lulu trying to empower an Aurelia who's actually gotten the passive stacked early, but the Conqueror's there as well. Oh, Zenith has to flash away, thought she had the moment, can't quite have it, and will now need to leave and TP back in, I think.
My heart! Zenith. We might have, made the play in draft, but we have to execute. And exactly what you said, it can be a nightmare in the river. We'll see how that shapes up in the next 5 minutes. Okay. Everybody's moving pretty parallel right now. Nothing really convening. Sheena and Maokai literally parallel. We might get some action mid. Let me check everybody's
Both of those
health.
numbers going to run into that. We'll see exactly how it all works
Yeah.
out. Bit of damage.
Yeah,
always
mid. Oh,
wonderful
goodness.
damage, and exactly what you called. There's the Severing Bolt. Nice kill. Flash from Ivana is immediately punished. As Sheena
Beautiful.
got a lot of camps to clear at some point here. But now he's going to head towards that Scuttle Crown and then head towards blue side jump.
Just a first blood distraction. We'll get back on track.
Thing is, all the
All
while
right,
while that's
that wave
happening, right, the
pushing them
Maokai's
back
been a
out.
known quantity. We've seen plays around the Raptors, plays around mid. It's just giving Caltus and Colum free reign to shove.
Exactly. And you don't want that because they can be scary. They may be little, but they are scary. Zenith trying to assert their dominance.
Actually has a lot better
But
now.
I
With
I'm
that
really-
early longsword, actually forced a bit of a reset early on from Power, who didn't
Yeah.
burn the TP, actually worth noting, but does only have the tier versus the extra longsword, so that value's pretty good. But now Zenith can look to match that herself with the wave shoved in, whereas the Jace might be forced to TP back in themselves. What's she waiting on? I wonder whether it'll be boots here. No, full Vamp Scepter. Nice buy from the Aurelia. Does actually really, really come as a good spike with your Q. You just basically farm through the minion, you get your health right back, and you can be quite hard then for the Jace to poke out freely.
And just my side note, my favorite thing about a Xayah Rakan combo is that you only need one of them to go back, and you can just hop on them,
Yes.
and y'all go back together. It's a nice little buff, you know? It encourages you to play with the Xayah. It's sweet.
Oh, lane swap
Now,
out from the
Colum.
side of Alshit and Sweet, by the way. Yeah, Colum has come mid, but basically bot lane was having such a miserable time, they just had to leave. They just had to leave. They've gone for the cull. They've had to go down. They were stuck at 35 to like 17 CS. They finally get a bit more of the wave, but Caltus has been a bit of a menace with Colum early on, and that's meant that Alshit's just going, I need to get out of here. I need to go.
Right? Let me go somewhere else. Fine. I'll spread my magic. I love seeing a Roman Lulu. Let's see if she can help Zenith out up here. We do need to show some love top. It can be very helpful in our journey through this final game. We did get first blood, so we have a slight advantage. Let's see if we can hold on to it for the next 30 minutes. Praying. All right, we got
I
a
would like,
little
I'd like
thing happening
25.
bot.
If it could
Just
just
a
be,
little trade.
if it'd be like 20 minutes, 25. That
would be great.
And end the game. That would be great in our favor. You know.
I really, really love that.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Oh,
In
snap,
fact, you know,
okay.
I'm calling up M-Test now. M-Test, you know, what's going on, man?
M, you said it was winnable. We saw you in the chat. We saw you. Uh-oh, okay. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from top right now. We are a little bit behind in CS,
I'm
but we
not.
are being as aggressive as possible.
There's a Maokai and a Ricard around
Okay,
here,
but
and
that-
Zenith doesn't have flash, so this could get
Never
interesting.
mind. I take it back.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Lulu's coming up the lane. Zenith has Vanguard's edge. I think they should just go for the crash. Otherwise, they're going to have this happen. Oh, wonderful, flawless duet. Gets to go again. You see what I mean about that coming on through? The exhaust now comes on down.
Yeah.
And gets to just queue out and go back in. Honchi doesn't have the flash to work with right now. Trying to get some more damage. Finally flashes away. Zenith earns all of the summoners possible, it feels like, down there. And forces them back away. No ult quite yet available for the Xayah. And punished for crashing that wave so boldly into the Aurelia, who I thought might be in a spot of bother, but the Maokai left.
Yep, Maokai was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and cycle down mid. We got the Victor pressing down on our... we got the Victor heading towards our turret. Moving pretty quickly, looking at that map. But Lulu out here doing what a Lulu should be doing. Providing that support, so allowing Sheena to still be able to do their path. Provide pressure. This is nice. I like seeing this utility from G2.
Does
All
feel
right,
pretty
Aurelia
good.
going bot.
Yeah, she is. Again, trying to find a good angle here. Maybe she just keeps laning into the Xayah. I can't think if they can threaten. Of course, Xayah, once she has 6, bit harder for the Aurelia to go forwards onto, because you can then feather storm her, and a little bit harder. So, of course, if you then Defiant Dance that W on the Aurelia, the feather pull, you can actually invalidate a fair amount of the Xayah first. Yes, you'll get rooted, but if the root isn't enough time for you to get out of like Q range, you can, or just like the minions, so the Aurelia can queue through the minions and then onto you. you still kind of lose the trade. It's a bit of a mind game. We'll keep our eyes on it. Caltis and Colum now roaming over to all the way onto the grubs. And again, that's the first one. Colum did a bit of damage there to the top level, then put a bit of damage back. A little bit of a root there onto Caltis. Potentially trade 2 of those grubs over. Can't get them, but it means that Zenith is getting free time alone on that tier 1 in the bot side.
Yes.
That is good news for us. We did get at least one of the grubs. It's not the worst trade ever. Oh, my days. We're doing the hokey pokey top bot top bat shake it all about.
Whiplash. Whiplash.
I
promise we can read a map.
Visual whiplash.
We can see what's happening. I promise. Just pick one, stick with it. Yeah, exactly what you were saying. G2 is making them play whack-a-mole. Had Zenith down bot, putting some pressure down, threatening those grubs, and we still had people up top. It's good. It was really, really good. We actually we're getting close to that 1K gold difference at 10 minutes, and that is nice to see. Aurelia does need to keep up with that Jace. Maokai and Maokai and Sejuani are neck and neck. It's pretty even so far, except bot has a slight advantage, but that doesn't always have to last. You know, that can be closed pretty quickly. But it's always nice to have first blood, so we'll see when that starts to tilt into our favor. I like that they know that they have to start feeding the Irelia, so I'm glad that we've been swapping the lanes up a bit so we can get some easy kills. That would be so nice.
It really would.
I see you double.
A different matter. As Aurelia just putting down towards the Jace, still hidden away in that lane. Got to be something of an own quantity. All that much. Zenith very close to the Blade of the Rune King, which is a massive spike for the Aurelia. Probably her most potent part of the game. It's down a level or so to the Jace. Again, that's a lot of the early laning stuff that kind of came on through. Doing pretty well there, but now the lane is in a pretty scary spot with the Jace oversteps there. Looking for a play. Could end up Vanguard's edged and having a bad time.
All right, let's hope we don't have a bad time. We got 3 bot. Do they see the Caltis? Where's the information? We got Ashina in the wings coming in deep from bot lane. But Jace, look at me. Victor also kind of creeping around in the river. Something's about to pop off. Maokai might decide to flip. And we got less than a minute on that Drake. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to form something, but maybe they're flipping up to fight mid. Yeah, we got an ult.
From Rim. Yeah, it wasn't respect for where Avama could be. Again, we didn't know what was happening in that bot side river, and forced the flash because we didn't have any wards around mid lane, and Rim oversteps looking for poke.
We are trying to get all the action here.
Yeah, no, that's Faker F keys. Zenith is actually in a lot of danger. Has got the pass to start the Divine Dance down, but I think Power could potentially look for a little bit more. I think Zenith is going to have to reset and TP back if she wants to defend this turret. Shot pass, I don't think it's going to come on up quite yet. Zenith does get her back into
a lot of vision down on that Drake.
I think Rim will now TP topside and come on and defend that turret, I would imagine. No, walking back.
Might get our first big skirmish in the Drake.
And Aurelia comes back with the Blade of the Rune being completed.
Okay, yeah, that TP, just like you said. All right. You can feel the storm bubbling, chat. The forecast, the clouds are coming in. We're pulling the Drake out. We are trying to see what we can get. We're not as spread out as we look. Top is still, doing what Top does best. Just fighting in their own lane. But we are about to get a fight. Oh, no, we took that Drake. They just didn't come down to grab it. Yeah, they've got 3 members top. Their jungler's top side alongside the Victor. They were trying to bait Zenith into overplaying there. The minions were set up in a position where she could potentially have looked for an ult, but the Maokai and the Victor being around would have made that a 1v3, which would not have been a particularly pleasant time for Aurelia. Yeah, but was it worth? They lost a Drake for doing that, and now we've got 4 top. Yeah.
What about that sapling?
Got a little bit of action.
You can chase. You can fake vision by having the saplings go on down, doing that kind of thing. And to a Lulu as well, who hates having to deal with that, you kind of just eat a lot of burn damage there, which can be rough on the Lulu unless she's fast enough to run away with the put.
Yes, Rim is getting comfortable mid. Okay, here's some action. Let's see how we shape up in a fight.
Oh, spiraling
Sweet
down to
Milk,
Sweet Milk means
feeling
Sweet Milk
the
is
burn.
dead. Really good pick on the
Yep.
top
Ooh.
side. Zenith gets Thundering Blow, but Power caught on the edge of the Vanguard. Doesn't end himself in danger. The passive autos are dangerous
Nice
indeed.
hurts.
Can look for potential angle. Zenith, though, has run out of range.
Oh.
Flashes away, does get to ult out and stay alive. Flash potentially available for Power back, but unfortunately for Zenith, great trade, but the extended range from Jace at the end of it forces the flash and can't find her own
hurts.
angle under that turret. Ends up not being able to secure the full all.
So we are invading their camps. Are we gonna? Okay, no turning on the Xayah. We're just gonna go towards the river, head back up to our jungle. Cologne being so. Cologne is just a Swiss tool in this whole game, just being everywhere, all at once. I love to see it.
Yeah,
I'm
she's doing her
sorry,
best to get
Willow.
to the very end.
It's it's not us. I mean, our eyes hurt too.
Yeah,
We've been-
no, it's the stream we're getting it from.
I promise you, we're not trying to hurt your eyes. We're suffering right with you. Just thank you for being patient. This is the best we get over here.
The
This is
visual
what we
roller
got
coaster
today.
will continue until morale improves.
yeah, we'll see. Whew. All right. 2-0. We're still ahead, just by 1K, just about. Oh well, just a little bit over that. Just a little bit. Slowly whittling away at our gold advantage. We have to start playing for bigger things. We need to start sweeping up at least a couple of their teammates.
Yeah,
And we
can
got
play for
yeah,
something
there's
like
no
this
real big
Herald
objectives.
shortly that's coming. Well, the Herald's coming up now, so that might be what we look at. Problem is, they're
Okay,
in the river
yeah.
first, and remember right at the beginning of the game I was saying, look, if they're in the river with Xayahs and Maokai's and Jaces, before us with vision control, it's
Yeah.
a horrible time.
You can't really get the leap on them. I mean, Sheena's there, but here they come. They're forming around this objective. They've got vision.
They
So
have
at
got
least we
full
can see
control
what's going
basically in
on,
this
but-
river, and we can try and play over the back of the pit if we want to fight this, but I think it's going to be quite difficult. They've got Shove in the waves. Cal's going to try and Mega Blast Cone empowered by the Chem Rift, though, gets Savama out to safety. Ends up being an ult for Flash. Oh,
And we're spreading out looking for something else to search for. Rakan disrupting that.
yeah, and we've got about a
All
minute
right.
to the Dragon. We want to play for the Dragon more than anything else. Oh, Rim needs to be really careful here.
Absolutely.
His power could be very scary, but won't find their angle. So Rim gets that wave shoved out, and I think with the devastating fire could have gone to the skies and immediately been made very afraid by Hui because he paints so angrily.
Yes, he does. Such an angry painter. So many colors. All of them paint in death. Yep. All right, let's see. Power, are we going to catch Zen? Oh! The Zenith, no. Oh my goodness, Zenith!
Oh, Zenith is in a 1v3, tries to clear out the wave at the very least, but is going to die there. That's a lot of members, and of course with the Dragon spawning, we say they won't be there, right? There's 30 seconds. Why on earth were they? Oh no. Does clear out the wave at least vaguely, which is a decent deal. However, head over to the Dragon, try and set that one up. Cologne will shield themselves as the sapling damage comes on down, but the blue buff picked up. We're in the river first. The Victor has TP, so can join space. So does Zenith, who can join again shortly. Burned the Vanguard's edge topside, though, so won't have that ult available. They did lose the Rakan ult and the Victor ult, so I don't think they're going to be in the best spot necessarily to trade out in that fight as Power clears out the way with the skies. Devastating fire comes on down. The Grim Visage to the back end. That can't go back behind the turret. Mid lane, Herald is dropped. Should be able to clear that one out before the turret falls, but now you can see
Smack back.
drop on him with the TP. Good damage back there. Oh my days, Caltis gets by. They do bring down that tier 1.
Yes.
They get another. They do get that turret. TP now coming in from Irelia. Looking for potential angles. Search low. Does not have the TP anymore. A little bit worried. Not the best vision control from us though. As bot side, Rim trading out with Power. Flash out of the flawless duet, but is slowed down by that spiraling despair Zenith with the flawless duet.
Power
And
secured
the
it.
defiant dance does help bring down the Jace who flashed. Vengeance for Irelia, who can now look for that tier 1 bot side Dragon being started by Sheena, especially with the man advantage.
Man, just the essence of a skirmish. I mean, we got one of them out, but it feels like we are letting that. Oh, thank goodness we just shoved our gold advantage up just a bit with that one skirmish and this Drake that we're about to secure. But yeah, those turrets. We traded turrets. We might be, if the Victor is really aggressive and Lulu and Wei don't close in fast enough, there's a Maokai up top. We might lose that turret up top.
Might. But in fairness, we just got the third Dragon Sword at Soul Point. We did get first turret of the game, I believe, as well. So we do get the piece of strength there. So that's good going. We are in a pretty good spot here in terms of win conditions. Irelia is fine.
We're
He's
doing
a bit
good
behind the Jace. And again, part of that is lots of roam stops. Multiple members try and go there. And that early 1v1 with the flash going down was a bit problematic. You know, some close 1v1's not quite going Xena's way, but she's still fine. The key thing is Rim is utterly terrifying, and she outranges like their entire comp. And that could be really scary. Also, Kalt has just laned exceptionally well on this Tristana. It's a comfort pick for a reason. They're looking at bot side. Kalt, the moment I speak about it, has the flash, but the scout to say they don't just
Slipping out of
but he's got to try and pull the feathers back, get the flash on down. Barrier will surely go down. Kaltis gets that kill. A second as she hops on forwards. Rocket jumps on in and tries to make this a cha-cha real smooth. TP behind power. Also going on, but Rim is here. Missed the devastating fire. It doesn't matter. As a triple kill to Kaltis. Gets the kill for Zenith on the other side. And picks up the Jace to boot. A wonderful play from G2 HEL as the bot lane unleashed their fury.
Free 99, baby. 4 for none. We love to see those prices. And at a good opportune time, too. Now we can use that, spread out all of that money that we just got. We got bounties on us. And we can set up properly for our next big objectives, which are coming in less than 5 minutes. Love to see it. All right, Baron hasn't even spawned yet. Here we go. Kaltis gets to play. Yes, that is the name of the game. I'm pretty sure we can call it the Yordles win the game of pairs here. I like to think at 20 minutes, Tristana and Lulu turned out to be the supreme pairing. I mean, just bullying Jace now.
Yeah, that's just not fun.
Almost our turret. Not fun at all.
This Tristana is now
we got a 4 and Tristana.
Yeah, we can head towards the Atacon. We get the turret as well. They've lost their top laner. They have to try and play that 4v5. That's going to be Atacon 2 as we've got Soul in a couple minutes as well. Victor's going to at least shove up towards this tier 2, but I think he's going to get much more than that. And I think Aurelia will be more than happy enough to come on over and try and trade that against. It's going towards a Wit's End second tier, I think.
Stop the
So
Victor.
should have a lot more tenacity because Wit's End gives you that, so that'll be a fairly significant.
I was happy to say Aurelia stopped the Victor from resetting. Love that. Love that for Zenith.
So I think going for the Wit's End here is actually really sensible because we're into the Maokai's gone full AP, into the Victor's one of the other solo lanes. It's also giving you tenacity, and you've gone for the armor boots, the steel caps into Jace, but it means you don't have tenacity. However, you've got Chemsol potentially on the board. If you get Wit's End, that's more tenacity. If you go Sterex again, that's more tenacity. And you're into Rakan, and Xayah Feathers, and Gravity Field, and Maokai's whole kit. That tenacity means that you are going to be really hard to actually lock down for a meaningful amount of time. So I think that's a really smart buy here in terms of also wanting a bit of magic resist in your build anyway.
Make it harder for them to get a hold of you. Absolutely. This is how you keep that lead going. We are almost 3K ahead at 22 minutes. Oh, yeah, almost. We just hit that. All right. Lulu's waiting in the wings near the Rakan. We got Tristana bot. They're looking, trying to see if someone's nearby. They know someone's here. It's just Lulu. Nothing to be afraid of, right? Until Kaltis shows up. All right. Shield down. Just pressing the offensive on this mid. We're pushing on the turret, correct? Yes? Rakan tries to stop it, but that turret is almost ours.
Devastating fire. The devastating fire. Sorry, it's not devastating. It was in fact the spiraling despair, the ult from the way. I thought it was just a basic Q ability, and thinking, wow, that's a bit of a crazy one to just have to ult. But no, it is a spiraling despair. But you still get the ult off the Xayah. Makes her life team fighting so much harder. Oh my days, a severing bolt onto Search after some of that CC as well. Nice angle from Kina to get a bit of CC, but onto only Ivami, then flashes out to safety. But the health bars so low. G2 playing with a bit of a range advantage at this point, and it's really hurting as the severing bolts continue to play the form of artillery here, and the Jace isn't able to match in the same manner right now.
Hue is scary. You saw Power trying their best to assist from the jungle, but they were all forced to just go back. Jace is still there, trying their best to keep that mid turret up. But it's only a matter of time. We'll crush that eventually. The Yordles go bot. Rem and Sheena get out of there. Drake is up. And Irelia is going to town on that top turret. Everybody's in the river. Everybody on Universe is in the river. Setting up for this screen. Trying to deny G2 HEL their next Drake. They have to. They have no Drakes.
Oh, nice attempt. Doesn't quite happen. Sheena using the Mega Blast Cone to get in there and try and go for the smite. Still can't quite do it, but it does delay the resets a bit here, which means it's an inhibitor turret likely to go down. Kaltis going to go over the wall here. It's got the Wild Growth on top of it. They didn't run to interrupt the initial engage. What about the collapse now? They've got the Mega Blast Cone. We need to use it well. Kaltis going to have the side of their jungler coming to support TP in from the Irelia. Now looking to get in as well. It's a messy, fractured fight. What is going on? Column flashed away, goes down regardless, as G2 HEL have overplayed this. We're now in the point of the map where he gets very dangerous. Vanguard into the backline! Marks everywhere! Blade dancing everywhere! Trying to get somebody presented with the passive stack, needs to get on into the backside, doesn't have a Q left remaining. Ended up queuing someone twice, and we are getting aced in the enemy jungle. Baron's alive in 20 seconds, and Kaltis is about to have to execute a turret. We may well have just thrown this game.
Yes, we should not. We were doing so good. I mean, we still have the lead, but it was just the worst time. The worst time to throw a fight. To pick a fight.
Go on, Kaltis.
Oh, though. That was clean. That was sick.
Well, she at least managed to get the wave shot, but the problem is we are going to lose Baron off this probably. There's some resets coming on through shortly. Rim is coming down, but Kaltis doesn't have the HP bar to come and keep them here and busy.
Not much we can do here.
Was really not great. We see a few moments where we do this kind of thing, where we end up getting really lost in the source, getting split up in a messy fight, and giving up loads of kills, and giving up a Baron there as well. Never, ever, ever should happen from the position of the game we're in. We're giving a free window back into the game, especially to get a lot of value from this. It's back to only a 2,000 gold difference. If this Baron play goes well, if they stall out against another dragon, they are still going to scale exceptionally well this game. Victor, Xayah, Jace, all very dangerous as the game gets later, and that is not going to be a pretty one to review.
Let's see if time is on our side. We still have a 5-0 Kaltis, and we have some damage on our side, but we never want to give them a window to victory. Let's see if this bites us in the butt in the next 4 minutes.
All right. Down to try and play around this blue buff.
Yeah.
Stepping on board Zenith now coming across as well. Doesn't find too much there. Needs to leave that bush. Throws down part one of the flawless duet. Doesn't hit with the other. On the other way, Kaltis stepping on forward in the power. Who just goes down. Empowered by the health picks. And the autos just crash down on Jace's head. He does not win the 1v2 from such a good early lane. He's now 1-5.
Yeah, it hurts. Thank you, Pix. You're a sweetie. We love you. Yeah, man. This game flipped for Jace. This game absolutely flipped for Jace. And we're about to get a big skirmish really soon between mid and top lane. I just feel like we're about to crash. What are Sweet Milk and All's gonna do? Not much just yet. We got the Maokai trying to angle around, see if they can disrupt this madness happening. But we're resetting. All right, Zenith going bot. Trying to stop that wave. Rakan doing some recon. Recon on the scene. Will they meet the Lulu? Nope. Using the blast plant to get back out there. Look at the gold, y'all. Look at the kills. This is still in G2's hands for now. We got 3 minutes to see some upsets because we're going to have a Drake up. We're going to have another Baron soon. Let's see if we play these properly. All right, I'm looking at you. We are 1-1. This is even playing field. Everybody has something to risk in this game. Everybody's playing at their best. Okay, Kaltis going in on the damage. We're just poking at their defensive. Yeah.
The other side of this is we've got a level 16 Tristana now with the draw a B passive. Remember, every level the Tristana gets, the longer range she is. With a Lulu behind her. Hyper carry plus Enchanter has always been a late game win condition in and of itself. Getting some disruptors with the Hui, with the Sejuani Irelia combo as well. You can absolutely just rely on Kaltis to break heads open. 3.5 items backed up by this Moonstone Renewer, Mikhail's Lulu, you can do a lot of work this game.
I know. When I saw the Lulu pick, it made me so happy. Especially when Cologne was doing work early game, just roaming around. Let's see if this pays off in this fight.
Lum just lost half a HP bar to a shock blast. That can change it around.
Yeah, that hurt.
Kanta is really susceptible to that. Trying to turn this around now. Get some damage back. It's okay. Out comes the Malphite. Onto 2. Onto the Chomp. Vanguard Judge is good, but they've just blown up Way. They're going to try to turn that one on power. They do get that one as Countess. Resetting in the back line. Gravity Field comes on down. Sheena has survived. The Wildcats kept her alive. Zenith with the passive rolling does manage to get some more value there as Zenith throws out the Defiant Dance to bring down the Rakan. Back onto the Dragon. Soul will be secured here. It's only in the end a 1 kill we lose after it looking pretty dicey there, but Sheena didn't quite fall, courtesy of a really clutch wild growth from Colum. They get the shove up mid at the very least, but that is Soul now for G2.
Thank you, Colum. You're doing the Rift's work. We see you. Everybody bow down. Soul secured. 10 out of 10. Just Kim Tech on Kim Tech on Kim. Ugh. Ew. Honestly, my least favorite Drake. All right. We're going to see how we use that. We got 1 minute and 30 on our Baron. We're going to start shaping up for that. I want to see some wards. And hopefully we can pick some people out. Countess just 7-0. What a beautiful number. Knock on wood. Together they can do anything. And Colombe is fearless, and it's saving the team in, you know, kind of scrappy fights like we just saw. So Colombe is also a part of this huge win condition, like Initialize said. Let's see if it carries us home.
Can we get their Baron in 45 seconds? That might be the next port of call. 4 items on Countess, 3 on Zenith, who's got the Death Stance completed now as well. That's a big one. Be pretty difficult to manage. A level 16 would be lovely for Zenith.
Oh, we're crashing.
He's going to try and play with this teleport and try and be a split push win con at this point. Very hard to beat in a 1v1 scenario right now. How mobile they are. Sheena's going to get engaged. Let the backline engage with the flash for the heal. Keep people alive. Sheena in danger. Doesn't get to turn around the gravity. So the turnaround does come on through now. Has the TP from Zenith. Lands the Vanguard out in the backline. Still got a lot of marks to fly through. So much damage. Defiant Dance. Autos for more. Jeez. Double for the side of Countess, who keep firing more damage down. Gets the triple as the Buster shot breaks the head. Rename Tristana to Cloud, because that one is worthy of the name Buster Blade.
Come on, busting heads open. This is 10-0. 10-0 Tristana. I don't know what to say. And an Aurelia exists on the team. Yeah, we could do this right here. We're almost at 35 minutes. Baron's up. If we somehow don't get this, if we don't end the game right now. What universe?
Oh, I mean, passive from Zen. Oh my God, just look at the ridiculous amount of healing. How long will it take her to die? She just poked her head. G2 HEL successfully close out game 3. Countess and Colum with a beast mode carry. Huge damage out of that. Rim, dangerous in the early game as well on the way to give over that baton to the bot lane as they snowball ahead. Damn. Good stuff from them. Does mean as well, we've got another best of 3 coming up after this. We go again, folks.
Yes, we're going again. I just have to say, that game, I love to call the power of pairs. We had Jace, we had Victor, we had Rakan, we had Zaya, but they could not stack up to ours. Our Tristana, our Lulu, my good. The Church of Countess and Cologne reigns supreme. That was divine. And, of course, everybody else was, Zenith, girl, what a pick. And you were there. You were just just everywhere you needed to be. It got a little messy sometimes, but we did it. And it was beautiful to witness. We kept our ADC clean. That was a very impressive content game for our bot lane. Whew, Initialize, we did it. We won. We won our best of 3. How are you feeling?
We did. I'm feeling pretty good right now. That's good work from them. It means that we go another step in the upper bracket, and we'll be going up. I think it's Kiwi Cuties, isn't it? Who are the next up in that line? If I'm remembering the
cute Kiwis, yeah.
If I remember the bracket correctly. So what was that? That was match one. Yeah, it's Kiwi. It's Kiwi Cuties or Kawaii Kiwis Oh, kawaii kiwis. That's the one I knew it was. It's cute kiwis, but like in Japanese. That's what it is. Because we're having this conversation
Exactly.
before.
So
but we are.
how do you feel? You know, we're about to go up against, like we said, familiar enemies. Kawaii Kiwis, we have gone up against them before. I believe we won too. So, like we said at the start.
I can't remember. I remember it being close. Cause pretty much all of our games were close. All of the games were winnable. All of them were also probably simultaneously losable. It is a regular occurrence for us. I'll go check it out. See if I can find out the last splits record.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where was that? That would have been. It can't be that hard to find. I've got the link up.
Let's find out together.
Yeah.
So like we said
exactly.
at the start of this stream, none of this is new to us. We've seen these problems before and we have solutions, just as you saw in this first best of 3. I'm going to go ahead and give y'all your channel points. Remember, if you vote against G2 Hell in this stream and you lose, you are subject to a possible ban. So hold on to your loins, okay? But I'm glad to see that most of you voted for G2 Hell. Yeah,
we did in fact lose to Kawaii Kiwis, but it was very close. We were
did.
one game away from. We were one game away from them in the standings. So we were certainly within a very close distance.
I have a winner's mentality, you know. I see G2
exactly.
Hell as
So it was
winners,
very
so that's how I
But that does
color
mean
every
we'll
game
be-
that way.
But
Yeah,
we'll
let's see if
keep
we
our
can do
eyes on
it.
that.
Let's.
Yeah, exactly. That's
We'll
the
see if
plan.
we can
And
do
again, like this is a team that is very, very beatable. They're in our wheelhouse. We have been improving. I think that game against them in particular back then, or that series against them, was very, very winnable. So we just need to try and make sure that we're not making the errors around the non-plays, if you know what I mean. Where if we're making a proactive play, largely we do it with pretty good aplomb. There was a really good sequence yesterday where we did Atakan into Baron, pull people around the map. It was really, really good. The things which have been kind of haunting is like, okay, weak side stuff. So, okay, this is not where we're making the play. Can you actually walk up here to put wards by yourself? No, you can't. That's really that's disrespectful. Actually, yeah, no, you're trying to look for this flank angle on this bot side play, but you have not tracked the fact that there's 2 people waiting for you on that flank, and then you die. Like, those little bits there where it's slightly different is trickier for us to manage. And those kind of things we will try and neaten up, because it's one of those ones where, again, we are a team with lots of good strengths that we have seen. Look at how good Kalsis and Kalam are from the lead. Zenith actually on that Aurelia managing to find some really good moments there, even if the early lane was a bit of a scary knife fight. But we are seeing some really good moments, particularly when we are on the front, when we are being proactive, when our plays are the ones that are being action, shall we say. Looks a little bit different when we get lost in the source, when the comps get a bit messy, we're a bit disrespectful of warding weak side stuff, and that at the minute seems to be what is catching us off more than anything else. What's happening on the exit from plays, what's happening on the weak side from maps, not the plays themselves on the whole.
I totally feel that. I think also when it comes, just like you said, setting up for that, those next plays, the in-between, let's make sure we don't set ourselves back. We do need to be a little more afraid. I think with a little fear, it makes us more perceptive of what could happen, and we don't get caught out as much. And we are a little more perceptive.
I'm going to turn that around.
We'll
I think you play. I think the term
Please.
not fear, never fear them, respect.
Never
that
fear.
little bit of respect. They are your
Respect,
rivals.
yeah.
Don't disrespect them in those moments. You will get punished for that. A little bit more discipline. And the respect's important.
I
respect you so much, Chelsea, that I'll even let you throw us to break. What you got for him?
All right, y'all. We'll be back on Lag News. Just catch us right after this ad break. See you in a little bit.
Can't wait for the weekend. Gonna dive off the deep end. No, I I don't need a reason, lose control. Pour me a glass, I toss it back, forget responsibility. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me. Sleep is for the dead, now I'm looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning their wheels, will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, now I'm looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning their wheels, will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Wake up, it's a Monday morning. Life really shouldn't be so boring. Nothing is really that important, just let go. Pour me a glass, I toss it back, forgetting my reality. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me. Sleep is for the dead, now I'm looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning their wheels, will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, now I'm looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning their wheels, will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, now I'm looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning their wheels, will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, now I'm looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another person spinning their wheels, will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up.
It's been dark way too long in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets. Evil at your front door, creeping while you sleep. It's time to raise up, show that evil we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek, I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy, I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. We go through bad days, hard times, low pay, high crime, pathways to a life without sunshine. I'm the lifeline. With this life, I'm gonna be the pipeline, shining in the nighttime. Bet on me to swoop down. I'ma go toe to toe. Already know that I'm never gonna back down. Bet on me to stand tall. I take on anything for my crew. Bet I risk it all. Wicked people in the streets. Corruption in the politics and the police. It's time to raise up. Take a stand against the seat. We won't take a back seat. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. 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 If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. Yeah, no more running from that bad guy. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's up? I know that journey been hard for you. Okay, I ain't giving up. We ain't giving up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
can take. Wait until the sun goes down, that's when I can let it out. You can call me crazy, I call it fate. Transformation taking over me. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got some hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. I can feel the ice run through my blood, surges through my body all at once. My heart pumps in the dead of night. My feet run into the fight, right into the fire of my soul. Let the transformation take control. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I got some hell to raise. They've got a price to pay. From dusk till dawn, from dusk till dawn. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From dusk till dawn, I'm staring my fears in the face. From dusk till dawn, I'm digging my way out the grave. From
Welcome back to Lag News, where I'm joined by the illustrious Initialized cast and some of the best production we have in the business. I woke up at 8 a.m. for this because I didn't want to be anywhere else but with you all. So thank you for being here. Initialized, how you doing over there?
I'm ready to go again. We back again. Like, I have done so much casting. I had LPLs for yesterday morning. I had G2 HEL after that. I flew back to the UK this morning. I am on about an hour and a half sleep in the last 48 hours. I am a very sleepy man, and yet my energy levels are warring against my desire for that very comfortable bed behind me, because I want to see how this game will go. This series will go, I should probably add, actually, because it's the best of three. Kawaii Kiwis were one of our direct rivals in the regular season of the Hextech. It's not the Hextech Cup at that point. It's the it's the S3. It's a ridiculously long name. Anyway, the Liga. That's the one. That's the one. Yes, of course, the Liga Nexo. That's the one. Thank you very much, production. As I had that very tired moment, as I was kind of talking about. Either way, they were 6-4. We were 5-4. We just about lost the game to them, but it's a very winnable series. And obviously, we went up against the side of the Universidad Instituto, who, again, we were just behind in the standings because of some head-to-head stuff. We beat them just now, which was a really important one. If we can do the same here against Kawaii Kiwis, we can keep going up those standings and getting a little bit of vengeance for S3 there, of course, which is a big one because the Liga Nexo was only finishing playoffs last week. So it really is hot off the back of that whole playoffs bracket.
And this is truly an underdog game. We got into this because one of the teams dropped out, and now we are truly bringing an upset. Like, we have used this to our advantage. So I'm really excited to see how we go up against Kawaii Kiwis. And chat, don't forget, we know y'all are here with us too. We're all here for G2 HEL. We got a little bit until the draft. So y'all saw our last best of 3. How'd you feel about it, chat? Did it pan out the way that you expected? I mean, seeing a 10-0 Countess on Tristana.
I mean, she had a wicked, wicked, wicked game there. I mean, obviously, it's not just her. You've got people like Colum behind her on that Lulu, giving her a lot of power. A Tristana with additional amp to her auto attacks will always be terrifying. Picked really good moments to hop on forwards. I think the whole team actually played a lot of those team fights really, really, really well. I got a bit worried when... so things like, actually, if they're in the river first, what happens if they get saplings down, if they get feathers down? What happens if we're trying to, like, force our way through Maokai ult, and those Jace shot blasts, and the Jace did get quite scary at some points, come on through, and then, Colum and Countess just kind of said no. Rim hit a load of skill shots and kind of said no. Those things are really, really important. It did get us into a much, much better position, and brings us here to our next stage of the upper bracket against the most deadly of fruit/birds available in the world. Kiwis are such peculiar creatures, and I love that we've got a team named after them.
Truly. Yes, Kiwis actually have the most horrendous scream I've ever heard in my life. So
Really?
do not... Yes. Oh, they're terrifying.
I have a fun
Just
fact
look
for
up
you.
a Kiwi. Oh, let's do it.
I'm literally doing that right now. Do you know that the bald eagle cry in all the movies is a complete lie? It don't sound
I
like that.
figured. You know, I'm
Yeah,
not
that
surprised.
is,
I
it's
think
like
I
a red
actually heard
kite or
that
something.
somewhere.
It's like a red kite or something. Bald eagles make this kind of horrible coughing, dying screech. It's like very inelegant. But that doesn't really fit.
They're scavengers.
The image of the proud bird of the United States. But yeah, they
Well,
kind of
hey,
just make this
funny
horrible
thing.
bleh noise.
They're more Canadian than American.
No way as well. Oh my days. So like America, what are you doing? What are you doing picking this icon?
We're doing a lot, but we're going to definitely see the power of the Kiwis today. Another bird that
New
you
Zealand
actually
bird, by the
shouldn't
by, but for a
underestimate.
Spanish
Yep.
region. Let's go.
Yep. They must have heard the Kiwi scream. Oh, man. Chat. Yep. Time zone, America, but not the bird. Welcome in. We just finished our first best of 3, which was a fearless draft, which I think will be the same for this next best of 3 that we go up against the Kawaii Kiwis with. So we might see some spicier gameplay, which we definitely saw. That second game, the Mundo and, I think they had was the Rise there? No. Yeah, the Rise was there too in that one. I don't remember. My brain is fried. But yeah, that Mundo game too, that was a rough one for us, but we came back and we took notes, as Rim would, emote in the third game. Phenomenal. Let's see if we can continue that into the next best of 3. Hope y'all been winning some channel
The
points.
fruits, right? The fruits.
That's a great question. This in live. If we get an interview today, we'll find out if G2 HEL eats kiwis. What a fruit. What a snack.
I've actually
Hopefully
got,
not
I'm gonna
the
lie, I've
actual
got a
bird.
bowl of fruit right here. It doesn't have kiwi in it, but I have got a bowl of fruit. And clotted cream as well, which is one of the most incredible substances
You're
known to
so
man.
lucky we're in the draft. That was my biggest disappointment. The clotted cream's a lie. It's a lie. It's not sweet enough, but the texture is
What?
heavenly.
Do you not like clotted cream? It's incredible. It is like, okay,
It was not
I know
what
we're
I
in a draft, it's very important,
expected.
so I'm going to do this. Okay, for context, to those of you who've never tried, it is like, I think the only place in the world that really does it is the UK. It is like, double cream is something like 20% fat. I believe clotted cream is 70% fat.
Yes.
It is like,
That's
if you
where
basically
it is.
if you have double cream, it's the sweetness of double cream, but like the texture of soft ice cream. It is ridiculous, but it's wonderful with fruit. It's wonderful with jam on scones. You get the sweetness from other places. Gives you
Fine,
richness,
but the clotted
and
cream
smoothness
should be sweet
and ungodly
itself.
artery problems. Anyway, no, okay. What is it with you US people adding sweetness to everything? There's too much. Like,
We
I don't
eat
need everything to
sugar
be
for
full of
breakfast.
like, yeah, exactly. I feel like that it's too much.
We
I don't need my
do.
bread to be a cake.
We do. I love cake. We had cake for breakfast yesterday.
Okay, moving on. All right, we've gone off the deep end. The derangement is here. Chat with us. Absolutely. Throw it into the chat. We'll say hello.
What's
Draft
sweet
is
right
on,
here
though,
on this draft?
as our
A misfortune
madness
is
comes on
kinda
in. Let's
sweet.
see exactly how sweet this draft is for G2L. Whether it will be sweet enough for Chelsea's overly sweet tooth, apparently. We'll keep digging that knife in. Farah's first
see.
pick, very, 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 very strong as a champion. Gets responded to by the misfortune, which can try and fight for that lane priority. The Nico is up and available. I feel like you need to pick the Nico here, although Vi also being up gives you a very potent jungle option. I think now you probably look at something like Xin Zhao Nico. Probably feels pretty good right here. Or Rel is also viable. You can Renata, which is a good pairing with the Varus. Assuming you want the support, you could look for a mid-jungle support, mid-jungle kind of duo. My only concern here is if you don't pick jungle here, it will just get bound away. So I think the Xin Zhao is the usual matchup into the Vi. You have slightly different strengths, but you can kind of play in similar ways. You're both really good AD scams. You've both got really good access onto backline targets. One's a bit more defensive. One's a bit more single target. I'm throwing everything in the kitchen sink at you. But they can do relatively matched things within a game.
I see. A little bit of big brain picks on our draft so far. Jungle to jungle. Okay, and Bessa. All right.
It's really good with the Xin Zhao and the Varus, basically, because you can be a dive buddy with the Xin Zhao. Both of you have really, really crazy ability to get onto carries like the Misfortune, who, when they stand still and ult, make it next to impossible to miss your very long-range, very key skill shots. The wind becomes lightning, and of course the public execution suddenly are a lot harder to miss when someone is just standing there laughing their heads off and firing far too many bullets from far too small a pistol. But shock and awe tactics notwithstanding, we are now going to have to see how that manages, because of course they pick up the Rel, which means they can start to ban away some of the supports like Nico I was talking about. I think becomes quite valuable. Maybe something like the Alistair or the Nautilus might be a pretty good ban here as well. Normally a really good pairing with the Varus.
Let's see. All right. I'm shaping up a theme for this game so far. You got Vi.
What do you got on board? Are we thinking a horror game? Are we thinking a romance? What's the theme in your brain?
I love that too. So far, our themes for the first best of three was, we were fishermen, the power of pairs, and Rugrats. So let's see what we get. I need to see these last two. Because right now we got Varus, we got Xin Zhao. There's not much of a theme here just yet in my head. My brain is stuttering, but I feel like these last four picks might send it for me. We got the Rel. Oh, okay.
Bam, that goes
Philios?
down. I doubt we see the Aphelios with the Misfortune already locked. That's just a hover, because the AD carry loves Aphelios.
That Irelia hover earlier was funny.
The Lux hover could also be a takeaway from Rim, so I don't know whether it's a respect look.
Hold on, give me just a second.
You're being donated food. I can't have you delay that. Go get your food. I'll look after this. Go on. Get yourself sorted. Oh, delivery. Chat, you want some? Chelsea, you better be sharing with the rest of us. I mean, I'm right here as well. I've got my own food. It is getting to this point of the day. Oh, is it?
Cake,
I've got. There we go. I'm going to have
it's
some
cake with gravy and sausage. And so our biscuits are way sweeter than what y'all are used to. They have tons of butter and some sugar.
Yeah, I don't. But biscuit to me is just like something I dip in my tea. It's that kind of thing. Like it's like.
Oh no, this is a southern.
This is the American biscuit. I know.
Yeah, this southern biscuit is full of sugar, and it's about to take me through this next game. I mean, we got the Renata. You talked about it. There it is. And the Oriana. Okay, let me come up with a theme here. And I'm going to get y'all's predictions
is an interesting one. So, ironically, the person I first saw really doing this was G2's main team top laner. Broken Blade did this into the Ambessa. Because the Warwick really wins that 1v1 very well. You out-heal her. You can run the barrier into her, and Bessa kind of doesn't have a fun time ulting you because you can just ult her right back. You can run her down quite easy, and she doesn't actually get to hop away quite fast. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes in there, but basically, she can't out-sustain you. She ends up in your active range too much. It's a really miserable matchup for Ambessa for a variety of reasons, some of which I don't actively know on hand. I just know it is. I could probably theorize, but there we are. There's the Renata I said would be a good pairing with that Varus. That can be really nasty for Rel, for Vi, for Warwick. Even for the Misfortune again, because you're a stationary target. As that kind of wall of the hostile taker comes on through, when you're pressing all your R buttons, when you're trying to dive on forward, it's really good anti-dive. The Shockwave can help with that as well. The Xin Zhao R can be pretty good with that. There's a lot of tools here to keep Kaltis on this Varus alive. And we have got a really good front to back and a fairly good pick here as well. We should be pretty good at receiving some of the dives. That said, the Wombo combo from Kawaii Kiwis, the dive from them is pretty solid.
Yes.
relatively matched scaling, I think it's fair to say. Victor probably outscales the Ori just slightly. Varus is a little easier to play later on in the game than Misfortune. For all, she gets a lot of damage off the love tap autos and all those kind of things. And when she gets crit, it's kind of nasty off the double ups and stuff. You know, it's easier to play the Varus. I think looking at the drafts here, it's probably going to be on hit Varus, which I think with everyone diving into you and a lot of people who can kind of shrug off your poke, that would be my suspicion. But I don't know offhand what Kaltis is going to prefer here.
So far, the only theme I see shaping up with this comp from both of our teams, we got, I'm getting pool vibes. I'm getting summer. I know that's terrifying to say with the Tom Kinch and a Warwick, but we got the divers.
Look, okay. Every bar is a beach bar.
Yeah.
You go enjoy that beach, you know? Do not be shamed into not going out enjoying the wonderful weather.
Gross beach, but the beach is there. The Kawaii Kiwis, they have divers on their side, just like you said, with the Vibe, with the Warwick. They're going to be diving in, and I'm
very
hoping
good.
that we can play the Sharks. We can play the Sharks on our side.
Sheena can play a Rek'Sai at some point. She is a Rek'Sai player.
Yeah. Well, for this game one, that's what I'm trying to find the theme for game one. So
we have to be the Olympic judge. We have to be the Olympic judges, right? We have to go, yeah, that one was a good dive, and we have to accept that. Or is like, no, that's a -10.
So maybe we're at the Olympics. Who swims best?
Who dives best? Yeah, exactly. You know.
Yeah, who dives best? Yeah.
I can see it.
We got the Varus
judging the Kawaii Kiwis dive. Chat, you're gonna have to make sure you give us the proper scorecards in chat when you see the dives happening. Who's getting the gold medal?
Guys, we're at the Olympics. Yeah, this is who's gonna get gold. We're going to see who swims fastest. We do have a lot of swimmers over in Kauai's side. We got the Tom Kinch, which Tom Kinch, the utility, don't underestimate the Tom. That's just what
he's a catfish,
like
right?
to say.
He is literally a river.
Exactly.
He is literally a river demon thing. He's got some crazy lore.
There's a little bit of dive potential there too. I mean, he could just pop up and carry some people with him. Let's see how we stack up in the Olympics.
Is the Tom Kinch in this game? What do you mean the what?
Yeah, I could have. Oh, was I tripping? Oh, they hovered the Tom. I saw the Warwick and the Tom. My bad, guys.
I was like, going along with you. Well, you're Tom. Wait, hang on. Tom Kench? Was there a Tom? I feel like I would have remembered
I saw the Tom hover, and it haunted my brain. My bad. Okay, back to the Warwick.
The Kench is benched. I'm sorry. The ribbit is inhibited.
The Kench, thank God, is benched.
The amphibian face is oblivion.
Fortune. I love that. Yeah, the sugar spike is incoming. I'm about to just inhale this biscuit.
I'm genuinely, and I'm trying. While nothing's happening, I'm slowly eating this wonderful clotted cream and fruit.
Here, I'll talk for you while you inhale, and then you take over for me. So yeah, guys, we've got the Zenith on our Mbessa yet again. Sheena on Jin Zhao, first time for the day. Rim, Oriana again. We love Oriana. Getting a little early poke here. You know, it's only 1:30. Let me see that rel, that misfortune. You know, nothing crazy happening. Just a little bit of trading. Warwick finding a bush. Maybe going to intercept this Zenith. Just a little trade happening. Nothing crazy so far. Sheena prioing. Maybe getting a little prio bot. Or are we going to... Oh, yep. Yeah, Warwick trying to assert dominance early on. Sheena taking her time. Mid also doing a little back and forth, but nothing wild. We got the Jin Zhao top, the Vi bot.
I'm back.
All right.
I've officially devoured that fruit. Do you need chance to go eat your very sugar-filled biscuit? You go do that.
The sugar spike isn't coming, y'all.
I've got you. Right, so bit of a note here. It's actually really good shove from Kaltis and Colum early. It is the on-hit Varus. You can see it, the Ghost, the Flash, and of course... excuse me, the lethal tempo, which will be key to that one. Means with the bailout in particular, you can just stand and deliver. If you get killed, it doesn't matter. You can bring yourself back to life to stand and keep downwell autoing. Really, really important. Top side again, Zenith knows the matchup, has correctly decided to go towards the Ignite. The Flash ain't going to keep you alive this game, not against the Warwick. Bringing that Ignite to try and manage that healing, really, really key. Warwick, again, also doesn't tend to run the teleport, tends to run the barrier, and effectively, you just run with your Bloodlust around the map, yelling a woo, and following those blood trails to ensure that you turn up to various plays on time. Thank you very much. Chelsea still managing to find a moment or two to get in here. We've gotten a Fury all over the place, guys, and yet people forget that Warwick was the OG doggo. Do a lot of work. He might be a monster doggo, but he is still a dog.
It's our first doggo.
Kind of the way you
Absolutely.
So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Zenith does get that shove up mid lane. Actually, really good trades there early on from Diane. Top side, Prominence looking to get on top of Zenith, who does get feared up there. Can maybe get dropped down, caught into the turret. Danny flashes, will get dropped low, but has got a barrier, needs to use it.
Shield.
Burns both summoners, but does secure the kill. Zenith, though, can TP back to the lane here. Countess gets interrupted on her own reset. Ardo needs to be a little wary. He was trying to read the crash down there with the handshake. Makes it rain, but unfortunately Ardo eating so much damage. Has to flash. Misses the piercing arrow. The stun. Still going to get to value. Bailout comes on through. Countess will die here, but it is still going to end up being the kill going to Ardo with the ignite, while Countess gets it on the other side. Of course, the other thing here as well is the wave was largely crashed, so that means that Countess can go back, come and pick up this wave and not have lost too much. Anything else here really to track? Fiori had to back a little earlier than she wanted to. Picks up an early Dark Seal, which is a Rim special. She does love to do that. I quite like that on mages in general. Empowers your healing pots. Is really good if you do get involved in a couple assists. Get a couple stacks on there early. Does help you snowball through the mid game. As I said, if you get 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, that is just 700 extra free stats. 700 gold's worth of free stats. 700 extra free stats. 700 AP would be a bit silly. But it's 700 gold's worth of extra stats, which is very, very important. Then, of course, with the TP, was able to come back to lane, having not lost as much as she might have done otherwise. So does get to kind of get up here and ensure she gets to hold that wave. The Warwick is kind of zoning her off a bit of the wave here, though. As I said, it's a miserable matchup. A miserable matchup for Ambessa. With the barrier, with that ability to just heal up through any damage that she does, to stun her up as she goes looking on in, it can be a tough old time.
Absolutely, and appreciate that Dark Seal explanation from our last best of 3. The economics of League always impresses me. Now, we are hitting about 6 minutes. Not a huge gold advantage, but we are trying to pick them out where we can. Sheena leading the charge on that realm. Oh, okay. It's that kind of game. Got it. That BM. Yeah. I need us to send it home. Nah, no, I see red. I see red every time. I am so easily tilted. We have to. Come on, Sheena. Gone and crush them since they want to play games. And Rel, if you're watching this, Ardo, if you're watching this, if y'all lose this first game, I want you to know it started right there. It's at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. We can't let that fly. Okay, sorry, y'all. I promise I'm a professional anchor. I don't just play League and let it tilt me like that. That's not a regular thing we do here on the cast. Oh, let's see if we make them pay for that.
Whoa. Might be getting onto the light of Prominence, who has got a bailouting Shinta behind. Cancelled the auto shield from that blast shield. Does buy a bit of time, but it's still a nice pick up there from Rim, who's donated that kill. Very nice. There's 2 stacks on the Dark Seal early.
I love that. Love that. Looking at our jungle here, I mean, we still gotta, we gotta humble that Vi a little bit. Just a little ahead. Evened up in our kills. No gold advantage at all. We're just pretty even right now. We evened it back up. Let's see how these next 3 minutes are going to go. Okay. 6 minutes till that first Drake, everybody. Getting a little whiplash. Kalta's taking some damage there. Thumbs up. A crab with the fancy feet. Yes, we're going to dance on him. So this is the Olympics, guys. This is the theme for the day. We're going to see who can dive best. I think this is going to be a game of dives.
Yeah. Now, so look, I think obviously for the Olympic squad here from G2 HEL, they've got themselves their 2 primary dive options. Actually, on the other side, we'll talk about that later. It's the other squad going up trying to show them out. Caltis does not get bailed out. Interesting. I wonder whether it was on cooldown. Wind becomes lightning, goes a bit wide, but there's the Crescent Guard, gets a hold of Nesta. Ardo now in danger as well. Needs to think about mounting up. Big damage back. Where's the bailout? Still not off cooldown. And another one goes the way of Kawaii Kiwis.
Not really happy with that dive. Yeah, 4 out of 10. Hopefully we can work on our form. It's a little better. Hopefully. We'll see what we can get next time with our next splash. All right. Let me check this out. Not too much of a shove there. Looking at our champs. I mean, Oriana's sitting pretty still at the start of this game. Renata looking pretty good, too.
I would say that. Ori's going to pick up this wave, but has been poked out quite a lot
with
early
that
on
20.
here. Yeah, so that's a 20 CS discrepancy. Again, the kill helps, and I don't know how much of a wave she's still got to pick up, but that's actually fairly significant. Did see her early on have to back up a little bit. I don't know how much attention there was from other lanes. Didn't really see how Sheena ended up in that kind of crazy play, running down Prominence with the help of Rim, but Rim was quite low after that one as well, so I assume there were some additional plays that went a little interestingly there. Either way, a kind of 15 to 20 CS lead in the mid lane is really good news for Diane there. The Oriana getting that kill, though, will mitigate that somewhat.
Yeah, in layman's terms, I'll try to, if we're getting an, oh, okay. Well, I thought we were going to get a little engage here. I'll try to explain that in layman's terms in just a second if
I believe
we back off of this Warwick. I mean, we're putting some damage down. We got stuff happening bot as well. Okay, Count is putting down the damage. Rim getting pushed back to their turret. Are we going to get a fight? It could pop off anywhere.
Ooh.
Well, really mid and bot.
Man, again, the
Sheena's
side
right between
been
them.
really good here. Rim's gone towards the Comet here as well to try and trade back, but it's just not been as easy.
Ooh.
Flash for the auto, can't quite get it. Flash for Flash. But Rim will
Flash
have to
for
reset
Flash.
here, as the grubs were taken by Sheena at the very least in the background of this. Into TP back to mid lane
Nice.
shortly, just about surviving that one. Flash being down on the Victor, potentially punishable. Dragon claimed on the other side, so the objectives are evenly traded. Early gold lead here to Kawaii Kiwis, though, who find themselves up
Absolutely.
700 or so gold.
Okay, so while we have a, well, no, we might not have a little time. We might get a little, if we move properly, we might not get a crash here in the river near their jungle. Zenith showing their dominance, doing their best. Holding up against this Warwick. Warwick has not had too much of a fun time, but still keeping up with that kill and that CS. So they're making it happen. Saw that misfortune down bot. Popping off. Ooh, okay, Cologne.
Oh, nice kill. That's the lack of the flash
Very
being a
nice.
big deal. Colum backsteps on the Shadow Strike. Is likely going to die here anyway. It's going to trade that life back over. But hey, you get that kill. Diane loses that wave. You take what you can get there. Rim will be able to come on up and pick that wave up shortly as well. Bit of an awkward position for that wave, actually. It is kind of being protected by Ardo, so there'll be a teleport available from the Victor, and he doesn't actually end up losing all that much damage to the wave. Of course, does die, and that's pretty nice, all things said and done.
How would you rate that dive?
That is
are we giving it?
So it started off really well, but the final flip there, the final exit from that spike from on the tower, gonna haunt them. Of course, Colum going down at the end of it all. That kind of gonna knock some points off. I think it's probably like a 7, maybe a 6 even. Actually,
Exactly.
Of course, going that 1-to-1, and you didn't quite get the wave in either. So there's some flashy moments. That just a few of the extra fundamentals. I don't know, 6 to 7 points coming on in. Production on it.
Nice, Prod. Thank you for keeping those visuals active for our chat. Chat, you better be in there rating these dives now. This is the Olympics. It's getting serious in here. It's very relevant for us too. I mean, when the Olympics do come around, they are gonna have a gaming category. You might see some of our players up there. You never know.
You never know. You never know.
But to get back to exactly what you were saying about the Oriana and the Jace mid, yes, of course, Oriana has a kill, but kills come and go. Minions are forever, and so that permanent XP, you're always going to have a set number of minions, you know, no matter how long your game goes. When you start losing the lead there, it can make a huge difference, especially when you start hitting a 30 CS difference, a 50 CS difference. It can make up for those kills. Okay, we've got a little bit of action popping off bot in the jungle. Rel, Vic, Vi just poking around for stuff while Oriana and Renata try to sniff them out. Like this
kind of
Warwick
plan.
sniffing out trouble too.
Yeah, the Warwick has not managed to get as much done here as I think they would like. Down a level. Hasn't got that first item completed. Zenith holding the line here pretty well, kind of threatening the Ignite, not overplaying as much. And a lot of them best to overplay this thing, because again, you've got to be careful with the Warwick, right? Because
Shield.
even when they're low HP, they get so much healing off the Eternal Hunger, off that passive. It's something like 250% healing. The heal off the Cures, off the Jaws of the Beast, you can get a lot of value there, not including any items. You know, like you're running things like Blade of the Rune King, you get lifesteal from that, your auto standard as well. So it can always be a bit difficult in the 1v1 to actually bring the Warwick low, and one of the things that Ambessa runs into the issue of. You come in, you start ordering, go through your combo, and they haven't actually changed HP. That's problematic. And then you get hit with the ult, and you're stuck there just eating loads of damage, and you don't run that many resists, really. It can be quite difficult to run away, even with all of your Drakehound steps. Turns out the Wolves step a little bit faster than Dragons in this particular scenario. Ardo, hit by the wind becomes lightning. Defense of the ward there from Sheena. We've got Dragon in a minute or so. Be interested to see if we want to play for that one or not. A couple of kills on Sheena makes this a pretty good spot for us to fight. We've got first items coming on through. I think both teams feeling pretty happy to match up their strength-wise. So it'll depend a little bit on setup, I'd have to imagine.
Absolutely. Let's look at these wards. Might need, I mean, we don't have a lot. Like, we can see who's going in to that pit, but they can get around that. Might need a little more vision from our side. Especially with that misfortune coming up through the river. Don't want to get caught blindsided by that. Rel diving straight.
That's a wonderful hostile Toko over line. Ardo's in so much danger. Can't quite finish with the kills. The blast cone. Oh no, Flash on Force trying to get the turnaround, but Ardo finds a really good Magnet Storm. Bullet time. Murders everyone. There's two members down. That dive is a 0 from us. And unfortunately on the other side, that is a straight 9 out of 10 for Kawaii Kiwis. It is beautiful, not just cute.
What did I say? I said the misfortune was... Oh, they dove in the 9 out of 10. Oh, I saw it coming. Oh, man, that hurts.
That could lose us the game there. That's a big lead to give up. That's going to give the Dragon... Might well give first turret bot side as well a huge break point in this game.
Because for a second there, it felt like they had almost disabled the misfortune, you know, cutting them off from the team, but they had that ult ready to go. They lined themselves up for it. But now we're now
in danger. Needs to try and jump away. Jaws the Beast down. Maybe we'll still be in danger.
Yeah, with that flash
as well.
Yeah.
There's the barrier down as well. Good set of damage there. Can look for this turret top side, especially as this Warwick needs to reset. Arno's coming in. It's a double Shattering Strike. Ferromancy crash down afterwards. Calcis though, pretty damn tanky at this point. Doesn't care as much. Overcomes the Vi. Now Calcis is likely in danger. Didn't get command protect, but it's just too far.
Ooh,
Flashes away. Does survive, and with the ghost popped as well, should be okay to back away. Sheena throws out the wind, becomes lightning.
And Bessa mid, so maybe we've got all of these enemies up top. Where are we pressing? Warwick following their lane, which you should. Run down some damage. They could all just collapse in this river. Right around the Baron pit. Got another less than 4 minutes on our next Drake, so this is really just the main space with that Herald hanging out there. Only major objective we've got so far. Let's see how we don't repeat that last dive. Okay! Nice little lock from Cologne. Alright. Clearing out wards. Are we gonna try to tango again? So far, Kawaii Kiwis has had the better form when it comes to these dives.
Yeah.
It is just a spaghetti.
There. Yeah, this one's getting a bit interesting. Because again, the Warwick's 2 and 202. They're going to go in here. Oh, we missed the public execution. No! Hostile takeover. It's pretty solid. Bison done, but the bullet time is just great again. Can't get the reset though. Sheena does get that one. Arno's now in danger. Bailout did a lot of work. Zen needs to keep running, but unfortunately can't run away from the Warwick too far. Win becomes like just wide from Sheena. Ends up being a 2 for 2. Could have been a lot worse there. That bailout coming in clutch to keep Sheena in one place. Danny looking potentially for some more. Got the blown up rolling. In comes the Impudent Duress. And Danny gets out as well. That Warwick can dive for miles. You do just get to run real fast as Warwick when someone's low HP.
Yep. Warwick evening up the score for Hawaii Kiwis. We now have a 3K gold difference. Don't want to see that at 20 minutes. We'll see if we can perfect our form in the next 5. Less than 3 minutes on that next Ocean Drake. See how it goes. All right. We're sitting here. We've seen how we've engaged with the Kiwis. What's the solution? What's the answer, chat? You let us know. I'm not an Olympic diver, but I'm willing to learn. We got them working out over here. We got Vi and, of course, our Victor just shaping around mid. Misfortune is 2-1-5.
Oh, Colum. Oh, dear.
Oh, hello. We hate to see it.
Yeah, they just weren't respecting the Luden's Victor damage there. And the fact that this Misfortune has the Infinity Edge already, that's just, that's rough. Had the heal, had the flash, burns neither. Redemption as well. Could have maybe bailed out. I don't think that would have bought enough time, but either way, Colum ends up dying kind of for free there in a pretty ugly fashion. The vision control is beginning to slip away from us, and we know what happens when that when that happens to us. We tend to start giving overkills a little bit like that. You just can't walk there.
Whew, exactly. And see, just like you were talking about that CS difference, yes, our Orianna is 3-0-2, but they are 40 CS behind. Oh,
this is a really awkward contest. The teleport's coming now. The hostile takeover is not bad, actually. Managing to turn that around. Big pick up there onto the Rel. Looking to try and get out of the back, and they do get the Herald. Can they pick up the Eye? Doesn't look like they got it onto the Misfortune, who flashed out the back of the pit, as did Diane. But they lost 2 members' flashes to do that. Dragon is about to spawn. We can look to break their soul point stacking and get on towards, especially with Ardo dead for another few seconds. Execution to the backline, looking to drop onto Danny. That's onto the Warwick. Got no flash, but does have a barrier, looking to get a bit more damage down. But again, it's Warwick. He's going to be able to come and heal back up, and the ultimate now down for Zenith. A little overeager. No one really able to follow up on that one.
We can't let Ardo get away with this. I will actually be tilted for the rest of the day. We saw that BM 10 minutes ago. We have to answer. We have to answer the call. Now, exactly what you said. Oh, that Herald coming down. Orianna's going to have to make up this difference. Oh, yeah, this difference with the Victor. CS is forever. Kills come and go. Herald taking down that T1 turret mid. And they're just shooting from the distance. Prominent hanging out in that bush. Do we see that?
In the river first. Watch the Vi angle. Can look for something. It's a handshake onto the Warwick, who is looking to maybe try and land himself. Sheena does what they should charge for, but eats a lot of damage back from that Victor. Now split up from the team. Flash the Shattering Strike. Gets the R down. Buys a bit of time.
Taking out the Misfortune.
They put the Misfortune. Didn't have the heal. Now they can look for a bit more as they try and get some value back. The Magnustorm is decent. Into the backline on top of the Arcane Storm. They get the reset. Colum goes on down. Prominence does die. But look at that Arcane Storm. This Victor is such a problem. Can't quite get the kill onto Rim as Kaltis gets a bit of damage back, but the gravity field's going to rip the place, and she'll die too! Flash on forwards. Diane can keep hunting for more. Kaltis gets the level up.
And did.
And Diane is just an utter monster with this Ludens, with this Shadow Flame, and with a Storm that just eclipsed the entire lane.
That Victor is the problem. Truly, that dive. My goodness, they might have lost quite a few of their members, but Victor was able to clean up along with the rest of their team. Look at that 5-0 Warwick. Monstrous. Monstrous. Otacon is up. And on top of that, we got to deal with the Warwick Victor combo. Just the madness of it all. Ugh. Orianna's still sitting at a 4-0-5, just has to get some more money in their pockets. And Bess is really good at singling out those targets, just you have to live to tell the tale. All right. 5 minutes on that next Drake. Kiwi dominating all of these Drakes. We are going to have to contest the next one. Over a 3K gold lead. Let's see how we
Pretty
answer it, y'all.
significant, and it's in some pretty scary spots, right? This Warwick is a problem if the fights go long and get messy, which they have been. Warwick's move speed is really dangerous at this point. At some point, the Varus will be able to stand and deliver, but you need a third item, you need the bailout. That's not really happening right now. I think the Zhonya's smart here from Rim to go towards because it will help time out things like the Infinite Duress, time out things like the Arcane Storm and the Bullet Time. Trying to get to the backline, they want to Diane, who does not have the flash still.
Diane.
Will go down. Important shutdown picked up by Shima Columbus.
Beautiful shutdown.
Arcane Storm could still die to the ending tick, not quite enough. But Colum
goodness.
realistically needs to reset or get those honey fruit. All the while, tier 2 being shoved on by Kawaii Kiwis. Warwick as well looking for the tier 2 stops. We could end up trading a lot of turrets here if we're not careful.
Immediately going back. Ardo, Nestor, Warwick, all just pressing on our tier 2 turrets. We have to make this
A
worth.
lot lost. We've still got
Orianna
no turrets,
doing
by
their
the way.
best.
I don't
None.
think TP's going to come in time. That's going to go down. We'll finally get one bot side possibly. They have tried to get onto the side of Danny. Overcomes Nesta though.
Woo.
Danny going to be in danger. The hostile takeover comes on forward.
dang.
And they should kill off the
Woo.
Warwick. Big shutdown
That bound.
going the way of Zenith. However, that is still now 5 turrets to 1. We've got a single turret outside of our base standing. And there's still Hex Soul Point to contend with. Sorry, Ocean Soul Point to contend with as well. The gold lead hasn't actually shrunk after all those shutdowns because they picked up so much structural gold.
Yes. They whittled down our infrastructure, and that is absolutely going to make this next game of Whack-A-Mole so much harder. Now we got to contend with them in less than 3 minutes over our Drake and Baron Pit in less than 20 seconds. We can't let them have that stuff, or at least not easily anyway. We are at least down just 2K in gold. But we have a lot more to keep we have to keep our heads on a swivel. Okay, we're poking. We're poking. We don't want them to poke back too hard. That misfortune is scary. These items are stacking up. All right, this formation here, we're in the river. They're in mid. I don't like where Jace is standing. I mean, Victor is standing. Sorry, I've got Javik on the brain. Oh, the flash in.
Storm only lands onto a couple of people. The public execution completely wide by Zenith, though.
Nice.
Bullet time, not fantastic this time around either, though. So a lot of ults burn, but importantly, the Crescent Guard is down. The Barasol is down. So is our public execution. That's most of our big ticket ultimates. The Shockwave is now up. We've not quite got the hostile takeover either. Ardo eats a bit of a chunk. If the backline goes Prominence, can look for a potential angle here. She's not in danger. Remember, no Crescent Guard on the other side. The Infinite Duress onto Countess, but there's the hostile takeover. Buying some time. Blowing up Sheena. Ardo will likely die. Gets that pickup, does the side of Rim, looking for some damage. Cal's trying to stand and deliver. Big damage as the passive from Varus gets going, gets to auto a few more people. 3 members from us standing. Watch out for Diane, who's still very damn scary. Rim gets the burn protection, stays alive. Needs to get some of those honey fruit. Should be able to back away here. The problem is the carries on the other side, desperately scary. We need to reset and look at this dragon.
2 for 3. That's the best we can ask for right about now if we wanted to cripple the team. Now we have to focus on these objectives that have popped up or are coming up very soon. Hopefully communication and vision are on our side. And just like I said, we still got to manage this stuff knocking on our door. Victor already there at Dragon Pit. Hanging, doing what they're supposed to do. They know that the fight is about to start. 10 seconds. Countess might be their last hope. The Orianna, I mean, it's absolutely a team effort. Orianna is still very strong. But Varus doing that damage. Hopefully Ambessa can lock down the right person. Right time, but you know, you got the Warwick to respond to. Rim got Rabadons. Let's pray. Let that be
damage.
enough.
Still got the arm guard. By the way, the Dark Seal is fully stacked. This Orianna will
Nice.
really hurt right now. Again, yes, this Victor is strong. We
Absolutely.
talked a lot about the Victor. Is still going to be strong. However, we are finally feeling like we can fight back a little bit here. The Varus has actually had a couple of good fights now.
Yes.
We are starting to see that we're able to punish back, especially if they don't land their wombo combo properly. If they overdive,
walled
the
off that
hostile
Drake.
takeover is really
Nice.
difficult. We get the dragon. Magnet Storm, though. Oh, that's rough. Really good hostile takeover. Sheena to the backside
Nice.
with the bailout. Massive turnaround. Glorious stuff. Trying to get some value back. Sheena needs to get an auto in. Does get the reset value. Into the backline of Diane. A wind becomes lightning. And it will strike more than once. It'll strike across all 4 members still there. The Warwick alone survives, singed but not dead. A fantastic fight from G2 HEL to turn around what looked like a dangerous engage.
See, that was beautiful. So Kawhi tried that dive, y'all. It was a 2 out of 10 dive. I think they got 4 for 1. Not a good price for them at all. Now we're in the Olympics. Now our form is shaping up. That's the type of stuff that turns the tide. Look at our gold difference. We are now back in a slight advantage. And we've got Baron. They can't even, it's free. Warwick trying to come in, but just honestly sacrificing themselves. They might be able to take somebody out. Why was Danny there? Why?
Danny, are you okay?
It's what it is. Danny, are you okay? That was a pull. I love that. That pattern recognition is on point. You did that.
Well, there you go.
Everybody
Smooth
hand claps
criminal
for
me
Michelle.
stealing lines to put onto cast and pretend they're my own. But here you go. What are you going to do about it? All the while, though, check in the inventory of Rim. That is a Medjai Soul Stealer. That's my goat right there.
6-0 and 11.
They have been
Love
trying to jump onto Kaltis currently a lot, and that's
Yeah.
understandable. You don't want to give the Varus the opportunity to get the passive rolling, because remember, the way Varus passive works is the moment you kill something, you get increased attack speed, which is why often you'll see Varus is trying to kill a few minions and then start autoing you. If you get champion kills, you get insane attack speed, and you can just cycle through Rage Blade procs, now Terminus procs, Blade of the Ruin King procs. It's really, really nasty as long as you get to stand and auto. You've got the bailout behind you, the hostile takeover keeping you alive, and yes, Kaltis is sometimes dying, but she's putting a lot of damage out while she's doing it. And then you've got the problem is Sheena is also surviving a lot of these engages. The hostile takeovers are buying twice, and Rim has yet to die this game. Oriana is a problem again. Rim is untouched. They do kill off the Varus. That's pretty good in the backline, and already a lot of damage, unfortunately, onto that Renata.
Rim in a hard place.
They do get something back as Rim is really, really, really deep. Gets a shockwave that means very little indeed, and will die. The moment I speak about it, we end up losing 3 members for one really ugly push from us.
I was about to say that Drake, that for Kawhi, that was a big throw for them.
Yeah.
Because the gold difference was huge right up until this moment. Starting to even the game back up. We are getting ready to knock on their base's door, but not with dives not with plays like that. That was a successful dive for Kawhi. All right. Give me just a sec while I, shove this cake in my face. Okay, there we go. All right. Maokai got that shutdown. Yep, let's look at these scores.
This is a 45 kill game in 31
so
minutes.
funny.
It has been bloody stuff. The Medjai was immediately sold because it was like, it got 10 stacks and then immediately she lost all the stacks, which kind of sucks. So sold that to get the Zhonya's. Bit of a shame. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe the book could have stayed, but again, you need to get the arm guard for the next fight because it is going to be the Ocean Dragon. But it's going to mean this Oriana doesn't actually hit quite as hard as she would have done 2 minutes ago. That Medjai was actually a significant amount at first. We need to be better than that last one because that was way too easy for the flank engage. We are getting caught out a lot over the last few days by supports just able to jump over walls at us, and we don't know that they're there. It's been a problem.
Well, we got a proper showdown here.
Kwaikiwis are the ones in the river, though, with the vision control. And again, that makes me nervous. We've not been great at contesting areas where we don't have vision.
Misfortune trying to shape up, trying to line up for a good shot. Doing exactly what you said, trying to limit our vision. I really hope they see that Misfortune, or at least get away from the walls.
Long way back, hang on. That's a lot of damage onto this Warwick. It's going to be healing, but there's the bullet time Magnus Storm combo. Hostile takeover by some time, but it's already 2 members dead. The Varus is gone. Trying to buy some time. Nesta flashes out. Zenith can't quite get the kill. Sheena on the other side splitting up. Diane gets to stay alive. Zenith trying to run, trying to heal. Lots of Omnivamp to work with. Sheena flashes in for the 3 Talon Strike. Can't quite get the kill. The Siphon Power Shield. And we're about to have the flash vault breaker into the back line. Zenith tries
Zenith-
lots of them on G-Vamp, and they kill off 2 important members down. Suddenly, it's a 3-for-3. Zenith turns it all around. You got to respect the late game Ambessa healing.
Let's go instead of evening up the score. Watch out for that misfortune. Still scary as heck.
Diane's just TP'd in here.
Oh,
You can't TP in there!
What?
Oh, they thought it was just one member. And they just lost the victor. Oh, that's a disaster.
That's disastrous.
Great for us.
Oh, man. 1 out of 10 dive. That was unfortunate. Appreciate you, Peg. Oh, goodness. This is such a... We are swimming today. Welcome to the Olympics, chat. This is a game of dives, and the dives have been entertaining. Kawhi, you know, had an edge, but man, both teams have taken the time to kind of throw back and forth. Kawhi in a big way, but, you know, G2 just kind of giving things up here and there. Have not worked in our favor. So yeah, just another little happy accident for DM. Let's see if we can get this next Drake. I mean, it should be easy. Everyone's spread out over there. Baron coming up in less than 30. Yes, Nor, it is messy. We had a lead a bit earlier, which got evened up with some, you know, just us getting caught out. We are starting to gain that back. Now 1K ahead.
Getting that lead, we did get the dragon. That was really important because that fight looked very, very difficult. Because at the end of it all, it was,
It did.
remember, Zenith and Rim running away desperately, looking, oh dear, it's going to be a disaster. And then, remember, this is a level 16 plus Ambessa. Every level of the ultimate gives you so much Omnivamp and armor penetration. It's why you never see Ambessas build armor pen, really, because they don't need it. They get it passively from the ult scaling. But it means at this point of the game, an Ambessa that goes through a combo will heal a lot of her HP and absolutely decimate anyone who steps in her range.
I can't wait to see it. Or, I can't wait to see our answer for all of these obstacles Kawhi has been putting up for us. We've seen some impressive stuff from our side. We just need to give Kaltis and Orianna some room to shine yet again. That's our win con. All right, Baron, we're forcing this fight. Warwick coming in. Not quite committing. Orianna putting down some control. Yep, hitting Danny hard. Getting that clean, free.
Ooh.
And they have great positioning
got the
here.
Shockwave onto the Vi. Trying to get something, but that's the Shockwave only onto 1. Doesn't really get that much, but we did get the Baron, and that might be more than enough for us. What are we going to do here? Because the positioning's a bit awkward. They're going to try and
Now
corral
it's
us back.
getting-
So we've not
yeah.
been able to reset. We get Baron, but at what cost?
Sheena running
Danny's
right
there,
in.
knock up from Sheena. Gets feared by the Primal Howl. Needs to press the R button, does. Turn around the hostile takeover. Exceptional again. Prominence is not looking all that prominent. The bullet time is quickly shorted. The watch is out of wind. And a laugh, a cackle again from Chelsea. Ace plus Baron. A triple kill to Zenith.
10 out of 10. They got ace. Hey, it's not our production checking items in the middle of team fights, I promise. Thank you, Rim, for that. Take notes. Emo, love to see it. I almost blew a vein watching that item pop up in the middle of the fight. But you saw it here, everybody. Kawhi losing their form. Their dive's just not it. This is literally game 1, 36 minutes, and G2 HEL closing it out. What a game.
There's blood all over my screen. 57 kills we had that game. 57. It was certainly full of action. And I would look, I remember how that early game went. That Victor was blowing up Column from out of nowhere. The bullet times were looking horrifying. The Warwick had gotten to a really scary point. Going, oh dear, not sure about this one. Soul point early. Ooh, this is ugly. And actually, some of those team fights became really, really good. The hostile takeovers and the bailouts did so much work from Column in those team fights. I cannot begin to say how many times they screwed up the dive, screwed up the misfortune, and allowed the likes of Sheena and Zenith in particular to really get into that backline and mess with people. Rim as well. That Orianna was quietly doing a really good job to keep themselves alive.
Yes.
I'd love to say more, but we are going to cut to a break. It's a long day today, folks. We are going to be very swift about this one. Back in a few for even more action.
It's been dark way too long in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets. Evil at your front door, creeping while you sleep. It's time to raise up, show that evil we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek, I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. We go through bad days, hard times, low pay, high crime, pathways to a life without sunshine. I'm the lifeline. With this life, I'm gonna be the pipeline, shining in the nighttime. Bet on me to swoop down. I'ma go toe to toe. Already know that I'm never gonna back down. Bet on me to stand tall. I take on anything for my crew. Bet I risk it all. Wicked, wicked people in the streets. Corruption in the politics and the police. It's time to raise up. Take a stand against the seat. We won't take a back seat. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. 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 If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. Yeah, no more running from that bad guy. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's up? I know that journey been hard for you. Okay, I ain't giving up. We ain't giving up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Welcome back to Lag News, where you all are
There we
getting
go.
play-by-play action of G2 Hell versus Kawaii Kiwis with my anchor, Initialized Cass. Welcome
A pleasure
back.
to be here with you, Chelsea. It's glad to be here. News on the hour. G2 Hell currently up in the series against Kawaii Kiwis, coming away with gold in the diving competition, though it was a close-run affair with both judges seeing some messy dives before the final execution proved too beautiful to be denied. All Olympics memes aside, that was a wild old game. There was blood everywhere, but G2 Hell got the gold medal. One more to go to secure another berth in playoffs. They go on to play again tomorrow, but it'll just be in the upper bracket of the win. Otherwise, they will drop down to the lower bracket, but in a different capacity a little bit further down the line.
Absolutely. On our way to gold, we just have one rule for you in chat. Be careful when you put your money down on these predictions, because if I
Chelsea's
see
scary about this.
that you pull for the enemy team and I find you, you are subject to it. Nor King,
She has her ways.
I saw you.
What do you think? Like Lag News, we've got investigative reporters across all of esports. We know all of your logins. We know your League of Legends names. We can
see your
chat to
LP.
Riot. It's true. I can see your. I can see your LP. It's not a lot of it, is it? Come on.
It can go down to nothing. We can go in the negative. I'm about
Make
it.
it happen.
Let's make it happen.
LP. It's gonna happen. Welcome to Iron 5. It's the secret club that we can introduce you to.
We can find that for you. We are about to head
Why
into
did
our
we just
second
suddenly decide
game.
to sort of like threatening chat? Like that was like really aggressive. Like is there a worse fate than suggesting to a League of Legends player, "You're going to Iron 5 and I'll make you go there"? It's like, oh.
Immediately. I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, underneath the rift. Don't make it
All right,
happen.
Yu-Gi-Oh player, you go.
Thank you. You get
Bakura
me.
over here.
Throw those Exodia cards in the ocean. Make it happen. Iconic scene. Now, we are watching
Chelsea
the next
obliterate.
game. Okay. I'm sorry. We're nerds here. We're nerds. We're
Absolutely,
about to hop
shamelessly so.
Shamelessly so. We are about to hop into game 2. This is Fearless Draft. Everyone asks us this all the time, and it is finally happening here. This is our second game, just repeating that for y'all. We're going to see how it shapes up.
Got
So,
one final Yu-Gi-Oh reference. We're first-rate casters with a fearless draft. There you go. There you go.
yes. 'cause
Third-rate
I'm
duelist
not-
with a
I'm
fourth-rate
not a-
deck. You can see you can flip
Yes.
it around. It's great. See? It's making positive. Kaiba could never.
I'm not a
Kaiba could
third-rate
never.
player with a fourth-rate comp, you know? It's not me. It's not me. No, never. Oh, all right, Rab, your time. Hey, it's ticking. All right. I'm gonna make true. If y'all lose, if you vote against us and y'all don't make your bet, you are getting sniped immediately. You better be ready for the sting. I'm on it now.
In game.
Call me
In game.
Caitlyn.
She's playing
Call me
Caitlyn. She's exactly. She's in game, guys. She's not.
I might have. No, wait. I really meant that. Oh, wait. We're live? Oh, right. We're back. I thought we were just in a Discord call. We're back, everybody. Hi.
I don't know this
Let me
woman.
keep my
Where
job.
she come from? Yeah, like news does not endorse the opinions.
I'm Kelsey. Who's Chelsea? We don't know. I'm just somebody who broke in here. Hi. Welcome in. All right. We're going
Right.
to see how this next draft shapes up.
Everyone wants to make sure that G2 Hell is on blue side. Very many Kelsey bites.
We've
That's
been blue.
not- they know what's going to say. But yeah, basically, because actually I think that there's a lot of people have been talking about how blue side, generally speaking, feel quite favored at the minute in drafting scenarios. There's been a bit of a red side resurgence in LCK, but I think a lot of the best teams there have got good enough drafts and angles to help turn that around. But still has felt on average that blue side's been a lot stronger. I think the thing is for G2 Hell specifically, there are a few players who use their counter picks really, really well. Zeniv has got a lot of weird picks, and actually we've seen when she doesn't get the counter pick, can sometimes end up in matchups where the early lane can go quite wrong. We saw the Aurelia matchup got a little bit dicey for a second or two yesterday. The Shen 0-3 in 7 minutes against a Jace to end up 3k gold ahead of her. Like, those are moments where you go, yeah, that one's a bit tough. That said, Nico is our first pick this round. They're going to respond with the Senna that scales incredibly well. It's a global. They're going to go with the Gwen as well. Those are two very potent power picks in the current meta. Gwen in particular has been terrorizing top lane for a very long time.
Just take your time. Don't worry. This was all planned. All planned. All planned.
I definitely know what's happening.
Stay calm, everybody. It's good.
Production. What's happening?
Just doing some repair in the back. Don't worry. Don't freak out, y'all. This is just same day in hell.
I should have read production as actually the draft is going black for a few seconds, so I won't get scared. That's fine for you. It is. So it was
no, it was all planned. No, we're good. We're good. You were just putting on a show.
I definitely checked production chat there, and that was not me dealing with one screen issues. Oops, that's fine. Sorry, production. You actually did tell us, and I failed to read the instructions. My bad. Tristana and the Aurora. We saw a really good Aurora game from Rim just yesterday. We kind of got caught on Kaltis cam at that point. Lovely to watch Kaltis again. Great Miss Fortune player. We're watching her bounce around in the Admiral Miss Fortune skin. It's got really cool walking animations. However, Rim got a load of really crazy solo kills on the Aurora that we didn't get to see as a result. But did play very well on that. We already seen Kaltis pop off on the Tristana earlier today. The Nico's very potent. That's a lot of really good picks for us on an individual level. Lots of good skirmishing, lots of good mobility. On the other side, though, locking in the Nautilus, it's always been a good pairing with the Senna. And the scaling there with the Gwen and the Senna is pretty ridiculous.
Smelling teamwork in the comp. Let me make sure I got everything up here in chat. We will do our channel predictions after we see this draft, so get your channel points ready. That threat was very real earlier, so, poll wisely, everybody. Poll wisely. All right.
Can't stop her. She's out of control, chat. She's out of control. It's what lag news does to someone. When you get to this kind of level of international success in broadcast, it goes to your head. You're such a star that, no one can stop you anymore.
It's why her hair has got
like kind of these little balloons in them, right? Like it's just where the ego is filling it up. That's what it is.
Let the dark side consume you. Okay, we've been here in the cut. We've been here for hours. All right.
Yes. Yeah, she's a Sith Lord. I'm the apprentice. I always wanted a double-bladed lightsaber anyway. Maul was cool. What can I say? So, I'm down for this. At last, we shall show them who's truly Lord of the Draft.
It is time to get a little, ugly. Yeah. This is game 2. We could sweep. This is when you should let all your teeth you need to show your fangs immediately. Thank you so much, Elite, for the sub. Welcome back. 42 months on a 42-month streak.
Welcome in.
Boom. Yeah. All right, back to the draft, y'all. Maokai. Another Maokai today. Not mad at it, just a spooky tree in the distance.
It's a very good pairing with what they've got, right? Sets up well with the Nautilus, pairs it well with the Senna as well, because you then get to hit the last embrace for free. You can throw down your ult over the top of it. It just basically means at this point, the battle lines of Kawaii Kiwi are ridiculous. You've got to try and get through Dawning Shadow and Hallowed Mist and the Nautilus and the Maokai whole kit. You are realistically looking at a damaged mid laner. I would have said a Victor here would have been quite good, but obviously you've already used that. Silas into all of these big ultimates. Yeah, that'll work. The Aurora's now going top. We're very heavy on the AP here. We are full dive. Full dive. Everyone's going forward together as one. Lots of different angles we can take. And again, one of the things that Kawaii Kiwis are going to have to do is be very, very, very careful with their vision setup. That's a little bit easier when you've got the Maokai because the saplings can help. But you will get to this point where the whole idea is Gwen hops over a wall invisible, flash ults you. Nocturne turns the lights out, jumps on you. Ahri comes over a wall, you're not paying attention, jumps you. Nico's a bloody blast cone in the forest that you're not paying attention on vision, flash ults you. Lots and lots of ways to catch Kawaii Kiwis off guard. There isn't a lot of tank on this squad, though. Everyone is squishy, and we are very ultimate reliant. If the ultimates are misused, we get a really nasty shotgun blast. But there's maybe 2 shots in that barrel. And once they are down, we got to reload. And if you miss, or you don't double tap, and the Silas rises from the grave, zombie style, and starts running over saying, well, I'm stealing the Ahri ult, and I'm stealing the Nocturne ult, and I'm stealing the Aurora ult, I'm stealing the Nico ult. Oh, God, Silas with Nico ult is insane. It's one of his best ults to steal. That could be really problematic. It does make this Silas a very good pick here, assuming he isn't blasted in lane, which can happen. I've seen a few Auroras over the last few days. Find some solo kills on Silas. He's even on the very best of matchups. I think I saw, who was it? It was was it Rookie getting solo killed the other day versus the likes of
Y'all know better than me.
Was pretty, or possibly the way it might have been Rookie into Knight. Either way, there was some very, very, very famous mid laners who were very, very good at playing League of Legends who were getting solo killed in this kind of matchup. So the Silas will need to actually get to the point where he can use those ultimates well. But I like the pick nonetheless.
So, I'm getting a Hunters vibe from this. I didn't want to say Hunters versus Prey because they're not exactly
It's survival
Prey.
horror. Is what
Yeah,
this is.
you know what?
We are
You
going
get it.
into you're going into
Survival
a
horror.
forest. You're going into a forest and it is dark and full of CC. You
Oh my God, we're
misstep
playing
as
Dead by
kawaii kiwis,
Daylight?
and yeah, basically exactly like you're trying to stay around. You're trying to stay around as the survivors, right? As kawaii kid. Get your generators rolling, throw your saplings in the right bushes, get all these objectives together.
Hide and seek.
If you do that, you
too.
win.
We have a lot of that. Yeah, survival horror because of the Nocturne. I really
Yeah.
think Nocturne makes anything scary. So
Nico's
I like
playing
that.
prop hunt, you know, trying to turn into all these
Yes.
things, and jumping out at you.
Yes.
Aurora, the killer bunny rabbit, coming out of nowhere from invisibility. Where's your holy hand grenade when you need it? Ooh, Countess has to start.
See,
rocket
they
jump.
thought they saw him. Just a shadow in the jungle. Yep, they're watching. They're waiting. Let's see if we win our game of hide and seek, everybody. Let's see if our prop hunt survival horror doesn't flip on us. Let's not make this a nightmare for ourselves. Game 2, everybody. Make sure you put in your channel points.
Dead by Daylight, you can lose that. Remember, you know the hunters are cool,
You
but they
sure
don't always win,
can.
do they?
Don't become the hunted. Because they're not just surviving out here. They might be, you know, our object of fascination, but they can bite back.
They really
All
can.
right. Got pings from our
Not too
Nocturne.
much to
I
see
think
it.
we're setting up for a deepen, or we're just hanging
Oh,
around
that's
trying to
just
see how it
splitting
works
the
out.
map
Maybe.
here. We want to play around again. We've got a Tristana and a Nico. We want to shove. We've got the range matchup. That's a big deal.
Yes.
Should still
Had a
be
little-
a pretty easy angle here. There's Nocturne. I think if they can hit level 2, 3, it's a good spot. The Maokai splitting the map with the Aurora, who's probably safer in the 1v1, where we want to try and get the most out of the pressure lane bot. I think this is smart. We don't see a lot of split map jungling anymore. Go for the invades, but actually going for like a full-on splitting of the map. It doesn't happen so much. Really good for dredge line. Caltus has still got the rocket
Caltus
jump.
feeling it.
They need to try and put the barrier. We'll stay alive for now. Good damage back onto Nesta. The
Good
basic
dodge.
comes on down. Colum gets to stay alive. Level 3, going to be pretty close, I think, for the side of GG. Ends up being barrier for barrier, and the ignite was burned by Ardo. Worth noting that Colum still has the heal, so there's a bit of a bait available here. Brought the health bars look a little bit better there for
Ooh.
Kawaii Kiwi. Grim Lancer Charm,
Dying,
really good
putting down
engage
the
there
hurt.
with the Absconder Duct.
I'm sorry, Dian. I've been swapping your name a bit. I'm gonna call you Dian. But yeah, Sheena was spending a little bit of time in the enemy's jungle, so I hope that paid off for her. We'll see if this helps in the next
Lost the
3
blue
minutes.
buff, but gets to get more camps here in general because then run straight over to our own blue side jungle. May just have to give up the additional grump, but I think can probably leave it. In fact, we really should be having a look over at that Maokai right now. Just jumped on Nocturne. There you go. But that's the unspeakable horror and just burned all of his closes. It has to flash away. That's a really good hooker gun, and Caltus doesn't buffer out of it. Colum tries to turn onto Nest and get a fair amount of damage back. The heal now burned from Colum. Ardo, body blocked away from getting on top of Caltus. Can't land the staggering blows past him. Now the explosive charge on top of him. Chunks a bit below, but has the health pot in inventory. Caltus has to be wary now. A few hooks have landed that she hasn't really buffered away from.
Ooh,
That one lands onto
another.
Nico, but lands a good tangle barbs back. Piercing darkness went through Colum to land on the back line. Now Colum's in danger. Rooted up, damage back from Ardo, gets some damage, but I don't think the center has enough damage in the back. Okay, to keep going. Mid lane, damage coming on down onto Rim. Gets the charm
wow,
though.
Rim with
Zion
the
now in
damage.
danger. Sheena lands with the Duskbringer. The
First
unspeakable
blood.
horror. And first blood goes the way of the survival horror nightmare himself, Nocturne, not even needing to turn out the lights yet.
Hide and seek is on, baby. This has officially become a survival horror game for Kawaii Kiwis. We have gotten our first blood, and yeah, bot lane is fighting back, you know, a bit. They're trying to fight the nightmare, but we'll see if they can keep that up in the next 3 minutes. Chat saying Nico, Ari, and Aurora on the same team feels wrong. We're supposed to feel unsettled. It's a nightmare.
There's 3 former
Absolutely
mid
is.
laners all somehow in separate lanes. Don't get me wrong, Nico is very much a power pick right now. The Aurora is something of a lane counter into Gwen. We've seen a few people try it. Who does it quite a lot? The Shy, probably most famously, most comfortably does it quite a lot. Honestly, I've seen a lot of Aurora into the Silas, hilarious. But Zenev,
Ooh, Danny getting
a bit
revenge.
wary here.
With the
That's
flash.
The flash as the ghost spin popped. Really good there from Danny, especially with the across the veil on cooldown.
All right. Only been about 5 minutes. We got first blood. Always a nice omen to see. Putting a little energy into River. Got that crab. Shaping up for our first
Watch
Drake.
Silas here.
Our fire Drake. Love a fire Drake to
There's a
start.
Maokai around, only at level 4. We can't get that much involved. See, I think this is just going to be over to us, right? Just on the Silas roaming, putting the ward down.
Yeah.
He's got level 6. Does he want to try and fight this with the bot lane? I don't think he does. Arda's going to spot
I
what's
don't
going
think
on.
so.
Cool, that's fine, and leaves it alone. So what he will do here, though, basically, is make it a lot harder for Colum and Cal to get back to lane. But Cal, of course, can just rocket jump over the Dragon Pit wall and should be able to get back to lane okay anyway. Just a slightly more awkward route. Good charm there.
Oh, nice charm.
Does land you attacked, though, and that turns it around pretty well.
Nice. This is nice fighting mid. So Sheena's plan did work out well. Crippling the Maokai just a little bit of good time for that Drake. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, like, also just keeps this bot lane isolated. Nesta now has to flash, and again, like, for all it's been a lot of good hooks from Ardo, it's actually still a good CS lead right now for Counters and Colum, because Nesta's being zoned off a lot of the minions.
Yes.
Also, and that's great news. It's also been a nice gank mid, and you get the dragon on top of it. So yeah, you kind of made good use of that time. You get a really good early back with the fade and as well. Zenev trading with Danny well enough there. There is ultimates available on both sides. I don't think we're going to see a trade of those quite yet.
Senna not getting a chance, just like Initialize has said. And Tristana shoving for that 20 CS difference.
Oh,
Ooh,
another abscond
out
flash.
here. Oh.
Steals the ultimate. Won't need to burn out from Rim. That's a bit rough. Again, Diane's been hitting some really good abscond abducts. The only thing is he's done that probably at the cost of some of his own CS. Was down about 15. I think it'll still be about 10 by the time it's done. Rim can join back in with the wave. Doesn't quite get the lost chapter, which is what she was sticking around for. I actually wonder whether
nice
that
hop.
mana crystal should have been a dark seal. And just start to snowball off that. But hey, the decision is made. And we'll look to try and build
Maybe
towards that
they'll
lost
teach us
chapter
something.
as fast as they can.
Ooh, those scissors. All right.
There's a really cool article out
reset.
there about Gwen's sound design when she first released, because it would talk about how they made the scissor sound, and it's like full of like loads of wild stuff, because like basic scissors aren't that cool, so they basically put them through some
No, not at
crazy
all.
processing and got loads of extra things to give it that kind of like ghostly, ethereal, Reaper Scythe kind of weight.
Did they use more knives? I mean, yeah, scissors boring. Totally not what we want here. We want axes. We want, you know, to feel like the blades at your neck. Oh, jungle. We got River just... We're having a party, River. Oh, but we're hopping in. Looking for a fight. Naughty.
Damage, and that's just
Ooh.
a very dead Colum. Unfortunate stuff. The level 6 coming through from Nesta, and now they're going to try and dive top on the other side. These before Horror comes on down and try and turn this in. But the Maokai ult's still there. Kaltis gets tagged by the needles, flashes away, still gets rooted up. I think we're about to lose a lot of members. That's just way too far. Kaltis can't get anything. Sheena should be able to survive, but it's another kill to give over. Sometimes we just overforce and we're disrespectful of the collapse times from our enemy squads, and that is a prime example.
Absolutely. The nightmare can be both ways. They are not going down easy. They were communicating. I mean, Rel got that from bot. Love communications. Just need more of that on our side. All right. We're going all in.
Try and get some damage back. Nice
them down.
pick. Okay.
That was good.
That's a good kill then
That
onto
was
the
nice.
side of Zenev. And again, no flash, no barrier right now, so very easy to get a hold of that one. Good pick
Hide
up
and
there
seek.
in general. Dragon minute and a
goes
half.
tricky.
Grubs have not been... Actually, what we
charmed.
saw, that would be a 1-for-1. Nice charm there. Interrupted that dash. Good work. And Cal's going to shove up against Danny here best you can.
Still ahead in our gold advantage when you're looking at how our teammates are shaping up. Aurora's doing well. We're not too far behind in CS. We got a kill. Nocturne doing what they got to do. Still keeping that lead from that early disrupt we had on Maokai. Oh man, Ari having a decent game as well. We're not in a bad
Doing
spot.
all right here. It's been farming really well. Missed the charm there, but Diane's
Yeah.
really low in terms of the mana. It's going to have to reset, probably look to come back out there. Colum also getting a lot of shove. We've got a minute until Dragon, so I'm expecting some resets to start coming on through and to start getting some wards down. Ardo trying to get some wards down, but again, if the Nico is one of the few enchanters that can face check because she can use her shape changer clone to check for her, right? And you can just send that in as a sacrificial temporary drone and then back away doing it. But it also means that if you're there standing waiting, you can really punish people like Northus who come forwards and you go, yeah, no, you can't. Let me just auto you down as a pseudo damage carry with my shape changer auto passes and stuff. It's a lot of
Beautiful,
value there.
yeah, very useful for Nico. And that's why I feel like that survival horror kind of hide and seek theme works perfectly here. Like, yeah, Nico showing exactly what makes them useful in this game. We got 3 bot. They're just pressing down. Okay.
Blossom,
All
wait for the
in.
paranoia. In jumps Caltis, looking to come and find an angle. Yet to blow that one in. In we go. Caltis low. Backline. Ardo in danger as he
Ooh,
flashes away, but
Ardo.
still in range of the unspeakable horror. Now Prominence gets the Bramble smash away. Countess trying to get ready
Trying
to
to
keep
get the
going on
Countess.
down. Teleport comes on in. Colum buys some space. The Dawning Shadow
I know
does
that
bring
hurt.
down Colum, but overcomes Rim, lands the charm. Shibboleth to bring down Prominence,
Nice.
makes it the 2-for-1 between worlds onto
Nico
Nesta.
going in again.
Weirding's there. Dia misses the Abscond of Duck, still has it between worlds of their own across the veil. They
TP.
come. Looking to try and TP in, but Danny needs to try and get a lot of Neils here as Sheena will likely trade her life. But the rest go, oh, the fail flash. Sheena can't get across that one. Needles go wide. Caltis survives, but Sheena failed the fat flash over the wall.
Ugh, could have been clean, but hey, 2 for 1. Not a bad place to be. Not a
we
bad
lost.
place.
We
to
did. We
be.
lost Colum, but we got Nesta. I think we ended up getting 3 for 2 there, is what it ended up being,
3
which
for
is still
2.
pretty decent. And we still get the teleport,
bad,
the ghost,
not
and a few other things. So it ends up being a relatively good trade in the long skirm. And again, good kills on good people. The Aurora, now 2-0. That's pretty good news. You've
Love
got
that.
2 kills on the Nocturne. That's good news for the Snowball. Ari gets a kill, gets the Malignance early. These are good things, I think, in general for G2 HEL to feel quite happy about here, especially with Dragon now coming on up. See whether they are down to clown around this Dragon.
Let's be down to clown. Bot lane starting that engage to help the rest of their team. Love to see it. Let's see if we can continue the nightmare at this Ocean Drake. We got the Nautilus, the Senna, the Nico. Everybody's shaping up around it. We're going to get a skirmish pretty soon. Not a big engage yet, but
Nice
Nocturne coming in.
angle. That's
Nice
really good
pick.
work. Zenith dodged out of the snip initially and basically baited Danny to go too deep and gets that kill. Of course, we trade the Dragon for it, but it does help continue the snowball, and it's going to give a lot of time on that top lane towards Zenith to pick up a couple plates here and try and extend that lead best she can. She's in a really good spot this game. Charm goes a little wide there from Rimmer. She was looking to catch Nesta stepping forwards, but doesn't get the read on the sidestep. But that's going to be Zenith just give him free time to order this turret down a little bit, pick up a couple plates, and really extend that individual advantage that she's picked up.
Absolutely. Kiwi's having to play catch up here at 13 minutes. I like to see it. This just feels markedly different. A tighter game.
Yeah, a little less stressful than this time last game. Again, I will remember that Kawaii was kind of in the similar spot to us last game, and then it all got a bit messy in mid-game. So, you know, we've seen what
Anything
happens
can
in these games
happen.
before.
I know.
And I kind of almost expect it at this point.
You should. I mean, this is G2 HEL. If you're a G2 fan, you should expect anything. So we'll see how it happens over the next 5 minutes. We're going to take it section by section, 4 minutes. In less than 4 minutes, we'll have our next Ocean Drake. And Baron, or the pit is up. So we'll see who grabs up Herald. I see the pings happening. Ari running right by it. Got a Nico and Ari. Silas is up top. Naughty Nautilus mid with Senna. So we've had
Why
some
do you
lane
call him
swaps.
Naughty Nautilus? What?
'Cause he is
it's
naughty.
It's more American. What has Nautilus done to you?
Nautilus, okay. Nautilus is always looking for a fight. And no consent whatsoever, just
he's
hooking
quite
me
like
up.
you then.
I didn't ask for that. That's true. That's so true. That's true. But I can't reach y'all, so, you know, I'm not as naughty as Nautilus is. Everything's just
Danny's
words.
actually in a lot
Nautilus
of danger
has
here,
hands.
by the way.
Oh, very much
Zenith
so.
was really looking to find a really good angle there. Does get the
That hurt.
weird and can't quite get the passive proc. Again, one of the things with Gwen is her passive scaling with the AP, ends up doing a lot of significant amount of percent HP damage. Well, she's quite good into tanks as long as she can get some autos down. Has ended up dropping a wave or two, interestingly, because of some of the plays around that top side. It is going to be all right here, but again, for all the kills, gets a lot of value. Some of the reset timings have still given Danny a bit more of that CS, but that's kind of fine, because again, Zenith got 2 kills out of the play. She's happy to drop that wave to make the rest of the map kind of suffer for it. And we go with
the nightmares
paranoia.
continue.
Speaking of suffering, the Nocturne. The Dreadline's the wrong way, but we
going
miss all of our CC, and so ult is down. Doesn't really land anything. Slightly awkward. At the very least, Nocturne's already completed the Hex Plate, so the ult cooldown will not be as long as it might otherwise have been. Don't really get all that much. I suppose the flash on Prominence did seem to be burned on the Maokai, so flash for ult could have been worse.
All bark, no bite. It is what it is. It happens. Let's see. All right, Herald. They're pushing on it. Oh, and Naughty Nautilus gets their hands on Cologne.
Gets to get the Pop Blossom, goes on down, tries to ult on out, Dying buys that time. Dawning Shadow also, but was stood on a wall was Colum and gets punished for it. Tries to get over onto Nesta, who does land that last embrace, goes into the Curse of the Black Mist. The damage back is actually ridiculous from the side of Aurora. And so actually with the flash, the barrier, the ult down, cannot stand in mid lane anymore. And the Tristana's going to get a free shove. And it means that they can't do the Herald because it would be coming at way too much cost.
Absolutely. Zenith's having a good game today. I love to see it. Even when they're almost 20 CS down, they're set up very nicely. That kit is working out for them. Yep. Countess doing what a Countess should do. Bombs. Oh, well, never mind.
Way. Good, the Buster Shot is there. We'll need to flash at some point if they want to survive. Doesn't do it. It's a bit far. Can try and flash soon. Does flash out of the chain lash, but Diana's just not going to worry about it. Absconds abducts, and Tristana has shoved way too far. Bot side to try and return the favor. Paranoia has come on up. Gonna get the snips across, but the charm is there. And Rim picks up another, but all the while there's a play into mid lane to try and get this turret down first. They're not the fastest turret takers here. We're going to try and race them on the other side while the Aurora is shoving up on that top lane turret. Stolen between worlds, puts Zenith in a difficult spot. Does not have her own ult to work with. This turret not going to go down that quickly as yet, as I think they might just get that one in mid lane before us. I wonder whether that actually earns them the feats of strength there. No, it doesn't. Interesting. So, even with the Herald, that's not going to come on down. Looks like we were quick enough to get that turret in mid lane beforehand. I do apologize. Kaltis got it in trade for her life.
Nice.
And so we did get the feats of strength.
And we take those. We take those. I was going to say the hunter becomes the hunted. But it was all a dream, you know? We still had all of our plans in order.
Objective secured. You know, like, you know, it's a worthy trade. Worth noting as well,
now
Dragon's about to spawn. This would be second Dragon for either team. I think at the minute, because of the resets and then the plays that have been made, we're down to quite a few ults. Realistically, we're not going to come and contest this. I think we'd rather get some of our lane shove and play around the Herald instead, which we've got more of our members around. And again, we'd be fighting through a load of visions. Walls absolutely everywhere behind that pit. Bit pointless to try and come and contest that. Herald, a much easier target and can help us get a bit more structural gold.
We love structural gold here. It does exactly what it needs to do. It helps us and harms our enemies. But they're also hitting us right back. That Silas out here trying to do a little bit of a push. We might get some action right here in the jungle, if that's what we're looking for. But they've reset, and now we're positioning around their top and mid lane. No, we're doing a little reset too. Zenith, do you see what's in the bush? Hop, skip, and a jump.
Between Worlds, Danny throws down the Hallowed Mist, but Between Worlds gets them out as the turret goes down. Didn't need to use the Herald for it. Fine, the gold lead, about 2,000 right now for us, which is pretty good. We want to try and extend that if we can, but our solo lanes are in a really good spot right now. The double masks in inventory from Rim. It means we're going towards the Leandri's Riftmaker, interestingly, probably. Oh, no, actually, it'll be the Bloodletter's Curse. I do apologize. You've already got the Aurora on there, so that single target trade can feel pretty good. And I think when you've got people like the Gwen, the Silas, the Maokai, who do build up a little bit of resist, playing for those longer fights can be pretty good. And Bloodletter's Curse with those double masks can mean you get enough HP to deal with some of the burstier moments coming out of Kawaii Kiwis.
Gotta have answers for everything. Great breakdown analysis. We've got 2 bounties on our team. We have a lot of answers on our side. Like you said, our lanes are playing very well. So until Kiwis finds a solution. Oh, okay, disrupt. That was very nice. Zenith showing
eats a lot of damage again. Check out the passive on the Aurora. It's already in the mid lane.
Oh,
The
wow.
Zen just gets eviscerated.
They're getting hunted.
Reset. One hop this time. As Prominence does flash out to safety.
Survival horror indeed. They had to run for their lives. Jeez. All right. Do we smell the Danny getting caught out?
Ult's coming on forwards. Lots of damage. Going to try and TP out, and will do so. But gets the TP just for an ult. At this
Just
point, it's
for
a
that
level 11. It's a rank
survival
2 ultimate, right, from Rim. So I say level 11. That's not quite the correct choice. Rank 2 ultimate plus Malignance plus Ionian boots that have been upgraded by the feats of strength. Yeah, your ult is like a non-existent cooldown at this point. It'll be back up within a minute, which will be pretty insane here. So Atakan is now realistically going to be the side of G2 Hells. The TP is coming in from the Sylas. Maybe they do want to play this. Prominence coming on over, hit by the charm. Damage comes on back. Backing away. Atakan going to start resetting here. Can potentially look to turn this around. Does begin to reset fully. Are they going to stick around for this? Rim lost a lot of her health here. This is a bit dicey. Watch
Yes,
the Gwen on
they
the back
did.
end because Danny can come back in. All the while, though, Zenith is shoving on the tier 2. Damned if you do, damned if you
Ooh,
don't.
Sheena
Found Danny.
found Danny.
Sheena, oh,
Danny
they get the
getting
reset.
right
That's
into the
really
middle of
deep.
the
Flash away
action.
from Rim, who doesn't quite land the charm. In comes the Paranoia, buying some time. Rim is in danger, doesn't have the flash
Rim.
anymore, and they got the shutdown. Buster Shot does come out. That's realistically now going to be Atakan. All the while, Aurora's TP'd in, looking for an angle. The back line of it. But Maokai's about to wait for her. And they're in a 1v2 now is Zenith, who's gone way too deep. Now Sheena's coming over. She messed up the wall! Goes back in. Just finally managed to get out. In comes the Hallowed Mist. Oh, Zenith, you needed to press R again to stop yourself going on down. That will now be Atakan for Kawaii Kiwis as we fumble the exit from the play.
Yeah, the hunter becomes the hunted. There are 4 Merc Treads on red side. You know, they gotta do what they gotta do. All right, we're not gonna try to make this easy for them, though.
Oh, hang on. Oh my
Sheena
god, that was
coming
nearly a steal, but that
in.
means Sheena is going to die. Throws down the
So
Paranoia,
close.
but that will not mean anything. Valiant effort, but then does die. Minute and a half until Dragons won't need too much for that gold lead. Kind of beginning to get a bit smaller. Atakan doesn't really win you the game anymore, but when it's being very scrappy games, that initial kill coming on through can lead to more, and that should be scary. And again, we already said Kawaii Kiwi scaling, and we haven't touched on it that much since the early game, is really, really, really good. Gwen and Senna alone are 2 of the hardest scaling champions in the game. And yes, Tristana does scale well. Yes, the Aurora does scale well, but it's not going to be quite the same there as infinite scaling on Senna. Diane, though, is quite deep, dodges the charm, lands the abduct. Kaltis will need to rocket jump away, still doesn't have the Buster Shot, body blocked by Rim. He's trying to find some healing, flash on
Hunting
forwards,
him
and it's going
down.
to be the 1v2 kill. Diane's going to get them both. Overcomes Zenith, trying to get them something
That's
back.
what
The
it's
charm doesn't
feeling
have
like.
enough damage that they're going to get the chain lash down, lands the abduct, and can look for even more. Getting the healing, the Kingslayer heals, as it's just damage everywhere. Finally is brought low, but that is humbling. No way to put around it.
Oh,
That
it
is a
is.
bit of an embarrassment there as Rim and Kaltis get their ankle snapped.
Yeah, Dian got their clip for the day. Yeah, that was hunters becoming hunted. No longer just hide and
The gold lead's
seek.
gone. It's gone.
Yep, he closed that bounty. We had a 2K bounty. I mean, a 2K gold difference before that happened. That was not worth it all. All right. We've got our Drake up. We just saw that Otacon fight. 2 minutes until that Baron Pit action. Kiwi's on that Drake. This will be their 3rd. Gonna put us on a razor's edge. We're gonna have to really start fighting them. We've let our advantages.
Top side, I think here. Here comes the Paranoia. Gonna jump on down. There's the Pop Blossom as well. Gwen is in danger, but overcomes the side. Looking for an angle. The abduct comes on down, lands the chain lash. We can't quite get the damage as the Tangle Barbs come on down. Kaltis somehow caught up in the mid lane. Kaltis, how did you get there? Still got the flash in the Buster Shop and doesn't come on down. Stolen Paranoia allows Diane to keep hunting for more. Can't quite get it. Between worlds allows Rim or Zenim to get out to safety and will escape from the Maokai ult.
Okay, we're looking. We're looking.
He's going flick around the charm, lands, as does the weirding. Should be able to
Yep,
escape.
yep.
But this has been a bad 5 minutes from G2 Hell. And again,
Yeah.
mid games where we don't play correctly on the weak side, where we don't respect what our opponents can do, coming back to bite us. Hell, that was a strong side play that went wrong as well, where Kaltis had flash, had barrier, and didn't use either, and allows Diane to get a flash kill that allows that Smoball to happen. We lose the Atakan as well because we don't exit from the play correctly. We aren't pulling Zenith's TP early enough, and that kind of lack of discipline, lack of clinicalness has cost us the gold lead, has cost us Soul Point, has cost us Atacán, and a lot of map control as well.
Yeah, we've got 2 champions with bounties on Kawaii Kiwi's side as they close that distance that we've had for quite a bit of time. We don't want them to get any more footing.
Boy.
Yeah, Dian is scary. 5-2-1.
He can keep looking, by the way. He's going to have another abductive over there.
Right.
That's dead, Zenith. She's dead.
And Zenith was no punk. Like, Zenith was out here putting damages down not too long ago, but Dian is the answer.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
and again, we are
unfortunate.
not respecting where we can be. Rim is effectively alone there.
2 in a
You
minute.
can't be that far up by yourself. And that is going to be Baron for sure now for Kawaii Kiwis. I think we're going to game 3.
Why? No! 2 and none. That's the price I wanted. I just want to sweep. But it's fine. I get to spend more time with all of you. Some of you are safe, probably. These next 10 minutes go the way that we're expecting. Some of you might have been saying, okay, Sheena trying to dive
quite
in.
low around this. Where's the turnaround? We've got
Nautilus
people
hooking.
here. In comes Zenith. The
Nico.
pop blossom is on, but it's a double pop blossom. They do lose the Nocturne though, and already Caltis is dead again. It has been a tough game for the AD carry, even from the laning phase, hit by hook after hook after hook. It's now 1 and 5, and the Baron goes down. The attempted contest goes wrong.
You're absolutely
That's
right.
Baron
At
to Kawaii
AG2,
Kiwis.
if we don't have a content game. The hunters become the hunted. We are now trying to survive. 9 and 16. This game has completely flipped.
I mean, this
About a
Silas is now
5K
level
gold distance.
17. 3 levels up on Rim.
No. Those chains are a menace.
Caltis is
Took a
only
Silas to
level 12.
break
She's
free
2
from the
levels
nightmare.
behind. Caltis is the same level as
Yeah.
the Nautilus on the other side. She's 2 levels behind a Senna. That's really rough stuff. She is 5 levels down on this Silas.
Let's see how it goes. Hey, Butter, welcome in. The last game was the Olympics. It was dive for dive, and we won. But now we are playing a survival horror game where we were the horror, but now
Sheena's
we're trying to
deep by herself.
survive.
We've
Yeah.
gone very deep here, not respecting where anybody's are again, and no one was able to follow up. We didn't have vision there. We can't blow up the Gwen, and that's just Sheena dying again, trying to pull the trigger and not doing so correctly. What fumbles now from G2HEL, who have just stalled, have just started to collapse. It's not just fully over
We
already
got
on that
Drake
front.
in a
It's been
minute.
tricky stuff.
It has. It has. They've called our shots for the past 5 minutes. And they have shoved. They are snowballing. 5K in our gold difference. You know, Demons, I might have let the tilt leak over to the team. Uh-oh. I mean, we didn't let them style on us in that first game, thank goodness. So we're allowed.
Oh, charm lands, but it's
But
also
yeah,
aftershock,
this
all the
second
while trying to
game.
get damage. We just don't have damage again. Countess
Ooh,
is dead
gotta
again.
fight
Sheena's
mid.
trying to trade onto Danny, but Sheena just doesn't win this versus a Gwen anymore. I think we'll be losing multiple inhibitors here. Decent damage
Yep.
there from Zenith. Can't quite get the two-fold Hex turnaround. In they go, and they do bring down the Gwen. That's pretty good news. Do hold that inhibitor. I take it
That's
back as they
nice.
hold on. How long on Countess? 5 seconds. Maybe looking for a bit more. Zenith goes across the veil. At least it's only the one inhibitor. That's actually a fairly okay win. And actually, with Danny not having TP and being dead for 40 seconds, there's a world here where we can go and grab the dragon and deny Soul.
Exactly. Exactly. We'll see if we start. I mean, Nico's heading there along with the Sheena. Countess trying to stop this wave bot. And we have
Has Rim got another
Kiwis
item
racing
here? Is
down
this
as
the
well.
Bloodletter's Curse? There it is. Okay, third item's finally
Yep.
done for this Ari. The problem is, look at the bot lane. It's still only 2 items for Countess versus 3.5. That's really scary. We can still play this. It will be a 4v5. Need to do so now before the Gwen gets a chance to ghost out here and get over here really quickly. In fact, half of them just goes from base to get here in time. Try and find some damage. Sheena eats a bit. Doesn't quite have the paranoia up yet. Trying to buy some time. Waiting lands across a couple. Ardo eating a bit more damage. If we Can start up the dragon now. Gwen coming. We'll be here in about 15 seconds. Clone eats some damage.
Watch
Ardo
that
also
Mordic.
going to get
Yep.
that. And they go looking for the pop blossom. Lands it on the Silas
Maokai.
Blossom. Could try and find the blast go pop
Charm.
blossom, but it's too far. Losing Ardo. One back though as Aurora is murdered. Gwen's about to tie up. Does kill off the center. Can we recede a little bit further as Danny gets a load of needles across? Good route though onto Diane, buying some time. Prominence at the backside. Goes in forward
Sheena.
with that twisted advance rim. Got nowhere to run. Does not have the flash. Does not have the ult. Lands the charm. Will not be able to back out. We try to play for the soul. We are too slow. We don't get what we're looking for. And the Gwen gets to arrive. And unfortunately,
Alone.
it's going to be an ace. And
Yeah,
that'll be the game.
just a
Because look in the
slow
base.
burn.
Diane is ending it all right now. The Nexus
Literally.
under siege by the Silas as Caltis is trying desperately to stop things falling down. I just don't think that Caltis has anything left in the tank. The abduction for once misses. Diane feels like he's been heat-seeking with those
Been
chains.
hitting those.
Playing us down all game. Flash
Oh,
away that
flash
time
out.
around. I'll try and get some damage. We'll not quite
Caltis
be able
is
to end
trying
the
to
game.
keep this church together. Oh, with the
TP behind.
Wait,
I don't know about
wow.
that one. That's a bit of an awkward one, trying to find an angle onto Diane. Won't quite happen. Soul being started by Kawaii Kiwi. So somehow, some way, the game doesn't quite end. Awkward TP from Zenith trying to catch out the retreating Diane, but just too quick at this point. And too many cooldowns with the Cosmic Drive.
I mean, look at Prominence. Man. That is a wall. Nautilus working through the jungle. Nico looking for vision. We got less than... Oh.
Ooh, hang
okay.
on. Just solo killed
Okay.
him. Good pickup.
Good
Went
job,
Baron.
Zenith.
It's too far away, unfortunately. There's nothing we can get here. We can't play for the soul anymore. We can't play for Dragon. We don't even get to play for any turrets, really. It's a feel-good moment and a shutdown, which is good for Zenith, who can't be miles of a death cap here. In fact, the moment she backs, she does pick it up, which is good news. We'll need to find some good value in that blighting jewel as well. So very prominent back there from the Aurora, who still has the ability to pop people like the Senna, pop people like the Silas. Needs to do that over the next few fights because it has been a really poor last 10, and I think some panicked moments, some over forces to try and find our way back into the game has just put us deeper in the hole so far. You got to stop digging, take a breath, and try again.
Absolutely. Breathe. Become a hunter, not the hunted. Got to keep your weapon sharp. You got to stay calm and focused. Let's see if we can get those high value targets and take out the competition. All right. We're here. We're around our Baron pit. Throwing down on the Maokai first. Ooh, melting them.
Decent damage onto the Maokai. The blast, the
Senna putting
first shot's
some
not quite enough. The
damage down.
Senna ult though does a lot of damage at this point. I have no idea how many souls Senna has, but at this point of the game, oh, Aurora in the backline, huge damage. Can't quite get the kills they're looking for. The Gwen isn't here though. Gwen is ending the game, and we can't get the kills we're looking for. Caltis finally gets one, but it takes too long, and she goes down. Overforce. Danny slipping away at the Nexus. Even gets to stop and farm a bit more just for the style points. We're going to game 3.
Well, game 3 it is. You know? It's just my Sunday. Yeah. Still haven't called my dad for Father's Day. Is what it is.
I travelled
Here
home,
with y'all.
so I've actually seen him there, so it's been quite nice. Make sure
It's
to
beautiful.
go say hello and send some love to your dads. For those who are still on good terms with them, can be a good thing to do. Remember that one all the time, as we are here, kind of needing to reset a little bit after that game. Because again, the early game
I need a
was really
reset.
solid, and then we really fumbled that mid game. Chelsea, give
Last
G2
words.
HEL some beautiful words of encouragement and chat as well before we go into the break.
We're winners. Okay? And that's what we got to hold on to. Even when we're down, we're up. We'll see y'all after the break.
I can't wait for the weekend. Gonna dive off the deep end. No, I don't need a reason, lose control. Only a glass, I toss it back. Forget responsibility. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Persistent in their wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Persistent in their wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Wake up, it's a Monday morning. Life really shouldn't be so boring. Nothing is really that important, just let go. Pour me a glass, I toss it back, forgetting my reality. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Persistent in their wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Persistent in their wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Person's better than wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up. Sleep is for the dead, not looking for comfort. Rather be a wreck than just be another. Person's better than wheels will do anything to feel like I'm not growing up.
And welcome back to Lag News, everybody, where you're getting play-by-play of G2 HEL versus Kawaii Kiwis here in our second best of 3. I'm with my anchor, Initialize Cass. How is it on the ground out there? What's the news?
It is feeling pretty hot, damn hot here, as we are going to our 6th and final game of the day. It wouldn't be a G2 stream if we weren't going all the way to 6. What a weird old day it has been. We could have won that game, and then we very much didn't. And now we are coming to a decider. Let's see whether we can stabilize and make sure we stay in the upper bracket. One more win ensures that is the case.
We're going to find out. I'm going to review these themes of games that we've had with y'all today. So at first, we went up against Universe in our first set of best of 3s. It has been a fearless draft through and through. Our first game was the Fishers, the Fish versus the Fishermen. And we won that. Second game, I think we had the Rugrats episode. And yes, Universe, they stomped us just a little bit. But in that third one, we had... Oh my God, I forgot the theme. Oh my God, I forgot our third one, but we did win it. Then we followed up with some other things, but we're going to see what our theme is for this draft, y'all. I want to see what I got to remember our themes, but Initialize is going to help us through our comp.
I will do. As we've got a slightly different draft, we're going to have to keep our eyes on this one. Of course, we are coming into game 3 G2 HEL. Get to pick red side, which is very valuable. Of course, that happened the last time, and that's how, of course, Zenith got a hold of that. I'm having a mind blank myself in that last game. It was quite a cool moment. Anyway, it was the Aurelia, because we saw the Aurelia game. That was the one we saw there, where the Aurelia popped up. When we also Colum, and it was the pair. It was and the Tristana and the Lulu. It was the pairs one. So it was the Tristana Lulu versus the Jace Vic.
Yes, the power of pairs. Yes.
Yeah, it was the one I remember now. The theming. There we go.
Rakan,
Took me a
Zaya.
second or two.
Yep,
really, and again, that Tristana game was the highlight of Caltis Day. Last game,
Divine.
very much the opposite. That was not the. It was a very different kind of Tristana performance. Really struggled to find the abilities to buffer out a lot of that CC. Struggled to find her angles. Ended up kind of falling down a little bit there in a way I think was a bit tricky. Rumble banned away, Yone banned away, Mel banned away. On the other side, it's two of Sheena's pocket picks, most dominant options in the Rek'Sai and the Pantheon. Zoe also away from Rim. Talia first pick, so another takeaway, very potent in the current meta anyway. See what the response is here. We've still got things like the Syndra, still got things like the Lux. If we want to early pick that can be a bit risky. I don't think what else is up and available. A lot of those engaged supports still there. Could still look for some of the more dominant bot lanes. Way also a big pick for Rim. Lots of range, lots of ability to kind of trade with the Talia pretty well there. And you also just don't dash, so you don't have to worry too much about the Unravel Death.
You heard it here, everybody. I'm trying to remember my third theme. I know we had the fishing episode at the start. Rugrats. I cannot recall. Oh, the power of pairs. Thank you for saying it. Thank you so much, Sam, for coming in clutch. Because, yeah, y'all, we've been doing this for 6 games. We are fried. Respectfully, we are fried.
I'm on an hour and a half sleep. I'm doing well for an hour and a half sleep. This is
You're
good
doing
going.
amazing.
It's been a very long day.
So good at your job. Truly, y'all. Please tip us.
Why I get paid the big bucks? No, where's my, like, obviously production wants a pay rise. Where's our pay rise, Chelsea? Where do we apply for that, huh?
That's what I'm saying. Hey guys, follow us, show us some love in our tip jars. We appreciate you. Hope you've been, if you've even smiled once.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you so much.
Exactly.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we've seen those bans. I saw somebody said banning the Panth is chill maxing. Yep, they are scared of Sheena. Rek'Sai, Pantheon out of there. Mel and Rumble in the Jungle out as well.
Which is potentially quite good with the Talias. You can just drive people over. You can drive people over the Unravel Death stuff, which is quite cool. Ezreal as well. Double poke now with that Talia. Ezreal, frontline of the Skarner, can be a bit nasty for things like the Poppy to deal with as well, because you try and ult people away, Skarner ults you, you go with them, it's a bad. We're thinking Jinx.
I see you in chat.
Could be a Jinx Lulu angle.
Kraut, you're thinking with your biggest brain. You were in the mind of M-Test themselves. Yeah. Oh. But are we thinking Jhin?
So Jhin is really strong right now. We see a lot into the Ezreal. It's pretty good with things like the Hwei and the Poppy. Basically, you follow up on their CC really well with your own. Your ult is also very terrifying and long range. You can then basically, in good windows, outrange things like the Ezreal and Talia. Not all the time, because an Ezreal Q will generally outrange, but you can do things like throw your W, your Q bounces across things, and of course your ultimate is just giga long range artillery. So you've got ways to play from a lot more safety, especially then when you've got your passive speed and your fleet footwork and a load of other things as well.
Yes.
Jhin is surprisingly safe for basically being a immobile AD carry. But it does require some good spacing and some good use of the skills. Fans on the other side, it's the pocket picks away from Zenith. Do not allow the Vayne. I wonder whether the Aurelia gets banned here as well.
Curious. Now, I'm curious to see what support is paired with Jhin this time around. All right, Bard. Yeah, I mean, who likes Bard anyway, huh? Yeah, the Karma. Ugh, we've seen that already.
I mean, it could be Poppybot, to be fair, though generally speaking at the minute it has been more jungle now. It's been a little while since I've been in. Strictly could be Poppy top, but it does feel like, for all it's a flex, at the minute, most people are playing
Feels flexy.
jungle. I think, is the Alistar up? The Alistar will be up, though of course Colum had a tricky game on it in the first series, but could look to try and find some revenge this time around. Bard this game, not Bard, sorry, Braum this game might be okay-ish. Rek'Sai, not Rek'Sai, Rakan, there we go. It's, like, I managed to go Bard and Rek'Sai, both of which have been banned away, by the way, and I met neither of those champions in truth. But Rakan could be quite potent here. I don't think that's been picked yet. The Leona, though, bit more frontline, can be very tanky. Solar Flare is non-committal.
Good for
You
Jhin.
can then follow up really easily with things like the W from Jhin, the Poppy Stuns, the various fears and grounds, is that the word? Roots
Yeah, one of those
is what it
things.
is on
That-
the
yeah,
Quake,
yeah.
Visage, that kind of thing, and the Gaze of the Abyss. Again, a little bit of a hover there of the Aphelios, and the Jace is locked in instead. Triple poke now for Kawaii Kiris between the Talia, the Ezreal, and the Jace.
Oh, Kawaii Kiwis with the poke. All right, as we wait for our last few picks, I'm going to do the final summary. The fishing episode. We've gone through that. We won that. Rugrats. We didn't get to put the babies back in the cribs, but we did win the power of pairs. We won the Olympics, but we made our own nightmare in our survival horror episode. Oh, and the Braum, you predicted it for the Kiwis.
It's
Let's
good
see
with
what
the
our
Ezreal.
final select.
You find it quite easy to proc the Braum passive because it's quite easy to get your autos and Qs around people. So if Braum comes on in, you don't have to reach too far to get a hold of that. So it's always been a bit of a good pairing. It's quite defensive as well, right? Trying to kill an Ezreal Braum, nightmare. Between the Arcane Shift and the Stand Behind Me and the Shield, you know, all of the things I'm going through, very hard to bring down. You know you're into the Jace. You can go for the Scion here and just have a really bruisery front line. The Jace will win lane fairly hard, but it then does allow the side of Sheena to just try and hard focus bot lane, which has often been the win condition for G2L. If the bot lane is popping off, life is good.
Life is good. Yeah, y'all saw at church at Caltus game. Still haunts my dreams. Okay, Scion. Man, it's giving Last Stand. That's just where my head is at right now. It feels this is just gonna have to be the theme of
It's
this
the last game.
It's
Here
the
we go.
finale. Last Stand, everybody. We're gonna see if we win. That's how it should be for every best of 6 when we go through all 6 games. And we got Zenith on a tank, which is gonna be exciting to see. We have seen some Scion play from Zenith, I believe. So we'll see as we hop into that game really soon, y'all. How do y'all feel about our Last Stand? That best of 3 prediction is up right now. You have less than 5 minutes to get your channel points in.
Don't mess it up. Vote for the
Don't
right side.
you
Chelsea's
dare.
a mean person if you vote for the wrong things.
Yes, I am. I will get you. And that's not a threat, it's a promise. Glad we understand each other. How you feeling about our draft so far, Initialize? I mean, we got some beef on our side, but you know.
It's all right. Like it's a decent draft. We got good front line. Poppy's good playmaking with the Leona. We can definitely get onto some key members. We are not going to be able to just stand there and dither because there is a lot of damage on the other side. Talia and Jace and Ezreal and
3 pokes, like you said.
What was the support in the end with the Braum, right? Yeah, and again, and you've got some potential tools to punish people like the Scion and the Poppy and people diving too deep because the Braum passive can be really good.
We're aggressive.
And onto the Rift we go. Braum level 1, very, very strong. We'll want to try and catch people out in this bush if they can. Caltus needs to be a little bit wary.
I really want this to just... you're throwing a coin up in the air when you do stuff like this, so I mean, they've got plenty of time to recover from that, but they were just trying to see if they could get some people out as soon as possible. They tried the coin flip. They said heads, they got tails. All right. A minute in, not missing any of the action, chat. Make sure you put your channel points in for the predictions. Zenith is our GOAT. Love seeing y'all.
So,
showing love for G2 HEL.
let's finish up that conversation we were having a little bit earlier as well. Because we're not allowed to diddle around a lot of those fights. Because again, we're going to hit this point where the poke damage can be really problematic. We are going to be forced to make the play. Doing that into then Unraveled Earth and Skarner and Braum is really challenging. So if we get too late, it's going to get problematic on that front. That said, early on, we have got a lot of playmaking result, a lot of pick. And if we can make that, if we can leverage that into picking off what is on the whole a squishier team, that could be really, really good. But we are going to have to be a bit wary later on not to overdive, which we have done once or twice, and we're going to want Kaltus and Rim to be genuinely scary.
Absolutely. We're looking for picks. This is the last stand, so we have to bring our best to this game. Everybody's on even playing fields. Hawaii is out for blood. Told you those Kiwis can be scary. All right. Colomb getting a little, getting tapped right there. And, oof. Hiwei getting pushed way up to Leah, bullying the Hiwei.
Doing the best on that one. Wei is, kind of needs a few levels, right? Because he wants to go through a lot of abilities. And when he's only got one available or two available, not quite the same as having the full suite to help clear the way, put out a lot of combos. Won't quite have that as Column. Doesn't get hit by the Braum passive. That's always a trick on the Leona. You can go in very briefly, and you put your Eclipse on and try and buy some time. We need to go mid lane, though, as the fear comes on down as Diane in a dangerous position. The decimating smash interrupted there by Danny. Gets hit by the slash that time around. Wards controlled otherwise. A little bit of a look in mid lane, as we did see Diane did blow their flash from that gank from Sheena, who came looking as they were clearing to their own blue side. Careful in mid lane. Actually, Skarner is around as well, but they can drive in there. We can't see that, but I think Wei's about to get jumped in mid lane. We need to go look at that, I think, as we go. Rim, phenomenal fear. Oh, what a grim visage. Skarner is immediately stopped driving.
That's what we want to see. Everybody else holding on tight to their spells. Yeah, I'm the only one working at a deficit at this point. Has only been 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Oof, yeah. All right. Seismic shove. Dean, I see you. Oof, I know this is like a mirror match for Rim.
Hang on. Zenith needs to be ready to wait for top side. Doesn't have a lot of mana as
mid and top going through.
Both our all the solo lanes are really low right now. Pop it up. Tilly's going to reset. Wei also looks to go back here. Should end up being relatively even state of affairs. Buys the Dark Seal, buys the pop. Very Rim on the long range mages to go for that option. Sheena in the enemy jungle. Steals it away with the smite, looking at that Scar now as Danny can maybe look to come and contest. The Talia unable to otherwise though, as Wei has managed to get the wave shoved in.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Sheena being sneaky, trying to be a pain in Prominence's side. Turning on Dian. Nice. Shoving him out of the way so we can at least make some room.
Braum. Where is Kaltis? Not going to surrender Kaltis. Where's Colum? Into the backline, gets on top of Dian. Gets that kill. Woo! First kill over. Going to try to lose Rim here as well. But the fear buys time. Running away. Braum passive not quite there. Finally gets to turn this around onto the Skarner. He needs to flash away. Is there able to go any further before his Shin goes on in, throws down that steadfast presence. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in our favor. Rim finally falls, but it costs so many extra summoners from them. And we come out a lot happier in the long run.
Yes, it does. Y'all can see those timers on the left and the right side of the screen. We got a lucky break. I'm happy to see it at the 5-minute mark. We played that well. Thank God for Sheena. And was that Colomb in the... Yep. Thank goodness for Colomb as well. All right. Zenith holding strong.
He's down about 10-15 CS here. Again, sometimes Jaces just do this, especially when there's not a lot of threat from jungles or whatever. He's been paying most of their attention mid lane. We've seen roams from bots, roams from jungles, trying to make that happen. But hey, Zenith knows what her job is on the side, and that is survive, be a tank. Again, we'll see what build she tends to go towards, what she goes towards. She often does first item tank into the Titanic Hydra for a bit more shove. I can understand that, but I think this game you may just want to get a load of armor, get yourself stacked up, and maybe not do that. But hey, if she feels she wants to shove, we'll delay the tankiness a little bit, but maybe give her a bit more map control.
Let's see how that shapes up. Rim getting hit
Oh, the seismic
from
shove
several times.
Still got a devastating fire. Might be able to make that happen. And I think Rim's going to get caught in this turret. Tries to dodge around, but there comes the threaded volley. Easy gank, unfortunately, as the seismic shove does land. Column's not going to get hit by that passive. Should be okay to largely walk away. Skoshina looks in the mid lane. Doesn't really get anything there, but should be able to clear out the wave a little bit. Unfortunate from Rim.
Yeah, Ardo is trying their best to trap enemies behind that shield, so Ezreal can just get some easy pot shots. And it seems to be kind of, you know, working a bit for them. There's a slight lead, just very, very slight. It's just annoying, you know. It's annoying Countess. It's annoying Colum. But Leona doing what a good Leona should do, being ahead, just right in the thick of it. But yeah, Zenith's got a lot of ground to cover, 20 CS behind. The big slow-moving champ like Sion, sure that's hard to do. Sheena making appearance in the lane. Heading right back out. Hopefully we got some vision to follow that. Way hanging out in the river as well. Kiwi signaling that Hiwei is not in the lane, so they are heading up in the jungle near top, maybe circling back now that they've got some vision on Hiwei. But they are seen. Rim should know they're there. Gold advantage slightly in Kiwi's favor. We are about to hit 10 minutes very, very soon. We'll see how we shape up when those big objectives start to pop.
Will be our next point of call over here. As you can see some pops up there, maybe looking to try and catch down here, especially if Countess has roamed up. Maybe
that Tristana.
Sheena gets the steadfast presence into the hammer shot. Only gets a bit of a chunk, not really all that much there. Rim gonna get hit by the impale.
Dragging him out.
That's gonna be a very
Rim.
dead way. Third kill going on over. Another one donated.
Poor mid lane.
Skana, as Rim getting a little bit bullied now. Hasn't been able to dodge some of these skill shots. Hasn't been able to avoid some of that stuff. Didn't quite have the flash up, but even so, that's a rough one to give up there. Felt like you could probably have gotten away with that one again. Look at the wards. Were non-existent there. Making quite tricky. Going to try and charge the ward. The curtains call. Can maybe tell this one around. Wonderful double knockup with the keeper's verdict. Overcomes prominence. Remember, has burned a lot of his abilities onto picking off Rim. Fourth shot lands. Fail flash, and they'll get another one back. Actually, really solid response there, having had Rim die.
2 for 1. I mean, not officially, but in response. And we can grab some of these grubs, which we absolutely need. Denying Kiwis at least, you know, a little bit of their camps. Cologne providing somewhat of a wall with Rim right behind.
Blow. How aggressively do they want to play that? Not that aggressively, apparently. Talia's back in the mid lane. All the while bot side. Important to note that Nestor isn't there, which is actually a fair amount of that damage. You won't have your AD carry, so I think it might be a bit tricky to play around these grubs. So I think they should just be picked up by GT out.
Now we're starting another fight.
Throw down that gaze of the abyss.
Sheena locking him down.
Stun. The spiraling despair comes on down. They blow up the Skana. Colum flashing away. Does go down as the threaded volley comes on down, but Countess can keep hunting forward. In comes Sion. Ults up the river. Going to get a chunk onto Ardo, who now goes down. The crushing Maw. Zenith gets the kill. Sheena is somehow gone really, really deep. The deadly flourish after into the severing bolt. Dyson now trying to run away, or Diane rather trying to run away. He is not, in fact, a Hoover. As Countess looks for the shot. The severing bolt goes wide, trying to find some autos down. Can't quite get the shot. Flash over though into the decimating smash for the slow. Flash on forward to the skies. Jin goes down. Threaded volley boxed away. Should stay alive, but in comes the Skana, who's respawned. Teleports behind as well. We've gone way too far here looking for these picks. As Diane can still look to come on over and throw some threaded volleys. Ardo trying to find some value flash over the wall. Countess needs to potentially find a deadly flourish. Good fear. Can throw out the deadly flourish that goes wide. Now that means some space for the Braum, who's got the Dire 2 boots. Zenith, I think, just TP'd into the lane to come and body block, and we do get out to safety. Wait, Ardo can look for a winter spike maybe over the wall here. Need to get these resets off, but hang on. I think we do. Can maybe turn this around. Oh, wait. Okay, they're not going to find it for you. Reset is safer there from Countess, who backs further away.
Yeah, Caltus went in, did a little bit of damage, got a kill, and made it out. And that
Problem is, of course, we played around that fight, right? And yeah, because again, did give Nestor a lot of free time, but Caltus dropped the best part of 2-3 waves there.
Exactly, and absolutely needed that kill to, you know, begin to keep up. But now we got to still play a little bit of catch up down bot.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, she was even before this. That's the thing, is because that play spent so much time chasing people around. She wasn't in lane, and Nestor has just been farming by himself bots. I don't know how many plates he got doing that, but I think he got a lot of value there on the Ezreal. It wasn't, it was decent for the side of GTO, but actually we're still behind in gold despite the kills, because yes, the Jace is ahead of the Sion, that's a big deal, but also this Ezreal is going to be pretty much even with the Jhin because of all that shoving. Pop away that.
Chat saying minions mean nothing, only kills. I
Only
know
money.
what kind of solo games you're playing. Yep.
Yeah, I see the kind of player you are.
I see you. Yeah. Danny out here still giving Zenith a run for their money. All right. First Drake. Ocean goes to G2 HEL. Helping us at least keep up in that gold deficit. Let's see if we put the hurt on our bot lane here. All right. Just a little back and forth bot. Rim definitely needing some assistance at 2, 3, and 3. You want to at least even out that mid lane. Eway, I feel, does a lot of damage as we keep the game going, so I don't want to see them abandoned. I think it's worth it to put one more effort into that lane, into mid. ARAM, easy, yup. I see you, Butter. ARAM's a lot of fun. All right, Zenith. Let's see what you got. All right, Prominence and Ardo. Nothing good can be coming from this. They're running around a little too freely. Trying to hunt a Caltus. This is the last stand, so we're seeing a lot of desperate plays. Nice use of that turret to disrupt that, but it's not enough. Yep, just not enough. That was a targeted hit. What kind of drive-by was that?
Again, it's the weak side play. We aren't very respectful of them. We don't get a cross map. Our members are by our tier 2s. Elsewhere on the map, we are a little bit uncoordinated in terms of our resets and timing about where we can be on the map when. I do get that you don't want to give that wave up, but I think at this point, Caltus realistically should be not in a bot lane. That should have been someone like Zenith or Quay there, and you should have had someone like Colum coming to cover you, or you just had to give those waves up, and that would have been rough, but that would have been the price of the map movements that we have made, or unfortunately not made, and this is the case.
Yeah, we're about 30 CS down, bot. And just like you said at the start of the game, when our bot lane is doing well, you know, it really affects our game, just historically. Let's see if they pick it back up at 20 minutes. But we gotta fight.
Big knock up, of course the Impale comes in as well. Danny's just stepped in on that Jace. Sheena's getting exhausted, just get out to safety. The turnaround with the spiraling despair. Rim's got a really good angle to keep throwing some damage out. Nesta now's turning on up, trying to get some value on this Ezreal. Keeps throwing up Mystic Shots and autos. Sheena slowed down, can't keep running. Caltus opens the curtains, beginning to turn this around. Nesta needs to flash away, does so. The fourth shot lands on a dime, but there's just not enough damage yet. To the skies they go, trying to get onto Danny, who does flash on out. Caltus can't quite get it herself, gets a deadly flourish. Wait, they get the crushing more! Damage beginning to fly as the gear carries, gets so much value. Nesta's still here, bounty blocks. The barrier buys some time. Nesta's gonna get them all! And we are aced in the enemy jungle.
15-minute ace is devastating. Oh, my heart. We saw the Ez coming in from behind, and we just did not, in my mind, turn fast enough. Now, I think that was still the, we still had the Skarner ahead of us, so that still could have been dangerous to turn our back on them, but it was close. It was close. We saw the concepts of what they were planning. It just was not executed. It could have been so good. So good for Caltus. All right.
Rim. Going to try and
Revenge.
get this kill onto Diane again. Does use the flash, trying to run out to safety. Prominence doesn't get in range quite to buy time to keep them safe.
Right, Cologne.
Ardo is here, so it's Prominence trying to stack up the passives there, but can't quite do it. That's an important pick off there. The gold with just about 1,500 over to Kawaii Kiwis. The problem is this Ezreal, who was already going to be hard to get a hold of, is in a very scary position. Up still that 30 CS mark. We need to be very wary of that one, but kills like that are an important part of how we potentially come back into this game.
All right. We have a clear target to shut down. Let's see if we can use that gold to our advantage. Hello, I'm getting a little payout there. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. We still have some action there in the Baron Pit if we choose. We do have grubs, which is nice. We got the first Drake. But that gold deficit, we are mismanaging our funds, our time. We have to even it up. Now, what are all the different hats you put on when you play League of Legends? You have to be like a strategist, an accountant. You gotta be a warrior. Never shaken, only stirred. As we dive into this river, let's see how we shape up for this dragon fight. Exactly as we planned. Himtech coming at you live. As they go for that Baron Pit, or they reset around that Baron Pit. Oh, and jumping Danny. Love to see that.
Severing Bolt alongside the Spire, especially get that one nice shield from Zenith. Good kill onto the Jace. Good work from that one, and Rim picks up the kill, which is good news. 5 stacks now on that Dark Seal, coming back from that 1 and 3 mark from early on. Does manage to hold on to the mid lane here as well. Good news on that one.
Zenith free to do this down here bot for at least a little bit. Then putting some pressure on our mid lane as they cycle up towards top.
Trying to play for that tier 2. Whoa, we're flickering all over the place again. The cameraman deciding to give us the Faker F key experience. Seeing every lane simultaneously. Diane tagged by that Severing Bolt again. Rim, good accuracy over the last few minutes. Has needed to have that to come back into this one. Is in a much better position than she once was. Zenith should be able to get this turret. Would be our first turret of the game and bring us a lot closer to even here. Yeah, now under 1,000 gold for separate. We did get the first 2 dragons, which is great news, especially when we can look to play around the soul here as well. It looks like it'll be another chem soul. We've had a lot of those today.
A lot of chemicals today, absolutely.
What? Why are you suddenly from the south of England again, darling?
Because I like to play D&D, and that's the default accent we go with.
Your D&D character is from Essex?
Absolutely. Yes.
Oh my god!
But I like to go up it. I like to go all through the different. You just get on the tube and you just pick an accent, you know.
Oh, fantastic!
There's so
yeah, I mean,
many
there are a lot of London accents. It has to be said.
Yeah. You'll only have to suffer this one. All right. Oh, I see that Jace coming up from the cut. But Sion is not far behind as we're shifting into this fight.
In they go. Colum tries to find an angle, can't quite get it. On the other side of Danny has to flash one out, does so. Lots of damage coming down the spine. He goes in! That's a bit bold. Zenith also coming across. That's a very, very, very dead Jace. Really bold. Sheena goes looking forward to Nesta. Deadly First goes wide. The Impale lands onto Sheena. Puts her really too deep. She will likely die. Trying to punish Ardo, who's now going to go down as well. The curtains are called. Colum body blocking. Nesta, though, is getting to free fire. Get a bit more. Oh, he's over the wall. Ezreal, the massive tranquil bull buys him down. Damage onto the Ezreal. He's finally brought low. Zenith comes on in as Diane is TP'd in. Can try to get some value as Cal's still full HP. Looks to get some value with Colum. Gets his shield on down. The Eclipse is there. Zenith trading on out with the Sky, who's trying to get over towards that one. Deadly Flourish lands onto Diane, who then flashes out to safety. Now coming on over to Prominence, who doesn't have any summons. Can he drive through the wall? Will be able to do so. Caltis can't quite catch them. And I'm not even sure where to go with that one, as we have people flying in from all over the place, but in the end we are the ones with more members standing. Much more to work with in terms of our summon. It's good play from us to start edging back into the game a little.
Absolutely, trying to lower that gold deficit that we've been suffering for the past 5 minutes. This is our second best of 3 today. Thank you for answering, chat. This is not the same one. We are now going up against Kawaii Kiwis. We beat Universe. We are here at the last stand. We just watched G2 kind of clean up a little bit of the mess that Kiwis made. Really, really happy to see that they kind of shut down. You saw that Jace coming in from bot. They tried to make that play, but I think they stunned them, and then they had to hop out. I really like to see that. Oh, but Kiwi's making us pay for it. Doing what they can to keep that advantage.
4 turrets just to our 1. That's part of what the problem was that last play. Is like the goal need to come back to even-ish, but we are now down another 3 turrets. We have really struggled across the last few days, actually, to get structure damage down. It's taken us a long time to get over towards that. At least now we claim another one. That is a bit of a problem. Gonna try and find a pick onto Arda then. Missed the wall stun, did Sheena. That would have been a nice moment.
Would have been a nice pin. Would have been a nice place to start a fight. Now let's see if we're going to try to fight around. Oh, but Cologne
has to get slow, but he
that.
doesn't have the flash or the E available
But
into
it
the
could be
stun.
good.
Wonderful combo on the Ezreal! And now
Nice.
Ardo's in danger, puts up the door, but it's just Game of Thrones. You can't hold it forever! And they're broken as well.
Fabulous.
All the while, though, Cal's clears up that
Fabulous.
wave. Do we want to look at something like Dragon here? 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Atakan TP towards this bot side to hold the tier 2 there, but this is going to be Rim left in a 1v2 under that turret, and no one's going to defend her. Why are you there? That's a bit bold. Gets a decent amount of fear from it. It's in danger, but can look to put down the Impale. Seismic shove, and Rim is going to surely die. Wait, doesn't quite bring one with her. Wait, no, she does. She got the Skarner. I take it back.
Got it.
Well done there. And now we can get the Atakan. I think it's just not that fast with this comp. Kaltis wasn't there either, so a bit of a slow Atakan take. We can look to get that one, and then potentially reset
Jace
and
coming
look
up from
at the
behind.
Dragon, especially with 20 seconds on their...
Okay,
that
good.
was a good true shot barrage timer.
All right. Still whittling away at these turrets. They're going to hit us where it hurts. We might have more objectives, but all you got to do is bring down the turrets to win a game in League. So let's see what we got to do. All right. Desperate plays call for desperate measures. Ardo throwing up that shield.
Here we go
Gonna
again.
have some
TP's coming in.
skirmishes popping off.
Still no flash on the Ezreal, and if he gets hit by that first bit of CC or needs to use the arcane shift at one point, the ability to then follow up wherever he lands is really, really good from us. We've done a very good job. Suffer the last couple of moments. Sheena.
Out of
Run
the
out.
frying
Should
pan
be
and into the
alright.
fire. Absolutely.
Wait, also really hurts. I'm between the Horizon Focus and the Blighting Jewel. Ow, that's unfortunate. Sheena got pinged by that, but be okay here. Another Mystic that makes that a bit trickier. Nesta untouched right now is going to be a problem. Ward in the bush. Proving a little problematic move now. Midland, they're not here. Yes, the Jin can press the R button. It's not going to be quite the same as Zenith. To be a bit aware of potential danger. It's okay right now. It's got 2.5 items. Try and shove through mid lane, because part of the issue here as well is we just don't have anywhere near the same amount of map control. We don't have that many turrets yet. The goal is still relatively close. 3K is quite scary. Good
mobilize.
solar flare, but we don't get anything that much after. We pull a couple of down splits off. Zenith charging away. Keeper's verdict knocks one back as Zenith goes forward, but doesn't really get that much value as Nesta needs to go flying on forward to the skies. They go to kill off Arda, but our health bars are next to non-existent. Watch Nesta. He could blow us all up here. The zombie comes on forward for Zenith, who is going to die out, and that will now be our soul point denied, having lost too much in the way of the health bars.
Man. Still sitting at a 4K gold, just about a 4K gold distance as they hop in on this Drake, which is only going to shove it further. We got 5 minutes on that next one, 30 seconds until that Baron takes action. We're about to get a quick rotation. All right.
Best, but again, we need to try and get this mid tier 1. We need to try and stabilize a little bit, because again, this Jhin, well not this Jhin, this Ezreal, if he's not touched, we're losing so many of our health bars trying to kill off that front line, or the Jace, or whatever.
Yeah.
The Ezreal is just getting to run over the back end of these fights, we were afraid he might do. We said, look, you've got this incredible range poke, you don't win the extended fights that easily unless you force that Ezreal to be locked down. We've done that a couple of times, but when we haven't, we get the plays like that one where it gets really, really scary. At the very least, Rim also gets to a point where she's genuinely terrifying. Kaltis could really use with completing this third item to be able to match that Ezreal in some design.
Absolutely. I think the best we've got here is Sion creating space for Rim and Kaltis to really do the damage, along with Sheena in the front line, you know, disrupting as well. and then, you know, Leona just being the Leona they're meant to be. Let's see if we can create some chaos here. Sheena hopping on Danny.
Ball, Solar Flash.
The Baron is up.
now with the Danny who does find the flash. Otto now in danger. Look at shot from the wall. Danny can't be able to keep that one safe as he gets stuck on the mult. Fisher. Half the HP bar on Danny and the flash. Not bad.
Are we going to push for this turret? All
Finally,
right,
the
we're
Severing
eating
Bolt
it.
forces Danny to keep dodging. Curtains are now called out. Your dancing shoes like Danny. Severing Bolt also tags.
Ooh,
One final
Danny.
shot. Body block. Nesta having a body block. He
Needing
has
the
to
body
flash
block.
away instead of goes looking on forward. Getting that flash off the Ezreal key. Can look at the tier 2 now as well.
Woo!
That goes down in short order. The Impale lands onto one though. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage on the corner of the backline though. Goes Sheena to Danny, who will not quite be able to get that back as the Thundering Blow comes on down. And we back away, tier 2 secured. Really good stuff from us. But look at the Ezreal.
was great.
Turns around again to jump onto that captive audience. In comes the Weave as well. The shove on 2!
Oh!
Can't get that before Zenith makes a soul furnace. Rim in danger. Driven into wall, not quite far enough. The Sheena tries to do the same in trade. Big shield from the way. Colum really deep. On top of Dian, trying to get some damage. Zenith is really deep. We've gone too far again. And we lose another as Rim dies. What is happening? As we keep on playing, over comes Nesta, who can look to get some more Countess now low as well. We're about to get ace. We could have just left it. And now we're going to lose Baron.
Yeah, we took that Talia ult as a sign to fight all in last stand, but it did not play out for us. The price is not looking right. Our Baron, oof. I mean, Sheena in the wings, but what can you really do? I can feel it, chat. Just the slow burn, the grind. We're making this fight so much harder. Not far from that. I think we're 6K. We're almost 6K, or we are a little over 6K in our gold difference. Ian just hanging out in our jungle. We got pings. And that fight looks so promising. It did, but right when we got cut off, we just kind of fell apart. You gotta stay cool under pressure.
We got too greedy is the honest answer. And now, suddenly we are down 8,000 gold.
Yeah,
Not going to be a problem with this. Ezreal gets the Shoji complete. The percent HP is going to really sting as Sheena
running.
is split off from the squad. Has got a Mega Blast Cone, gets out to some safety there, but this is going to be hard. The Jace is very strong as well. Countess still not completing that third item, also really hurting us at this point.
Yeah, we got 3 championship bounties on Kiwi's side. A lot of money to put up in the air. We get some good shutdowns, it could really work out for us.
Rim
All right,
wants
yeah,
to get
Baron.
that Void Staff done as well. Again, we're just stuck at 2.5 items on so many of our important characters. Again, look, Rim is nearly being flame horizoned in mid lane. How is she only at 160 far into 28 minutes? That's really rough. Half the farm, like 100 CS behind this Talia is problematic. In fact, you look, she's 3 levels behind. For all the kills were good early, finally completes that third item. I don't know what's happened there, but Rim dropping so much farm has been a massive, massive problem. You want to know where a lot of the gold lead is? It'll be in the farm discrepancy there as well.
It sure will. So funny, you said the forecast is a bit cloudy. Yeah, I'm hearing the storms literally here at my house. We're starting to get some thunder. Let's see if we can clear the storm. The last stand. Hello, getting dragged in.
Get some damage. Violent Despair comes on down.
Seismic
on
Chub.
We lose the Solar, we lose the Leona. Nesta now in danger as well. Well, not in danger, he is in danger. Inhibitor goes down. This game, unfortunately, we found our moment back in, but our resource acquisition in the mid game again comes back to haunt us. Our overplays when we think we found an angle. The greed comes back to punish us. It is a 41 kill game in 30 minutes. Suddenly we are down 8,000 gold.
8K is here to hurt us. Oh, y'all did not just hear that lightning strike, but it was heavy. Oh my God, the vibes over here. It's affecting me IRL. You said 8K gold difference and the lightning strike it shook my house. All right. Let's see what are our answers here. Come on, G2. All right. The last stand. We got to defend our base. Ardo looking for somebody to just poke down just a little bit.
Yeah,
And a
we
mouthful
are
of
trying our very
return.
best here. But again, we've got a lot of levels to catch up on here, particularly in mid lane. Diane has been side laning a lot more because Rimmer's just stuck with the team, and I get it, I do. But at some point, you've got to actually pick up some farm for yourself. Same with the Scion. We've given a fair amount over to Calth, but she's the only one who's been farming on parity. And that cannot happen when you got a Talia versus Sway matchup. It's been really bothering. Sway hit with that side the shock blast and try and turn around a little bit onto the starter, but he's just so tanky at this point. Already a little low on the damage, gets some CC forward. They're trying to get onto Arda, but the exhaust comes on down. Sheena, nobody's sad on the Tranquil Pool. The Molten Fissure comes on down. Diane comes to heal. Scion into the back line. Deadly Frost again, but it's onto the Skarner, who does not care. We don't have the damage right now. Around damage, the Spyro just there is good, but Kaltis solo to burning out, doesn't quite do it. Goes golden on that Spyro instead. Got a bit scary there for a second. The true shot barrage. Not quite enough. Zenith stepping on forward onto the Skarner, keeping him away from the backline. All the while, the inhibitor turret under siege. Sheena misses the keeper's verdict. Shoved back. Going to be brought low here as well. A final inhibitor under siege as Nesta into the enemy base. The curtains are called, but Kaltis, I don't think, has got anywhere near the damage to threaten truly. Zenith tries to get onto Nesta, can't quite do it.
Picked apart.
And that will be all she wrote for this game. Competitive until it really wasn't. The Baron breaks our back. We overshove in mid lane. We are knocked down to the lower bracket. The Kawaii Kiwis. The Kawaii today. Scary. Too much for us to handle in the grand stretch
Just
of the full
too
series.
cute.
6 games. Still not quite enough.
Woo! All right. It is what it is. We win all 6 games. And Sag. Yeah, the overextensions were just in the end, we end up being our biggest competition. It is what it is. We put up a good fight with our Olympics, but through the survival horror, through the last stand, it just did not spell out for us. My goodness. Well, great performance overall. We saw some really cool plays. Kaltis leaving with one of the best clips I've seen today. 10-0 on the Tristana. I'm still going to take that. That's going on my fridge.
That was
That's
cool.
how I'm
That
leaving
was
the
cool.
stream. Absolutely. Whew. Well, it doesn't mean we won't be back tomorrow, everybody. I wish y'all could literally, as the game was ending, I wish you could hear the thunderstorm that rolled in those last 10
It was
minutes.
pathetic fallacy. It was as G2, the loss was coming on, and tears like the rain. It's such a bad day for rain.
Absolutely,
Guys,
such a bad
time
day.
to go cry your tears tonight for G2 Hell's loss. A single tear rolls down my face. Fortunately, life is not over yet. We're back tomorrow with a lower bracket run starting at 5 p.m.
Yes.
If we win, we play again, we can go on to even more series. The games never end here in this particular playoff circuit. So that means, Chelsea, last words from you. Well, shout outs. Who are you? Where can people find you? Oh, Chelsea's frozen. That's a bad sign. Maybe the Thunder got her. I think the Thunder might just have claimed her. That is incredible timing. I cannot begin. In that case, let me do the shout out for her. You can find her at Chelsea Bites. Please go and follow her as she smiles the 1,000-yard stare forever and ever. Get that picture, make it an emote on the channel. It's glorious. I'm InitializedCast. Find me at all the various socials. I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch, and all those things. And importantly, make sure you're following here at G2 Esports. And of course, the other side of that as well is going to be things like all of the players on the social, all the players on the Twitch. There's some fantastic streamers there. It is just me now, as we have got confirmation that the thunderstorm actually killed Chelsea's power. That is remarkable timing. Could not ask for a more appropriate way to mourn the loss of G2 here in the upper bracket. But from myself, and of course for Chelsea and the rest of the production crew here as well, we wish you a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you all tomorrow for some more of this tournament. Until then, goodbye.
Can't wait for the weekend. Gonna dive off the deep end. No, I don't need a reason to lose control. Pour me a glass, I toss it back. Forget responsibility. It's hard to be 23 and don't know what's in front of me.